Město Na Moravě. Huge numbers here in the Czech Republic. Oh, a massive crash. Absolutely lined with fans. But it's Peterson who just rolls on a gear. Peterson, Nové Město Na Moravě. Batista's arrow rides away from Tom Pitcock. Nové Město Na Moravě. Hello and welcome to one of the biggest days on the Whoop UCI Mountain Bike World Series calendar. It is, of course, cross-country Olympic UCI World Cup Day here in Nové Město Na Moravě in the Czech Republic, a venue that has been hosting World Cup racing for 16 years. And there is the Vysočina Arena, a biathlon stadium by trade. But once a year, it comes alive to the sights and sounds of cross-country racing. 23 degrees Celsius out there. I can say things are hotting up. It looks to be an absolutely superb day of racing ahead of us. 12 o'clock today, elite women get us underway. 3 o'clock, elite men cross-country Olympic headed your way. Well, one elite woman who lit up round one was a double winner, Specialized Racing's Zina Fry. We caught up with her earlier this week.
In December we had a Swiss cycling training camp, and on one afternoon, I don't know really how it happened, but I had a crash into a tree and I got conscienceless. After several doctor checks, we figured out that I had a broken hand and a broken collarbone. Mentally, it was for sure also a big challenge. Luckily, I was so well supported from the whole Specialized team, which also gave me kind of the light at the end of the tunnel.
Smile!
I was super excited for Korea. On the same thing, you don't know where you are in a World Cup field, and I just felt like super comfortable in the team, and I was just excited to race, and then somehow it happened.
Fry now launches an attack at the base of the climb.
I had good feelings during the race, and also I could position myself very good in the front. I just stayed with the group, and then at one point I saw, okay, now it's my turn to go, and then I just went all in.
The smile starts to turn into a grimace, and now she goes. Zina Fry takes the win at Yongpyeong.
And in the end, it's super nice to win, and also for the team, it's a reward for all of us. For Sunday, we knew the weather, how it looked like, and I didn't stress about it. I was just chilling in my room and listened to some music.
It's amazing. It's the best riders in the world, but muddy conditions will split the pack.
In these conditions, a lot of athletes, they are already kind of a little bit broken at the start line, and I try to take this as an advantage for myself.
Zina Fry to the front of the race then.
But on the same hand, I also knew in this kind of weather conditions, it's only finished when you cross the finish line, and I just tried to ride safe, to ride my own race.
What a ride from the young Swiss rider for Specialized Racing.
I for sure have a good, confident boost from Korea, but it's a new weekend, it's a new track, everything can happen again, and I just try to give my very best. My parents will be cheering on the side, and I'm just trying to enjoy as much as possible and to race as fast as I can.
Well, it worked for her in Korea. Zina Fry, you can see just having her shoe cleats, adjusted. You can see the ice pack there in the jersey as well as the temperatures continuing to creep up. Jenny Risvid's also well iced up, cooling down out there. Well, it's hot down there now. One man who set fire to this track earlier in the week was, of course, our very own Josh Carlson. Let's see how he got on. Here's Carlson on course.
Nové Město Na Moravě is an iconic course and our favourite of the entire season. It's rooty, it's rocky, it's technical, and all types of gnarly that we know and love. Let's check it out now. A big, long, grassy drag to begin the lap. Our first climb into the woods is riddled with roots from side to side. Gets steep fast and technical quickly. Here we are in the Rock and Rovey Rock Garden. This is the first gnarly section of this course. It is littered with lines. There's a defined right line, a pretty wiggly left line you can cut through the middle. There's so many embedded and sharp rocks here. Now this section won't necessarily win you the race, but can easily lose you the race with a flat tire. You have to look after your bike, your wheels and your body, and this is only the beginning of the lap. You have to be smooth, keep the air in your tires, and get through that section to survive for the remainder of the lap. Compose yourself, because this next climb may be one of the most iconic sections of trail in the world. As we come under the bridge, we're hit with the energy and the noise of the crowd. This is one of the most famous sections in cross-country racing. There is thousands of people here. It is the most technical part, the widest part, and the most physical. Once you deal with that energy, you've got the rest of the climb to get stuck into. Momentum is your friend, and maintaining your speed and power in the most technical climb of the course. Now these steps are simple, but they're blind, they're full of rocks, and they can easily rip your tire to pieces. We've made it through the furthest part of our track, the steps into this final punchy climb. Now your positioning is crucial here, and it will dictate how you approach this bottom section. This is your last chance to dance. But after this punch, we're set up to bring it all the way home. Now it's not over yet. This last little rock garden is deceivingly technical. There's a lot of blind little rocks that can ruin the end of your race in a heartbeat. Well, as we come back onto the start straight, all of our favourite sections of Nové Město are in fine form. We cannot wait for the racing. In the meantime, I'm gonna go and play with my brand new GoPro, and we'll see you trackside.
Josh Carlson there, enjoying one of the most famous UCI World Cup tracks off them all. Nové Město Na Moravě awaits. Let's hear from Alessandra Keller, back with us this weekend after missing round one, but involved in a big incident in the short track on Friday evening.
Okay, Alessandra, how are you feeling after yesterday? Unfortunate little bit of a get down there.
Yeah, I think it was a high-speed crash, but I'm just bruised, but nothing broken. So yeah, it will be a catch-up from behind, but I think it's okay. I will do my best.
Yeah, we're looking forward to seeing you out there. All the best.
Thank you.
Great to see. Alessandra Keller bouncing back after that big crash in the short track. Well, Puck Petersen is down there now. Let's hear from her.
Okay, Puck, how are you feeling after yesterday?
Legs were a bit sore during the warming up, but the rest of the body feels good.
What do you think yesterday's race kind of gave you about the rest of the riders in the field? What do you think? Who showed their cards and who didn't? Who are you going to be looking out for?
I think the full front row actually was in the mix all the time, and it was quite cagey. People were not afraid to push, so yeah, I think for sure the front row.
So we're going to see a really hard race?
I guess so.
All the best out there, Puck.
Thank you.
We are getting ready to go racing here in Nové Město Na Moravě for the 16th time of asking the UCI Cross Country Olympic World Cup. Jenny Rissford the UCI World Champion, first of the world's fastest 8 onto the front row for Canyon Collective. Wristvids. Gwen Gibson for Trek Unbroken on the comeback trail and back onto the front row. Gibson said that South Korea was a bit wet and cold for her liking. A red-hot Nové Město Na Moravě is just the opposite. You can see all the sun umbrellas up behind her. Great to see them being deployed for that use compared to where we were just a few weeks ago. Ronja Blurtlinger for Liv Factory Racing. What a time of it Liv are having in the early stages of 2026 here. Blurtlinger quickly turning into the real deal. Fretting both short track and Olympic distances. Next up, undefeated so far, early days yet. Sina Fry won the short track in South Korea. Won the cross country Olympic in South Korea. Defeated in the short track yesterday, but cross country Olympic goes again today. Evie Richards for Trek Unbroken. What a ride in the short track from this woman. Involved in that pile-up with Jolanda Neff and Alessandra Keller, and somehow made her way back to the front to get herself a boatload of points out of an impossible situation. Be great to see Richards back up and amongst it, cross-country Olympic. Nicole Kohler for Lapierre PXR Racing. Kohler took huge confidence from South Korea and from the short track podium yesterday. Says that she's proven to herself that last year wasn't a fluke. Laura Steger, the Austrian. Teammates of Sina Fry. Riding high in the overalls at the minute. Steger may be the perfect combination of horsepower and guile today. One of the best descenders in the business. She'll need every ounce of it here in Nové Město Na Moravě. But here she is. Puck Petersen returning to action in the cross-country Olympic distance. Only one woman has done the double here before, Anneke Langvad in 2018. Petersen won the short track yesterday. Can she emulate the great Dane herself? Going for her second XCO win here, Petersen. And I am happy, proud, relieved, all of the things to say. I am joined in the commentary booth by my good friend and colleague, Ollie Beckinsale. Ollie, this is cross-country's big day in the sun, isn't it?
Oh, this is our Tour of Flanders for mountain bike, and it's got the history and we've got perfect conditions today, and I think this race is going to come down to real fine details.
We see the rest of the start list there. Alessandra Keller, we heard from her on the start line, battered and bruised, but importantly, looking forward to this one.
Yeah, big crash yesterday, massive. Took out Jolanda Neff, and thankfully they're all on the start line. But yeah, it just proves that gridding from the short track so important for cross country. It's going to be tight on that front row. And
similar to the short track as well, it is full tilt into quite a tight right-hander to get things going again. The opening stages of this will be dramatic.
Yeah, we go no start loop, straight into the track, and it's only about 2 minutes before we go into a really narrow single track, so they're going to have to be on the ball.
They are getting ready to go here in Nové Město Na Moravě Puck Peterson leaves the line along with the fastest cross-country mountain bike athletes in the world as they all head towards this right-hand corner first. Who's going to emerge out in the front of us? It's going to be Jenny Rissveds taking an early lead here on Nové Město Na Moravě out of the start. But there's Puck Peterson standing on the pedals alongside Lara Stiga beside her, heading on this big, long, grassy straight now, Ollie.
So we go along the grass, then into the tarmac climb that we used in the short track, and it's really important to get position now. So it's going to be full gas all the way to the single track and that first pinch point, and then the riders can just recover a little bit. CV Richards getting a good start as well. Here's a pinch point that's going to be tight through here.
It is really, really tight through here. Rissveds leads them as they head down towards this little new rhythm section that they put in for the short track race. And all the big names, the runners and riders, making it through that start complex safely, but it kicks back uphill now as we head on to the lap proper. No start loop here today, Ollie.
Yeah, they've decided to keep it tight from the start, and we're going to roll straight through, and it's getting through this first half lap. There's a load and load of stress now. It's getting into the tarmac. If you had a mistake now and you're one of the forerunners, you're going to lose so much time and put you right on the back foot. But we see on the tarmac now, it's going to be this Rissveds, if we see Berta getting a good start, Lara Stiga, when you're blocking her on the outside.
Four abreast as they head up here. You see Zina Fry with the #1 red board, the overall points leader in the middle of your shot. Keller just to the right-hand side, top of the shot there in the black and red helmet, having to make her way through a bit of traffic.
Yeah, and Paul obviously off the crash in that short track, but Keller having to work her way through. And now we turn into this tight corner again. Rebecca Henderson moving up through a previous winner here. And now it goes into double track, and quite quickly they'll have to single out 4 main climbs on this lap. This is the first one, but perfect conditions, bone dry. Got good grip on the roots, makes a really big difference. It's going to be rough, but the thing is, the rider's going to be hitting these rocks and root fast. And the issue we're going to have to watch out for is flat tyres today and mechanicals for sure.
Yep, and it is, I mean, it's cliche, but we use it a lot here. This is a bike race, a bike rider's racetrack, isn't it? It's technical, it's demanding. There's no one big long climb or big long descent. It just constantly pitches you up and down as it zigzags across this arena.
But it's super intense, this course. Once you go in off the tarmac, there's hardly any recovery at all.
You saw Jenny Rissveds just closing the door and Zina Fry there up the inside around that tree. And this is picking up where we left off in South Korea with Fry harrying Rissveds in front, letting her know she's there. Puck Peterson, that distinctive style, third place. This little punch up here over these rocks, really, really tricky. So easy to lose grip on this section.
Yeah, it's a very technical section to come, only 3 minutes into racing. And the front 10 or so will clear this, and then the riders are going to be banging into each other, and we're probably going to see some riders having to be forced to run. And we see a bit further back, Collar getting off and having to go to the feet.
And we see this every year, don't we? This ripple effect as they head up through this punch climb, that as soon as one rider gets off, it tends to move backwards. Richard's looking good, though.
And for a rider like Yolanda Neff and Keller, who had that crash in the short track, they're further back. They're losing time from the first lap.
Fry and Peterson behind Rissveds. This big rock and roby section now, famous throughout the World Cup circuit. It's almost like a jet ski, isn't it? You've got to get the bike up on the edges of the rocks and carry speed down it, because as soon as it lands in one of the holes, you're in trouble.
From this side angle, it doesn't look too bad, but when you look at it from the top, it is really big rocks, super intimidating. There's kind of 2-ish lines, but there's nothing pretty about it.
Rissveds, Fry, Peterson lead for the time being.
This is a sort of circuit as well that, other than the start-finish, there's not a lot of slipstreaming on this circuit. So it does favour, like Rissveds at the moment, being at the front. You can see the track, you can see the rocks and technical sections. So leading this one out is good tactics. And I think for someone like Rissveds and Fry, it's putting some pressure on the Puck Peterson. She hasn't raced an XCO race this year, so it's putting her under pressure in the technical sections.
Here we go, on to the big climb now. This is a climb that is echoed through the history of this sport. Arrow straight up this carpet of roots. And I mean, if you ride mountain bikes, you're used to looking for a line or a smooth line of passage through awkward terrain. There is no line up this, it's just roots.
Yeah, absolutely savage. We look back at Alessandra Keller, you see how much time she's lost already. That's maybe 20, 30 seconds up to the front of this one.
And this camera angle absolutely flattens this absolute beast of a climb.
The good thing today, though, it's bone dry, which means you've got good grip on the roots and you can power up. If this one's slippy, it's really difficult to keep the traction in the back. But
Ronja Blurtlinger past Peterson now as well for Liv Factory Racing in that purple jersey. Well, it's Zina Fry's best elite cross-country Olympic result in Nové Město, a 4th back in 2019. So if she's going to repeat that cross-country Olympic win from South Korea, it would mean something for her.
Yeah, we see a couple of riders drifting back. Gwen Gibson after that first line start drifted back. Jen Jackson a little further back as well.
Keller.
As we see Alessandra Keller, number 11 on the board, working her way up through. At the moment, she needs to not panic, but she's got so much experience. So
yeah, and she will be sore after that crash yesterday, won't she? It was a big impact. She got spat right into Yolanda Neff, and they both got collected by the sideboardings on the start-finish straight and the short track. You can see the knee bandaged up.
Yeah, but back Keller now at the moment just in 21st position. But you see on this section now, she'll just move up the outside. As we jump back to the front, it's Jenny Rissved's just piling on the pressure, but blocking her as well. Really good first lap now onto the back wheel and looking really comfortable and smooth on this descent.
This is really, I mean, we guess we kind of have to call it Rissved's version 2.0, don't we? And this is this new style that she's developed where she leads from the front and just tries to find that lap delta that suits and works. And you can see everybody else just trying to live with the pace at the minute.
But on a section like that, leading that into first, you can pick your line, you've got clear track in front of you. And this is a section, the risk we saw Evie Richards a couple of years ago, flatting in the lead down here, and big chance of impact flats.
Yeah, and a lot of it around here as well is it's not really the rock necessarily that you're aiming for. It's the one that's hanging in. As we see, there's this little climb now up towards the second tech feed zone. Two distinctive lines developing on either side of it. There's a lot of rocks that hang into the track, isn't there? And hang in towards the tyres and wheels that can often do the damage, not necessarily the ones they're hitting. Yeah, and they're pretty sharp around here as well. So ripping the sidewalls is something that can happen, as well as just an impact flat. But looking back at the front, Jenny Rissved's looking a bit more like, I mean, she took it on when we were in South Korea at round 1 in a similar vein, but the end of last year, the way she could just tap out a rhythm at the front, looked super smooth and comfortable. And it's whether she can get a gap on this second lap, I think. So this is the second tech feed zone where we have been told that they are allowed to take on water and feed where they'd normally just be for technical assistance, but due to the heat today, riders allowing a bit of sustenance. There's Puck Peterson into second place now. Yeah, just over the top of that climb, Puck realised that the gap was opening up. Blurtlinger, though, on the attack up through here. Blurtlinger to the front now. But at the top of this section, we go through the forest track here. It goes into the single track. It's a single track descent over the jumps, and then it's really techie single track climb. And really good move from Blockinger to get into the front on this one. Yeah, Blurtlinger really technically strong for Liv Factory Racing. It's a great little bit of track, this. Yeah, really good section. But the climb after this, super techie, very physical as well. And this group of 4 starting to scamper away now from Lyra Steger, Martina Berta behind her, and flat out through this step section. But look at the gap Blockinger's getting already, even on a rider like Rissved's, taking several meters out of her on that descent. We saw Mona Mittervalner, do you remember, last year here, absolutely sending these steps on the last lap. There's Rebecca Henderson. You see the gap here. Blockinger just on one descent over Rissved, so really good move. Henderson and Neff celebrating their 80th career starts today, cross country, UCI World Cup racing. I tell you. Yes, Sevilla Blanc rolling through, Gwen Gibson, Rebecca Henderson. Neff, a little further back. Neff currently in 30th. His little coming together here. Keller, oh, just looked at the tree, didn't she? Yeah, 2 lines merge into one then. A bit out of sorts here, a bit rushed, Alessandra Keller, you get the feeling, Ollie. But there's a stress. The panic is you've got to get back to on terms with the front pretty quickly. And this little zigzag section then down through the trees. We jump on board the live drone. And that is this place summed up, isn't it? The trees, narrow track, loose conditions, whether it's dry or wet. It's looking like Lara Steger's getting back on terms with that front group as well. Let's see where we're blocking. Where's she already gone through this section? Or yeah, 7 seconds to say on the gap now. from Blurtlinger to Rissvids in second place. There she is. Ronja Blurtlinger has decided that she's going to out Rissvids, Jenny Rissvids.
And she's done all that on the Texa.
Just seeing her duck down there, taking a bit of pressure off and not looking that comfortable over the jumps, Blurtlinger. So maybe just indicating that she is definitely having a good, well, comfortable enough, yeah.
Comfortable enough to whip it.
But, yeah, we mentioned this, didn't we, that that jump line, it's tricky because it's one thing to cruise through it, but at race pace, some of them can be slightly short, and you've got to stay accurate, get the wheels down in the right place.
So we now see Laura Steger and Berta on that tech section have managed to close the gap onto the back of this Rissvids chain.
There's Kohler as well, just making her way on the back of this train, and this is going to be a question now of who's going to do the work when it comes to catching Ronja Blurtlinger. Now, as much as we talk about the technical mountain biking aspect of the track here in Nové Město Na Moravě, this big asphalt start-finish straight is another key component, isn't it?
But Rissvids, you can see body language.
Blurtlinger stayed out here as well, sorry, Ollie.
Yeah, Rissvids completely no attack or no intent on the bike. She's pulled into the pits, wanted to get off the front. And that's going to allow Ronja Blurtlinger just to extend that gap. And it's Puck Peters who's now got to lead the chase.
But Blurtlinger stayed away there.
Yeah.
We did hear from Josh Carlson before we came on air that the fact that they've opened that second tech feed zone up to feed, he was picking up vibes that may change some of the team tactics. They may use it a bit more at the back half of the circuit to take on bottles and gels. And
I mean, at this top level, as we see Keller coming through, she's on a mission.
Yeah, Keller pushing hard.
Here, going back to the bottles, at this level,
Puck's
100 grams, 200 grams worth of water. They're trying to reduce the chance of the amount you've got to climb with that water on board. So using the second feed station, you've got the heavier water bottle more on the descending and flat part of the track.
Yeah, well, it is still Petersen pushing at the front of this little train, and Rissvids is rejoined towards the back of it. Richards is in there as well. Sevilla Blanc, last rider on your screen now, the American. For the Capelon Ford.
But it's interesting, the riders around in this front group were just happy, other than Ronja Blurtlinger, just to back off a little bit, and it's just allowed, well, first of all, Laura Steger to get back on, but now Richards and Blanc as well will be making contact.
We can use the QR code on your screen now to vote for the best XC rider of the round, powered by Gobic. They will be rewarded a rather snazzy jersey after the podium celebrations. And you see Puck Petersen has just driven the entire chasing pack back on the back wheel of Ronja Blurtlinger, and just sort of halted progress there, Ollie. It's all happy enough to catch her as Kohler slides past Petersen now.
Yeah, we're going to see, I think, a fair amount of tactics now on these next couple of laps as riders. They're trying to preserve energy. It's really hot today, so you don't want to overcook it in these next few laps. And we're going to see you need to be in the right position, but not necessarily pushing at the front.
Blurtlinger, who leads this race, she's had 3 top 10 results in XCO since turning elite in 2024. The best lows being a 7th in Korea last time out, and Lake Placid, so very much a rider on the up. Had a stellar under-23 career, didn't she? And then sort of just took a year to get her into elite thinking and sort of training mentality, and is now a real force, I guess, at the front of this elite women's field.
Started to get more success in short track first, but the really big thing, if you're a good short track rider, that pushes you right up the grid and makes a big difference for the Sunday race.
So 16 times we've been here to Nové Město Na Moravě for cross-country UCI World Cup racing in the past, and there was a UCI World Championships here in 2016. We said off air as well, didn't we, that it feels like there should be more worlds here over the years, such is the popularity of this place.
But 24 seconds now, that gap.
It's chunky.
Keller, and you'll lose time in the traffic, and Ronja Blurtlinger doing a really good ride, and because she had that gap, it meant through all the tarmac and the start-finish, she could just roll at a tempo pace, whereas the other riders had to hang on to a flying Puck Petersen. I think we know how strong Puck is on the climbing sections.
See Puck Petersen just putting a bit of pressure on Stina Fry behind her now.
But watch Ronja Blurtlinger through these rock gardens. So fast, and I think she's going to have a little gap. We see straight away the difference between Blurtlinger and Puck in third. Puck's riding well, but all over the place, and struggling to keep pace.
Yeah, that front wheel like a paper bag in the wind through there. At times, Berta getting crossed up as well.
But we saw this last year, Puck flatted in this section. And the stiffer you are on the bike, the harder you hit things.
Evie Richards absolutely in free fall through there as well. There's Keller coming through now. It looks like she's chasing this one. Keller looks stressed on the bike, as you say.
But this, the hardest rock section going in. We see now Ronja Blockinger and Nicole Koller just pulling clear. And they've done this, pulled this gap clear in one tech section.
Yeah. And that's why this place is such a fan favourite, is because it always has that concertina effect. Riders, it's very hard to break away and stay away here in Nové Město.
And instantly then, Puck loses time on that descent. She's now having to chase really, really hard. Using a lot of energy.
Up the whoop wall. Blurtlinger, and you can just see how much physical effort is going into keeping those bikes moving forward. There is Keller behind Gwen Gibson now. And we should point out as well, Keller, you know, if anybody can close this kind of gap to a front group, it is Alessandra Keller. She has got a superb ability to pace a race to perfection.
And one of those riders as well that's a real scrapper. You know, there's some riders, if they have a bad patch or a flat tyre and are not having a great day, sometimes the morale drops, whereas an Alessandra Keller, she'll give it her best, whether she's winning the race or 20th position. You know she's going to empty the tank. And
well, woman who leads this race, Ronja Blurtlinger, her teammate third last time out in South Korea, Madigan Monroe, buried in the pack, 23rd at the minute, 1 minute 11 back off the lead of this race.
Yeah, Jolanda Neff just coming through, but long way back at the moment.
Yeah, 80th UCI cross-country World Cup appearance for Jolanda Neff, 1,372 days since her last win.
But yeah, 30th position at the moment for Neff.
She'll be hurting as well, involved in that big smash yesterday. Petersen, Kohler, Blurtlinger. But we saw Blurtlinger do this in Palar and Salandora last year, didn't we? Really good descender, and can just use that to her advantage to put a couple of bike lengths here, a couple of bike lengths there, and then before you know it.
But you see just that one section, she'll put another couple of meters. In each rock section, she's so fast and smooth. And we feel that Puck, first mountain bike cross-country race of the year, super successful road campaign so far, second Liège-Bastogne-Liège, third in Flanders, but coming into mountain bike, there's been good, but if you're racing week in, week out, you get really good.
Yeah, Lara Steger, though, behind Jenny Risvids, currently in 6th at the minute. Risvids in 5th, 8 seconds back off the front, so those two by no means out of play. In fact, there they are on your screen now. That looks to be a lot less now. Martina Berta for Origin Racing Division, catching them up as well, so we did wonder if we were going to see an early Petersen or Risvids scampering off into the distance. It hasn't materialised yet.
No, and I think it's the tech skills of Ronja Blockinger that's kind of put the cat amongst the pigeons, really. I think Risvids was happy to lead at the front, but
yeah, just hearing from Josh Carlson as well that Pani Luana-Lecomte has had a big crash somewhere out on course, currently 63rd one side. She's still circulating at the minute, covered in dirt. You can see Stina Fry taking a dump bottle on there just to cool herself down a bit.
yeah, 30 degrees and 7 laps around here, and you don't have any big long descents at Nové Město to cool down and recover. If you overheat and that core body temperature rises, it's going to stay locked in.
There we go, though. Petersen was on the inside there, but just opted not to head past Blurtlinger. Blurtlinger with that slightly steeper line.
So for Puck Petersen, ideally she can get in front of Ronja Blockinger and then lead into the single track, because what's going to happen here is Ronja Blockinger knows, so she sprints, attacks.
Up
and we see Fry knows she needs to get on the wheel.
Yeah, Fry just pulls
really good
out.
riding.
Clever boxing from Zena Fry there. Just got round Puck Petersen before this single track section. Oh, Blurtlinger risking everything through there. Got crossed up, back end, stepped out on her. Managed to hold the tiller straight, but down through the step section,
Yeah, really good riding by Zina Fry. She saw that Ronja Blockinger pulled 7 seconds through this section last lap, so knows she needs to be on the wheel.
Kohler, look
at Lara Steger, full gas.
Down the right-hand side, that is no joke through there, Steger.
But look at this momentum and speed she carries.
Works so well, doesn't it? But this climb, so tricky, Ollie. It doesn't do it justice of how steep it is up through there.
Super steep, technical. Kind of 1 in 4, 1 in 5 the whole way up.
Your top 10 there, and Blurklinger, Peterse, Kohler, Risvid, Steger, Berta, Richards, Sevilla, Blanc, Alessandra Keller rounding things out. You can see the climb sector, little graphic we've got this year explaining the difference of the time gained and lost up that climb. Keller is bringing things back, but not enough.
She lost roughly that kind of 24, 25 seconds in the first half lap, and she's just remaining super stable, doing a really good ride. She's now on the back wheel of Sevilla Blanc, and for Keller, it'd be useful to get on the back of a good group going into the tarmac. She can cruise off the back of it and then start to attack again on the next single track.
Berta just losing a handful of seconds to the group in front now, the Italian national champion. Looks to be coming back into a bit of form in 2026, Martina Berta, doesn't she?
Yeah, podiumed a couple of years ago in Val di Sole, and then dropped a little bit. But yeah, really good start to the season. Winner of a number of races before we started the World Cup, so full of confidence.
Look at the space Blurklinger has found herself in that little descent alone. This is working well for her, Ollie, this back section of track here in Nové Město Na Moravě, and she has the reserves of horsepower on the asphalt as well.
But it enables her to just recover a little bit, come off the pressure on the pedals. The other riders have to chase. And when you're in 30 degrees on 7 laps around on this circuit, every little bit of energy you can save will add up on the last lap.
Zina Fry really nicely through that double section, but Ronja Blurklinger, front wheel, wanted to keep on climbing a bit there, needed to get things lined up and back on deck. And there's a visual on the gap, really good shot, gives us an idea of what we're working with.
It'd be interesting to see, last time it was Puck Peterse who took on the chase, and I think we're going to see the same again. Almost deja vu of the previous lap.
There is Blurklinger. See if she comes into the tech feed zone this time.
But plenty of time just to back off and recover a little bit, have a drink, get some energy.
Risvid on her way into tech feed now. Yeah, it looks like that front group have chosen to use that second tech feed at the back of the circuit a bit more than this one. It's the second time we've seen Risvid pull in there.
Yeah, I think you're losing time for sure. You're coming off the smooth tarmac onto some rougher grass.
That exit is often back into traffic as well, isn't it? They're all together again. The second round of the UCI Cross Country Olympic World Cup in Nové Město Na Moravě. You can see Ronja Blurklinger just pulled over there.
Yeah.
Happy to let someone else have a turn. Nicole Kohler taking a gel in third place. Kohler has had 3 top 5 results in cross-country Olympics since turning elite in 2020. The best of those being second the opening round last year in Arashah.
Really good riding from Alessandra Keller. She got back onto that group of Richards, Blanc and Gibson on the tarmac, so she's had a free toe all the way through that section. And again, it's been floating at that kind of 25, 27 seconds, so she's managed these first 2 laps really well.
So there's... Whoa! Blurklinger still enjoying herself amidst the doubles.
Someone's having a good day, right?
Yeah, that's a statement of intent, isn't it? So 11 seconds back to Martina Berta now, who has got that unhappy feeling that she's all by herself if she wants to close this gap. You see Risvid's just pulling out on the left-hand side there.
But there's something going on. You know, you get teams that have a flow and they've got a good vibe going on.
Like us in here.
Live Factory Racing. You had Madigan Monroe started with a podium.
Yeah.
You got Ronja Blockinger just mixing it, having fun, putting pressure on the descents. There's a good energy in that team at the moment, and it's transferring into results. As
you always say as well, there are subtle little things you can do amidst the pack in a cross-country race to just get in people's heads a bit. Look at Keller driving this group back onto the back of Martina Berta.
Yeah, really smart riding. Sat in the slipstream, used Evie Richards to tow her to the start of the climb, and now has gone to the front.
Gwen Gibson pushing a really big gear there. I know Keller has that very busy style, as we always say, but Gibson looking really good. in that pink and black Monster Energy helmet on the Trek Unbroken.
But yeah, the gap now, Keller pulled back 7 seconds already, 18 seconds now. And it was interesting. It was one of the questions we had before the start. Was Alessandra Keller won the Cape Epic at the start of the year, the big stage race in South Africa, and as a result decided to miss the first round in South Korea. And then there's some question marks of, is that fatigue gone yet, what the form is like? And then obviously had a nightmare in the short track. But so far, starting this third lap, the legs are good, form's good, and I think she'll be back to that front group soon.
Well, speaking of good form, just having a look down the timing screens here in the booth, the Slovenian Vita Movrin, the Sun Factory Racing, sitting in a career best position of 14th. Her best previous finish, 31st, so Movrin on the Sun, having a good day. Alessandra Keller looks like she's had a rough start to this race, but it's got the head down now, Ollie, and this is starting to look more like the Alessandra Keller that we know and love.
Yeah, Keller's got good form. She's got good legs, so she's answered that question. She's just now got to overcome that. And we see here that technical climb.
Peterson off and running, and it's now Risvid's back to the front of this one. That little section catches people out year after year, doesn't it?
Yeah, we saw Sami Maxwell. It's when Mona Mitovano in last year's race, basically the race was won there.
185 beats per minute on the Whoop Live in the red zone currently for Puck Peterson. 184 beats per minute. Wonder revving extremely high, Puck Peterson. Wonder, Ollie, if all's well on Planet Puck.
I think we're watching her through here, just lack of mountain bike racing, just a bit stiffer, still riding it really well. Just to ride that section, you've got to be really good, but not quite as smooth and as fast as the other riders.
Yeah, the Whoop Live giving us a really good insight into what's going on for the individual racers out there at the minute. You can see Puck Peterson buried deep in the red zone at the minute on lap 3 out of 7. And
yeah, we're seeing her. She's already in that zone 5 in the Whoop gauge, and she's now got to make a big effort on the hardest climb just to close back onto the wheel. And it's not the efforts you want to be making 27 minutes into this race.
Oh, and that is a mechanical disaster. As they head back onto the wall.
Yes, ominous now. That one mistake on the technical climb and then followed by the techie descent, and that's put Peterson about 10 seconds or so behind. And you're hitting this hardest climb, and it'll be so hot here, it's so steep. And you see the riders, because of the lack of traction, they've got to stay seated to get the grip in the rear tyre, and puts so much pressure. There's a lot of torque, and you're at max power up here.
It's busy as well, really busy surface. Bikes getting moved around underneath you lot. Lyra Steger, though, put herself right back in the conversation at the front of this one.
There's Bellamina just coming through.
Yeah, former UCI World Cup overall title holder Jana Bellamina, but exiting the tech feed zone. But Puck
is under pressure here. She had to close the gap and wasn't able to do it on that climb, and it's drifting back now. And it's Keller who's closing the gap back to 16 seconds. Yeah, Puck was 11 seconds back now, and she had to close the gap on that climb, and not looking great.
No, looks stressed, doesn't she,
yep.
on the bike? Looks like she's... And how quickly these things can turn on their head. All of a sudden, it's Jenny Risvid back at the front, looking strong. Ronja Blurtlinger looking like she's in trouble. Puck Peterson looking like she's in trouble. And it's Lyra Steger, a rider that you reckon at the start of the day may be a woman for this race today, in second place behind Risvid.
Yeah, she was my sneaky bet for today. I mean, not too sneaky. She was second in the short track. But
it wasn't out of nowhere.
Not out of nowhere. Let's put it out there. But I think it was, we know how good she is on the descent. I think the best descender out there, and on a circuit like this, especially in the dry, second in the short track, showing all the signs that she was going to have an absolute flyer today. But I think at the moment, really smart riding from Risved, sat back a little bit, and then she would have been aware of that mistake of Puck Peterson. She's piled on the pressure now.
Yeah, you can see Puck Peterson. She got 1.6 seconds back on Rissvid's in the second lap on that climb, but lost 2.6 and 2.3 totaled. Not great.
Yeah, and Rissvid's smart bike racer. She'll be completely aware where Puck Pieterse is, and she knows that now's time just to keep the pressure on.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's not an attack, is it? It's just a constant drip, drip, drip of pressure.
Make the other riders just under stress a little bit. Make Puck Pieterse work really, really hard.
And again, you have to think back to a couple of laps ago where Rissvid's demurred, let's say, from taking the race on, pulled off the front into the tech feed zone, let someone else have a dig, saved a little bit of energy.
Be interested to see now you've got Ronja blocking her just off the back, and Keller's now got up to Puck and is going to go straight past her by the looks of it.
Zina Fry taking a bottle of water straight over the head, so Puck in trouble here. Blurtlinger, an acceleration out of the tech feed zone, wants to get on the back of this group.
But you know that Blockigo, because of the tech skills she's got and how fast she's riding today, will get back to this group on the next section of tech. So she can use that to her advantage. She can either use it to attack, but can also drop off a little bit and then roll back on the next descent.
Blurtlinger's done really well to rally here, you know, and get back onto the back wheel of Zina Fry on that #1 Specialized.
As I say, I wouldn't be too stressed. Ronja Blockigo, she's taking 7 seconds out of this group on this one section, so she's got that in her back pocket.
It's just the strength at the front of these elite women's cross-country World Cups. You've got to stay in this front group because you don't know who is going to be the one to launch at any time.
Yeah. Also, they'll be aware, they'll be getting some checks. Alessandra Keller is coming quick, and they want to also keep the pressure on to make it harder work for her too.
Do you think they'll be getting updates on Pieterse?
100%.
Yeah.
I'd have updates on where Puck is. I'd have updates on where Alessandra Keller is as well. They're big, dangerous racers.
Let's have a look then. There is Alessandra Keller heading past Puck Pieterse. What a difference a couple of laps makes.
But that's a big mental punch as well. When you're just struggling a little bit and Alessandra Keller comes flying back past you.
Blurtlinger just off the back of her compatriot Zina Fry, and here's this chasing group. Still Alessandra Keller doing all the work.
And Richards now has gone past Puck as well.
Puck Pieterse sliding into the grip of Gwen Gibson behind her. Sevilla Blanc on the 20 for Decathlon Ford, not far off the back of it either. Oh, and Gibson
well held.
Slides into a track stand mid-climb. It's an unusual move, but I do like it.
But it's so interesting to see that one mistake can get off. Puck loses 2 meters, 2 meters becomes 4, and before you know it, it's nearly 20 seconds now.
This all started from when she had to jump off at the top of that first climb.
One technical mistake.
And it's so hard to get your head back up again.
But I think as well, from the first couple of laps, Puck was really aggressive. You saw along the tarmac was chasing as well, using a lot of energy and maybe just overcooked it a bit.
Let's talk about the riders behind Alessandra Keller. I mean, if you're going to hitch your wagon to anybody to get back across that gap, the Thomas Maxson star, you know where she's going. She is going to the front group, so just stalk her.
And good ride by Evie Richards. You know that Keller's coming through, she's going strong. I would just get the bungee cord out, wrap it around a seat post and then hang on. And you know, coming up to this long tarmac section, you know that Keller's going to drive it, so just sit behind, get the slipstream.
175 beats per minute on the Whoop Live of Puck Pieterse in the amber zone 4, 80 to 90%, so she is digging deep, but she was in the red zone last time we checked in with her, so I don't know, Ollie, maybe just recovering slightly now for Pieterse.
We see, again, Ronja Blockigo using her tech skills now. She's drifted back onto that group of 4, can now just sit behind.
Tell you what's impressive from Blurtlinger as well, hasn't panicked.
No, not at all. The rider who's got good legs, got good form.
See Steger now, leading them by 8 seconds. Heads into the tech feed zones. Built herself a little buffer there, Lyra Steger.
Yeah, and again, using that really long. So you've got a tech descent over the jumps, then a techie climb, then that big flowy descent. In a similar way we saw in the last lap on Ronja Blockigo, but it's Lara Steger now just moving clear.
And all of a sudden, Jenny Rissvid's is being asked to drive the bus on as they head back out off the tech feed zone. And on to lap 4 out of 7. Look at Alessandra Keller.
does not want to give Evie Richards a free toe.
Down behind the stem, working hard. Alessandra Keller. Not going into the tech feed zone, keeping the attack up. You love to see it.
Yeah, Laura Steger keeping the pressure on now. Still that 9-second gap.
Yeah. She might just fancy a good go from range here, Steger. 9 seconds of difference back to Risvids.
And she's also got teammate Sina Fry in that group, so she's not going to chase, she's going to sit on Risvids.
We saw that in South Korea, didn't we? And although we've had this conversation a few times, really since the start of last year, whenever Specialized Racing were on a tear, it's not quite team tactics, but it's a friendly port in a storm to have another rider in the group.
We talked about this. We're going to stop calling it tactics because people get grumpy and say these things don't exist. We're going to call it racecraft.
Racecraft, right? Sorry,
it's having that awareness of your teammates and working together and taking advantage of that. You're not going to chase your teammate down. We see it. It's using road race tactics in mountain bike, and you do it instantly if you're a good bike racer.
And you're also, you spend so much time riding and training with that specific rider. You can read their body language, you know what they're doing, you know how deep they're going.
From a team point of view, so from a corporate job point of view, you're not going to chase your teammate down, but you use it to your advantage as well. You look at Jenny Risvids and go, well, I'm not chasing. You go and do all the work. And you sit back, put the pressure on somebody else.
There's Puck Petersen getting a bit of pressure put on her by Sevilla Blanc and Gwen Gibson.
Yeah, really important now for Puck to regroup.
Needs a clean lap here, doesn't she?
And important, get your cooling down. We see Jenny Risvids really on the ball with the cooling today, coming into the pit, water, dump bottles on the legs, all the way down the neck and back.
Yeah, the sun has just dipped behind the clouds here. See, Keller just machining her way back into this front group now.
Keller has made the contact and dragged Evie Richards back in as well.
Look at the progression. 25th at the start, 15th, 10th, 6th. Alessandra Keller. We thought she was in trouble on the first lap here. She had other ideas.
Yeah, and Risvids interestingly pulled off, and it's Nicole Collar who's been forced to chase. Sina Fry now just settles back into that wheel to follow.
Fry really good up this climb in particular, actually.
Yeah.
So yeah, the sun's just ducked back in behind some clouds at the minute, but this place, it does hold a lot of heat between the trees.
And it's Sevilla Blanc now moves Puck Petersen, so another rider moving ahead. Yeah, really good for Alessandra Keller. She's made contact now, lap 4 of 7.
4 Swiss riders in the top 6. Well, let's take a look at the comeback queen, Alessandra Keller. Ollie, talk us through this.
Yeah, really smooth. Well, you have to scrap for it. I mean, look at that. You're almost bouncing off the trees. And the thing is, it's really risky coming back. And we saw incidents like that can happen, but she's managed to roll back on relatively quickly. And she's done it quite smoothly. She hasn't panicked. She's got the experience. She's taken 4 laps to get back to that front, but now she's got there, she can just sit on the back, recover a little bit. But you've used a lot of energy to do that, without a doubt.
And it's easy to get lost. To watch Sina Fry on her way through the rock section here in Nové Město Na Moravě.
But Laura Steger, it's taken seconds out of this group,
yeah,
just in that rock garden section.
12 seconds up the road now, Steger. Can you get lost in the psychology a wee bit of whenever you are feeling good and you've come back to the front of the race, that the temptation is to keep on going, but that's only going to help you, that's only going to hurt you in the long run?
No, I think the key is you've got, for Keller, the first job was get to the front. The second job now is to try and win the bike race. You know, a podium, I don't know what her mentality would be. Coming back, you'd want to be looking at podium right now.
Well, Laura Steger, I can tell you, it's just updated on the screen in front of me. 16 seconds to the good now. So if Steger can just keep adding a second or so per sector here, it's a big if, but it's doable for Steger all of a sudden.
Yeah, and on these sections, like we said, once you come off the tarmac, you're better off being on your own. You know, you can see the line. There's very little slipstreaming around this circuit.
It's deceptive, that angle as well. They do look closer on that angle, and they will be on track.
This climb, it's so steep, so difficult, and mentally and physically, If we're going to call this our Tour of Flanders, I mean, that's our Koppenberg.
Yeah. Do you want an amazing stat that Martin Whiteley's just messaged me in with?
Go for it.
Lyra Steger has never won in Europe. Her
Really?
2 elite XCO wins have been in the US, Snowshoe in 23, Lake Placid in 24. This would be a European first for Steger if she can get it done.
Yeah, that's 4 out of 7, 15 seconds.
Chapeau, Martin. Look at Keller mixing it behind Rissvids now.
Yeah, and it's interesting, this gap. I know it foresaws the distance, but you see Sevilla Blunk is coming back. She's settling into a rear of him now. Just 5 seconds off the back of Richards. Gap's appearing now. Rissved's just drifting back a bit. We see this. Sometimes she's at the front, she's drifting back a little bit.
15 seconds the distance between Kohler and Steger at the front of this bike race.
Yeah, Peterson now 9th position, 31, and we're going to see Gwen Gibson coming past.
Yeah,
Peterson really struggling.
Looks uncomfortable here, and I just wonder if you were right, Ollie, that time away from the mountain bike maybe just starting to add up in the pain stakes as Blurtlinger leads them into this descent again. Really likes to have her nose in the wind first on this one. Look at Fry. Oh. Look at Fry behind her, getting that thing turned. So here's the climb sector. Total of 11 seconds Blurtlinger has had over Steger and Kohler on that climb alone. So compact on the bike scene of Fry, isn't she?
Yeah, trying to follow at the moment. When you're blocking in, just pulling little gaps. See, she's just pumping through the trail, super smooth.
Rissvid's visibly not just as comfortable through there as the riders in front of her.
Yeah, it's interesting. Jenny Rissved seems to be kind of having good patches in the race and less good patches. Seems to be going in and out at the moment. And
yeah, and some of the stuff we saw online from the training, she didn't look quite as comfortable. There was a couple of big moments in the rock section that she managed to survive and ride out of, but not quite on the sort of imperious form we saw at the tail end of 2025.
I think this course here at Nové Město is very physical, it's very technical, and we see Lara Steger and Ronja Blocking are really using it to their advantage, and the other racers, they're just pulling maybe 2 meters, a couple of seconds out, but it just means the next riders have to accelerate.
Well, you can use the QR code on your screen now to vote for the best XC rider off the round across both races, powered by Gobic. They'll get themselves a really flash jersey out of it on the podium at the end of the race. Make your voice heard at home. Peterson seems to be managing to stick with Gwen Gibson, so that's 9th and 10th. But Puck now 38 seconds back off the front and not comfortable.
I mean, it was very similar to what we saw last year. Puck came back from the road racing, came back, won the short track, and then in the XCO on the Sunday, unfortunately on that occasion, flatted, but before she flatted, just was a bit stiffer on the bike and it didn't quite go to plan. It just needed to take her a couple of races. You know, she had a bad, poor Nové Město last year, then came back and did the double-double in the next couple of rounds.
I feel like we've talked about it in the elite men's races. See, Steger really likes that right-hand exit to the steps, works well for her, carries good speed into the bottom of this climb. We've talked a lot about it in the elite men's races, that the level of the descending in cross-country at the minute is through the roof. And unless you can do that very natural riding the bike, like it's a bigger trail or enduro bike, you're going to lose time every lap.
And it's not that we're saying that these riders are bad descenders. It's just the riders that are the best are going so fast.
They're generating
another
speed,
level of good. And they're just generating, like you see Ronja Blocking as classic example, just taking 3 or 4 seconds out.
Just here and now, Emma reporting in as a slow rear flat for Lyra Steger, we're hearing. The leader of the race. We need to get a little visual on that and see just what could be. Is a flat tire going to turn this race, Nové Město Na Moravě, on its head yet again? She's going to have to change it in the bottom tech zone.
Yeah, the risk today was flat tires on this circuit.
There she is.
Still carrying some good speed.
Still having to push extremely hard down through this rock section.
Deep in there.
Yeah, you can see just the balance of the bike. Not quite right. It does look soft, yep. That's...
Yeah.
Just skipping around a wee bit, Ollie. Let's have a look if she takes these doubles on.
The rider's using really low pressures, big wide 2.4, 2.5 tyres, looking pretty good. She doesn't look slow at the moment.
Yeah, that's not the work of somebody who's nursing a bike home. Let's have a little look. Let's a look down. Maybe. Well, the next section is going to tell us a lot about the destiny of this bike race. Has Steger got a slow rear flat?
She's still pushing pretty hard.
We'll get a better look at it when she hits the asphalt. Blurtlinger, though, has broken free from the chasing group. Maybe smells blood in the water, mixed across that double nicely.
And we've consistently seen Ronja Blockinger just pulling clear, and she gets a few seconds, and then on the climb can just knock it back a bit.
Well, let's keep an eye on the leader of this race. Is Laura Steger about to come into the tech feed zone? Is that rear soft, like we've heard reported in from the side of the course?
And just looking, Swiss rider, second, third, fourth, and fifth.
I don't know if it's going down. It's looking...
No, she's missed that tech feed zone, so it looks like the tyres are all good.
Must be all right.
Yeah, I mean, the way she was whipping through those jumps,
yeah, that
everything
was not
looks
somebody,
pretty cool.
That was not somebody getting a bike back to the pit, was it?
Yeah, and these riders coming through now. Jenny Risved's recovering well on that descent, but you see, respectful of the conditions, stumping water all over head, neck, all over the quads as well. Sevilla Blanc now has made a good lap. She's got on the wheel of Evie Richards. Yeah, and for Blanc, really consistent laps so far. So a good race.
Steger leads the way by 10 seconds from Blurtlinger, Kohler, Fry, Keller, Risvids, Richards, Blanc, Peterson, Gibson. But it was looking at the lap times, it was the speed of that first lap compared to now. They went off super fast, 24 seconds faster on the first lap than the last one. I just fear that some of the riders, Puck in particular, just maybe overcommitted a little bit on that first lap. Just went in the red a little bit too much. I think in 30 degrees, that's just going to be exaggerated. Yes, Ronja blocking a 4-second gap now. Kohler, Fry, Keller, Risveds, and then Richards and Blanc just off the back. But so far, rider of the day, Ronja blocking her. She is sticking in amongst it, isn't she, Blurtlinger?
It'll be interesting to see now, Keller, the style that she has. It's really aggressive, and I don't think she'll be sitting in this group for too long. I think she'll be at the front of it before long.
Yeah, Fry, as we always say, it's the rider who often has just sat back in second or third wheel in these cross-country Olympic World Cup distances. That's the real shark in the water, and hasn't put her nose in the wind too much. Fry, the rider in third place currently with the #1 board on.
Like I say, the race situation for Fry at the moment, the fact that her teammate Laura Steger has got that gap means she can just sit back, and the confidence in the Specialized camp must be so high after that first race, and a good short track as well for the team.
Yeah, missing Hayley Batten, unfortunately, today through illness. Get well soon to Hayley. Looking forward to seeing her back in action. Nicole Kohler chipping away, but Zina Fry now just decides that maybe it's time to just move up.
You see Alessandra Keller as well, just letting the wheel go to Jenny Risved. And we're coming up to that key rock section now. Super technical climb. And again, it's that big combination between very physical and really technical as well.
Richards hanging in there. Currently in 8th position, Evie Richards. Blurtlinger has a little look over the shoulder. Puck Peters says she's only ever once finished outside the top 10. UCI World Cup race in elite under 23 cross country Olympic. Short track, it was here last year, 13th in the XCO. She's currently in 9th, and that was again from a race that she had led.
Now we're coming down to the rock garden section. Ronja Blockinger, Nicole Coller just going past Sina Fry into this section, but you can just see how physical it is. And Ronja Blockinger flying through, looking like she's on an enduro bike.
Yeah, and that new Live Peak bike they have for this season. Sina Fry behind her on the new Specialized Epic 9. A lot of new machinery out there for this season, as cross-country bikes continue to get more and more aggressive. And days like today is why.
That's why you need it. And you see Ronja Blockinger just carrying speed. She's so comfortable on that descent that she can ride it whilst recovering a little bit, and then she carries so much speed into the next climb. Just means at the moment she can just ride. She's trying hard, but she's not at full gas. She can just knock the pressure off the pedals a little bit. And then the other riders behind, they're on a bit of panic, and they're just putting that, burning a match to close the wheel.
14 seconds now.
Yeah.
The gap between Steger and Blurtlinger. As I say that, it's corrected to 13. So Blurtlinger starting to make inroads. It was an Austrian who won here last season, Mona Mitterwaldner. Mona currently in 21st, 2.5 minutes back off the lead. Is an Austrian going to do it again today in the Czech Republic?
I think on this circuit, we're talking now, just getting close to an hour of racing. This circuit is so intense, and the power you need. Plus, we're at 30 degrees today. If you have a bad patch, like we saw Puck Peters, you literally grind to a halt on this circuit. There's no hiding.
No. It does punish you every inch of the way. Sina Fry now just getting pushed back. Alessandra Keller seems to be holding station a bit more in this group. She's resisted the temptation to keep on going. There's Puck Peters, currently in 9th position, 48 seconds, cutting a lonely figure there, Ollie. There's her race progression. Started in 1st, 2nd, 8th, 9th.
Yeah, look.
Let's have a look at the conditions. Some different. What a difference a race makes from Mona Yongpyong.
But you can see, because it's so dry, the riders are riding and coming into the rock sections so fast, which means you're more likely to hit some of the rocks that weren't on your planned line. You're going to jump quicker than you thought.
Land deeper as well.
Yeah. But that really suits the best descenders, Laura Steger, Ronja Blockinger. You see the speed she's carrying through here.
24 degrees Celsius at the minute, 49% humidity. Again, sun just dropping off slightly here, so a bit of respite for the riders, but I think it's on little sections like this. Steger is just carrying speed in more places on the lap. It's not necessarily the big climbs or the big descents, it's the little cross-camber stuff and the little neat and tidy sections that she's just ticking off one by one.
Yeah, where she got that gap originally was the last half of the lap, which is the longest section of tech. You have 2 descents and a climb.
As you're speaking, Ollie, it's 20 seconds now. It's just updated to Laura Steger on lap 5 out of 7, making a good claim
and
to this race.
Interesting to know, she's just out of sight on that big switchback forest track section. She just went round the corner as this group came round the previous corner, and there's a big psychological benefit of being away. They can't see you, they can't lock in.
Look at the strain then of Sina Fry on the Whoop Live, 172 beats per minute, currently a strain of 14.6. That goes up to 21, so with 2 laps left to go, about right, Ollie?
But there's a big chunk left in the tank, and I think we're going to see Sina Fry, attacking from that second group.
I always say with you, everything's relative. For most human beings, that is getting up there. Trust me, I can confirm that myself. Blurtlinger into the tech feed zone, 21 seconds on the screen. It looks a lot less than that visually.
But generally, in about an hour and a half cross-country race, if you're feeling it, when I say feeling it, not just exertion, but really feeling it, before the last 2 laps, you're in a bit of trouble. You want to just be feeling under pressure and squealing a bit on the penultimate lap, knowing you've got a bit left in the tank.
It's one of the most incredible things about this sport, I always think, is that you see performances where riders put in their fastest lap of the race and are on 20 minutes into it.
Yeah. No, it's fine. We see Sina Fry now almost attacking. That's a big acceleration. Drops Nicole Koller. Keller responding now as well.
Keller knows that she needs to get onto the front here. Gets past Koller. Meanwhile, Laura Steger still making the step section her own. Let's get an update on the split by the time they get to the bottom of this.
That was an important move by Sina Fry. She knew she had to be on the back wheel of Ronja Blockinger.
They head down. Oh, Blurtlinger going really deep. So Sina Fry. Level being lifted slightly here on lap 5 out of 7. Bike starting to land deeper. Riders pushing it harder and harder. I tell you what, for that Govik rider of the round, Alessandra Keller's making a good claim to that one.
Yeah, to move back from where she was on the grid after that disastrous short track, to pull back 27 seconds on a front group on a course like Nové Město in these conditions, that takes some doing.
There's Sevilla Blanc for the Decathlon forward. Flying the flag for them. Sammy Maxwell, last year's overall title holder, not competing. She begins Olympic prep, so hello to you, Sammy, if you're watching at home.
Yeah, looking now, Puck Peters are almost a minute back now, still with Gwen Gibson.
10 seconds, climbing sector then, the difference. On that one sector, 10 seconds. We should say as well, a special congratulations to our long-suffering producer, Paul Pasquet, became a dad for the first time.
Yeah, Petit Pasquet.
Papa Pasquet. We hope you're enjoying this sat at home. While the rest of us are hard at work, we won't begrudge you. Steger leading the way by 23 seconds, ahead of Blurtlinger. And then listen to this. Switzerland, second, third, fourth and fifth. It's Blurtlinger, Fry, Keller, Kohler, Evie Richardson, sixth at the minute.
Yeah, good section then for Alessandra Keller. Managed to close the gap. The blocking was really piling on the pressure, but Fry and Keller have responded. A little bit of a gap now from Koller and then Rizveds.
On your screen now, Puck Petersen for Alpecin Premier Tech. Petersen, 1 minute and 5 back off the lead, all alone in 9th place, having led early on. But the pace has just been too much today, Ollie.
100%. Really aggressive from Puck Petersen early on, but I think it was continuing. She had to close the gaps after the tech sections, and I think it just took its toll a little bit. And Laura Steger pushing clear now. It'd be interesting to see who's going to lead the chase.
You can see the descent sector, Ronja Blurtlinger giving away 9.6 seconds to Laura Steger. That's telling.
Yeah.
Especially when you're talking about a 28-second gap.
Yeah, Steger looking super comfortable. And this second group now, they're all having drinks. They're all looking around. Nobody wanting to take it on.
Is she gone? Is Steger gone? Is that what they're thinking at this point? And this is now going to be the battle for the podium.
At what point do you chase to win, or do you start thinking about the second and third place positions? And
well, we always say, don't we, mountain bike racing, it can turn on its head with one perfectly timed rock strike to a rim, so it's not over till it's over, but look at this.
But they're spread all over the track. Nothing about that says they're chasing. And 35 seconds as a result.
And all of a sudden, it's Trek Unbroken's Evie Richards who's in second place. Richards having a great ride today in Nové Město Na Moravě.
Yeah, settling into that race, managed to use Keller to pull her back to this front group, and 2 laps to go, and this is when you really want to be feeling at your best, and if you've paced your efforts, now it's going to kick in, and but 35 seconds now, the gap to Laura Steger.
Puck Petersen grimacing as she crossed the line there, digging deep, even into her remarkable reserves of energy. Blurtlinger still sailing across that first big tabletop. Gets a little double on the way out of it. So still feeling good on the bike, Blurtlinger, is what that would tell me.
And it's interesting, normally as a group of riders, they would have had expectations when they started, and someone like Ronja Blockinger would not have expected to win this race. She would have had a dream of a podium, and she'll ride accordingly. Somebody else like a a winner like a Jenny Rissveds will only want to win, because she's won so many races in the past. That's her expectation, and this is when that makes a difference. And Alessandra Keller the same. She's won a lot of races, will not just settle for a podium.
We are going to be treated to a battle royale for the last 2 places on the podium. If Lyra Steger stays away here, if she has any kind of problem at all, the win is going to come from this group.
But it just shows that picture there, the strength in depth in women's mountain bike at the moment. We've got a massive group, and you do not know who's going to win out of this lot. Or, sorry, chase out of this lot.
Who's going to chase? Well, you say if Lyra Steger gets a win today for Specialized Factory Racing, it will be the brand's 30th career win in elite women's cross-country Olympics since 1991. Comfortably ahead of the other bike marks, so big moment potentially here.
And that was a big lap for Laura Steger. She took 20 seconds out of the group, and that was 9 seconds faster that lap than her previous lap.
And from what we saw of her, smooth, calm and in control.
Yeah. Really in control on the bike, on the descents. And that was a smooth, fast lap. And I think being on your own as well helps. You can just carry the speed, and she's so good on the descents.
Are we starting to see this group tripping themselves up slightly?
I think it's just looking at who's going to chase, and you don't want to tow a rider like Jenny Rissveds to the line. And
Rissveds has just been at the back of that lead group for most of the race now, but Richards,
she's really winding into this.
We talk about how good a descender Lyra Steger is. Richards every bit as good. And can she now start to inflict death by 1,000 cuts on this group?
And you see,
and they're off, and the ripple goes back, and Fry has to jump off the bike and is going to lose time, but she's going to shuffle back into the group. But that is the risky run. Keller back on the bike.
And the advantage of leading out.
Same place that Puck Peterson came off a couple of laps ago. Ollie, talk us through it.
I mean, this section's super physical and technical, and the fatigue kicks in. Alessandra Keller makes a mistake, and then that trickles down the whole bunch, takes out Zena Fry. And really good for Evie Richards. That will give her a 5 or 6 second gap straight away. And if she can consolidate that onto this next descent and then into the climb.
Fry getting it done down through those rocks, and I can't underline often enough how difficult it is to stay not only strong but mentally precise through really chunky sections like that this deep into a race.
Yeah, this course at Nové Město, so technical and physical. And once you get into this back end, once the clock clicks into an hour, the chance of making a mistake.
Steger gulping for air.
But once you know you've got over 30 seconds around here, to be told that by your pit crew, that's psychologically going to make a huge difference, a big boost.
Well, the big man, former employee of Specialized. Yaroslav Kolhavi won twice around here in front of his home fans.
But that's a good gap on this climb.
That is sizable, and they'll be able to see them as well.
Yeah. And the mistake of Keller's put her on the back foot. It's Jenny Rissved's coming through now, but Evie Richards got a decent gap.
17.6 on the Whoop live stream of Evie Richards, 174 beats per minute. A reminder, that goes up to 21, so she does have gas in the tank.
Evie Richards has ridden a really smart race so far. Settled just off the back group.
She's kept her nose clean, hasn't she? She's just kept out of trouble and just stuck with it.
And she's at the front groups. As it hit the penultimate lap, that's when she's hit the front. And if she can keep this lap smooth, no mistakes, she'll get a decent gap. Get that gap 35 seconds from Laura Steger to Eva Richards. Oh, Keller pulling some faces now.
Yeah, starting to hurt, isn't it? Kohler rolls through now into third place.
But Evie Richards looking good, looking relatively composed. Body language looks good.
Keller still swinging off the handlebars of that Tumas.
And it's these sections here over the top as well that just flattens off, and you want to be able to go down the gears and accelerate. Sina Fry now attacking up the outside, goes past Nicole Collar.
That's a big move from Fry. Sina Fry's had enough of waiting around, knows that she needs to get...
So she gets into the descent.
Needs to get forward if she wants to make a claim for a place on the podium today. Keep that overall points lead.
And we were waiting for Sina Fry, just sitting back, not wanting to chase her teammate, but now we're getting to the penultimate lap. Now's the time she can make a move.
Fry, Kohler, Risfids through that section smoothly. Evie Richards looking like she's getting a real motor on here. She's 36 seconds back off Stiger at the last split.
Yeah, that gap the Stiger is holding. It was 35 seconds as they cross the line. Still 35 seconds now.
They're starting to thin out a bit now.
Yeah, it's just you get to the hour mark in these conditions with a bit of heat as well. And this circuit, it just starts to really split.
Evie Richards' mum on the sidelines roaring her on. That would get me moving.
Yeah, 7 seconds now, the gap of Evie Richards. Getting told off by your mum probably adds a second.
Yeah, as I say, it often got me moving. My former years. Stiger, 36 seconds in the lead. Fry, 42 seconds back off the lead in third. Risfids, though, moving up around the outside of Kohler.
But yeah, I think Jenny Risfids is happy to sit in that third wheel on this group, looking. She's the one that's pouring more water on herself than any of the other riders, just managing that body temperature, keeping that heat under control. And
yeah, and it's at this stage of the race in Nové Město Na Moravě where you start thinking about that big, long start-finish straight and the kind of distances you can overturn.
Yeah. It's a really good move by Evie Richards, and it's amazing how the same way that Puck's kind of turmoil started on that rock garden, Evie Richards, good fortune who started there. Keller makes a mistake, she gets the gap, and now it's just being able to build on that one. You see the Thomas Maxim manager, Ralph Neff, just shouting at Keller to close the gap.
Stiger tacked on lap 3. Lap 6 out of 7. She's built herself a 37-second buffer, and it's a crucial but. One puncture here in Nové Město Na Moravě, the holiday home of punctures. Can turn this race on its head.
Yeah, it can quickly go wrong at Nové Město. But Evie Richards, a section like that, that ramp is crazy steep, and you can see people's form and how much they've got left in the tank on that one little kick up. But Richards powered up there really smoothly, as does Nicole Collar. Keller just fighting the bike.
As she always does. That's why we love this all-out attacking style of Alessandra Keller.
But good section by Keller, managing to get back onto the
yellow
wheel.
flag there, there's a crash down there. It's Evie Richards, by the look of it, is off to the right-hand side of the track. Oh no, Evie.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Evie Richards in trouble at the bottom of this route section. The bike is over the side of the borders.
So as you drop down there, it's a really steep drop.
Let's have a look. We're going to need to replay this. Richards down off the side of the course. So Evie Richards out of second place, which will move Nicole Kohler up into second. Sina Fry up into third. There's Yolanda Neff on her 80th career start.
So that section there, super rutted, and then you have a big route section into a drop-off, and it's quite a big drop down onto the forest track.
Stiger will be unaware of that. Yeah, the gap's now 53 seconds back to Nicole Kohler in second place. Evie Richards looking like a DNF here in Nové Město Na Moravě, down and out with a big, big smash at the bottom of one of the route sections. Oh, you have to feel for her after.
Yeah,
what a
super fast.
spirited ride.
It's a fair drop off that one, and you're really hauling. Drops off into a berm. We saw Christopher Blevins last year almost slapping off there, and it's a nasty little section, and you are at high speed. But a good gap now for Laura Stiger.
Zednek Stibar's in there apparently.
World Cyclocross champion Stibar, not himself, but the mascot.
The goat himself.
It's a hot day to be in the mascot.
It's a hot day for Zdeněk Stibar, I'll tell you that for free. As Laura Steger heads on to the final lap then.
And as she looks over, this is an ideal opportunity. She can just compose herself. She'll see the gap.
Is this dangerous though?
Oh,
we always talk about it, don't we?
That is huge.
I know,
absolutely
but the minute
huge.
you take your eye off it on these descents and end up on a slightly different line, an inch or two wider than you want to be.
We see this second group now. Nobody wants to take it on. They're now starting to think about second and third. Once that gap gets to a minute, and they would have seen where Laura Steger was. And
I tell you what, Ollie, as well, Rissvid's still in the mix here.
Yeah. And Sevilla Blanc coming through. Yeah, we're going to see some fireworks in this group on this lap, but a minute clear now. Laura Steger.
I've just realised Zdeněk's got a whoop band on there.
He's got to manage his strain, mate. It's a busy day.
As they head on the last lap, Jenny Rissvid's second place. We will bring you any update on Evie Richards as soon as we get it off the side of the track on that last lap. But it's currently Rissvid's, Kohler, Keller, Fry, Blanc, who now takes up second place, Sevilla Blanc.
And again, shadowed by Sina Fry.
Sina Fry, what a clever bike racer she is. There's not much gets past her, is there?
No. But just looking at lap times from Laura Steger, she took 30 seconds out of this group on that lap.
It's 1 minute 7 now. 1 minute 7 seconds the lead of Laura Steger, but there is going to be fireworks behind her.
I think partly it was the pace of Laura Steger, partly it was this second group starting to think about racing for the podium as opposed to chasing for the win. Yeah, 1:07 now, the gap to this group. Sevilla Blanc takes it on. And a lot of pressure on the shoulders of Sevilla Blanc with Sammy Maxwell out at the moment.
Yeah, and she's dealt with the pressure extremely well today, you'd have to say. Currently sitting in second place, the American in the blue of Decathlon Ford.
Yeah, never a win of a World Cup. Previous podiums, and I remember last year in Lenzerheide that big crash when she took the lead. And
so I have got an update from Josh Carlson that Evie Richards apparently still on the ground, but the medical team are with her on site. Obviously, 16 years of coming here to Nové Město Na Moravě. Some of the best care that she can hope for is with Evie at the minute. So here is the progress of Laura Steger.
But you can see on that section as well, Laura Steger, no sign of fatigue, direct, rides that tech section, didn't wobble, deviate offline, just straight up. And really strong.
From deep in the race as well. Lap 3, really, she went initially. And look at this.
That's a really good sign for me. If you can ride that section smooth, you've still got good legs. And then behind now, we see Sina Fry taking it up. She knows the gap's now up to a minute. Up to 16 on the whoop strain. So Sina Fry's got a little bit left in the tank. She's going to empty it on this lap.
163 beats per minute on the whoop live, 16.1. As Ollie says, there is still a bit of fight left in Sina Fry. Are we going to get a specialised 1-2 today?
Fry's now going for home, and instantly this is going to be a hot lap, and she's put the pressure on. Nicole Collar's following, but Rissvid's now just letting the wheels go. Keller just drifting off a bit.
As they get up through this really horrible little climb section for the last time then.
Yeah, Sina Fry clean up that one as well.
Fry.
Laura Steger looked great on that section.
Fry looking superb here. Jenny Rissvid, if she wants another crack at that overall title that she missed out on last season. She's got a few riders in front of her to get the maximum amount of points. There's no catching Laura Steger as things stand, barring mechanical disaster, which, let's face it, can happen here. But at the minute, battle for second place on your screen now. Sina Fry versus Nicole Kohler versus Jenny Rissvid versus Sevilla Blanc.
So the last time down through this big rock section, and they'll be happy to tick this one off.
Sina Fry, nicely done. And again, just starting to open up a little bike length to Kohler behind her. Kohler's been fantastic today, Ollie, as well.
Really good.
We're maybe guilty of not talking enough about her because she's not giving us much to talk about because she's just been chilled.
Really smart race, just ducking and diving.
Look at Lyra Steger straight up the middle of the whoop wall.
She's got that whole Wuppenberg climb clear now. Huge, huge gap.
That's how you want to do it, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's it. As you always say, the last lap, just tick them all off, one after the other. Look at the gear she's pushing at the top of it as well. 4 climbs, 4 descents. Just, like you say, tick them off one by one. The rest of the field haven't even got onto it yet. They do now. Fry, her teammate, currently in 2nd place. I think it's a question now for Kohler and Rizvez just holding onto the back of Sina Fry. This is going to be a hot lap. The gap just coming back now, 1:06 a little bit. Nothing to fear for Laura Steger. But it's going to be a fast lap, and we see Jenny Rizvez just coming past Nicole Kohler now. Yeah, Rizvez. Never count Jenny Rizvez out, especially this late in the day. Kohler having to go well out wide. You see that carpet of rock and root. Yeah, great angle, that one is just so difficult. See in the background as well, Ronja blocking her after early aggressive activity, still holding 7th position at the moment, then Puck Peters at 8th, but 2:02 down now. Nicole Kohler slides back into 4th and off the podium as things stand. Rider third on your screen at the minute. Yeah, a bit further back as well. Podium from the first round, Madigan Monroe, 18th position, just ahead of Rebecca Henderson and then Candice Lill. Oh, Sina Fry all over that bike. Mike Posthumus roaring her on. 166, 168 beats per minute on the Whoop Live, 16.4. Fry right up there, but there's more in the tank. It goes to 21, remember. Yeah. Good riding by Jenny Rizvez now, just tracking the back of Sina Fry, and she's going to pull her clear, looks over her shoulder and realises that they've dropped now Nicole Kohler. Nicole Kohler looks like she wants nothing more to do with this one. This is the battle for the final podium positions then. Who's going to get 2nd place unless, barring mechanical disaster for Laura Steger, who's 59 seconds up the road, so it's dipped down to under a minute. There she is. But yeah, really good. As we see this scrap from behind, they are going to take some seconds out of Laura Steger, but really good teammate work from Sina Fry. She let the gap go out before she attacked. Kohler's ridden back into this, you know. Yeah. Really nice little descent, and she's got herself some clear air and managed to pull a couple of bike lengths in. Steger nearly done. The fish is in the boat. Just needs to keep things under control here. 59 seconds. Yeah, that one big long techie section. 2 descents, 1 climb. Still Sina Fry. Which of these riders do you want to be at the minute, Ollie, in terms of positioning? I think the person with the momentum is Sina Fry, and I think Jenny Rizvez has been thinking about this podium position for most of the last 3 laps. Was quite aggressive early on, but then settled in, and just I say that, just goes over the top of Sina Fry. Nicely done. Yeah, just rolls the gear. We will bring you any update on the condition of Evie Richards when we get it. We're still waiting to hear from the medics. Sina Fry roared on by her mechanics. Has a little look. Kohler just looked like she was given a bit of space there. Where is Nicole Kohler in this shot? There she is. So she's still with them. She's scrapping. She's fighting to stay on the back wheel. She's not done yet. She's got really deceptive style, Kohler, on the bike, hasn't she? There's no unnecessary movement as we see Fry go round the outside of Jenny Rizvez at the top of the climb. Yeah, big move from Fry. Really important. She wants to get into that descent first. Stands up out of the saddle. There's your race leader. 57 seconds now to the good. Lyra Steger managing that gap well, but bit of a statement acceleration up that climb from Fry. Yeah, it'd be interesting. So obviously the drone's now in that gap between Rizvez and Nicole Kohler. We see now that gap appeared. Oh, Sina Fry going super deep. Rizvez getting a bit head naughty off that second one there. Managed to keep it upright.
Again, this next climb up, big roots. We've got that really steep ramp as well.
This is, for me, having done a couple of laps of this place, this was the hardest bit.
Really, really difficult. And this is when, like you say, you're dehydrated, the risk of cramp can kick in as well.
Fry machines her way up that little man-made ramp.
Yeah, she's putting a lot of pressure on. She's got Jenny Rissveds on the ropes.
Kohler needs to stay in touch here, needs to get it to the asphalt, you feel. And that new Lapierre. Kohler picks her way over that big stump in the middle of the track. Heads down on the Monster Energy Arch into this really fast, flick-flacky section, a single track. Yeah. And you can override this bit so easily, 100%. Can't you?
Yeah, when you get it right, you can flow through, and before you know, if you try too hard, you end up locking up into the corners and then not taking the speed out.
Rissveds on the canyon, Fry on the Specialized. There's another Specialized way up the road. Laura Steger, 54 seconds now, is getting the bike home.
And we know we're only in round 2 of 9, but when you're thinking overalls, now's the time to scrap.
And here we go, Laura Steger gets ready to crest the final climb on the last lap on a day that will live long, long in her memory. Specialized about to take their 30th ever elite women's UCI cross-country Olympic World Cup win, and it is at the home of UCI cross-country Olympic World Cup racing. It's Laura Steger's first cross-country Olympic win in Europe. Steger sticks it to them in Nové Město Na Moravě. What a result from the Austrian champion. Laura Steger wins round 2 of the UCI cross-country Olympic World Cup in 2026. Huge ride, Ollie.
Massive, massive ride, and if you're going to win it, you mean how much it means to these racers to win in Nové Město, and she got the gap on the technical descents and then consolidated it on the climbs.
But here we go, the sprint for second place is on. Our Specialized going to go 1-2 here in the Czech Republic. Zena Fry versus Jenny Rissveds within sight of the line now. Fry checks over the wrong shoulder. Rissved slots in behind her. This is it. After an hour and 20 of racing, it's gonna all come down to this. Fry versus Rissveds. Rissveds kicks. Fry attacks. Is it going to be Jenny Rissveds or Zena Fry? Jenny Rissveds in the lead as they head to the line. It's gonna be Rissveds.
Really well ridden race by Jenny Rissveds there.
Second place for Jenny Rissveds today, the UCI World Champion, on a race that it looked like in the early stages she was really suffering in. Zena Fry, 3rd. Nicole Kohler home in 4th. Alessandra Keller, what a ride from her in 5th. Sevilla Blunk in 6th. That front group poured their hearts into that one, Ollie.
Yeah, the fastest. Other than the first lap, that last lap was the fastest of the race from Jenny Rissveds, Zena Fry. So big scrap. But you see what it means for Laura Steger to win at the classic venue of Nové Město.
Ronja Blurtlinger heads in for 7th place. A big day for her, and we're really happy to say as well that Evie Richards apparently conscious with the medics. You take the good news where you can. Puk Pieterse, not the day she will have wanted. 8th position, 2 minutes back off the winner. Behind her, Nina Graf for Trek Unbroken.
Yeah, big ride. Top 10 for Graf is good day out.
We didn't see a whole lot off her, but that's a big result. There's your winner. Laura Steger, her 3rd win. Podium number 14 in cross-country Olympic for her. Gwen Gibson, the resurgence continues. 10th place, Ollie. She'll be happy backing up that good performance in South Korea.
Yeah, top 10 for Gibson. And again, we're thinking overalls, good short track, good cross-country. And the top 10 of the World Cup's got a nice ring to it.
Yeah, it's not bad, is it? Jenny Rissveds. 27th podium out of 52 starts for Risvid today.
But when you're thinking about, we rode the Cape Epic at the start of the year stage race, and coming to this season, from her own admission, a little bit undercooked.
Yeah, well, as I say, the good news is Evie Richards conscious and with the medical team. After a big crash, won second place in the race and second cross-country Olympic World Cup of the year, second big crash for Evie. She's been in the wars already. Sophie Heavy Pedersen crosses the line ahead of Anna Terpstra.
Yes, 16th for Terpstra. But yeah, we think, talking about Jenny Risveds again, coming to the season, a solid start in South Korea. Really good race here again, another podium, and I always feel like she's building for the season. And if you're getting podiums and we haven't seen you're not in your best form.
Jinya Kaluri home inside the top 20 as well. Great result for her in 17th.
Yeah, Madigan Monroe
18th,
still up her third.
Still a top 20 at a World Cup.
Yep.
By no means a bad result for the Live Factory racing rider. Alessandra Keller still just trying to manage those war wounds from the short track. Well, here is the story of the race then. Oh, Risvids. That was deep off that one, but look at Steger down the outside. That's a level of commitment that she rode those first laps with, that saw her just get her nose in front on lap 3, and then she never looked back, Ollie.
Laura, the complete package today.
Yeah.
The technical descent was the fastest. We saw that on the stats as well, but also the climbs as well, and just really consistent laps. Just perfect bike race.
Let's go now to Specialized Racing's race winner today, Laura Steger. It's down there at the finish.
Lara Steger, your third win in the XCO and your first in Europe in pure domination. Talk us through it.
Yeah, I have honestly no words for this one. I just went my pace, followed my feeling, and it's just amazing to have such a crowd behind one and pushing you through all those roots and rocks. It feels so good. First European World Cup win for me. It sounds crazy. This is only possible, of course, for the help from my parents and my family, and of course the whole team is behind me. Getting emotional, and it's insane. Thank you so much to everyone who is standing behind me.
We actually see that this is the 30th win for Specialized when it comes to XCO women, so that is amazing for you guys as a team.
Yeah, wow, it's crazy. I think Hayley already showed for Specialized a big performance before, and in the XCC we always were there, and it was a dream for me to cross the finish line first, enjoy the atmosphere in the last few meters. It gives me goosebumps, and thank you so much.
Yeah, but it wasn't just in first, it was in pure domination. It was honestly unreal. Through that descent, you were, honestly, watching it, I was like, wow.
Yeah, I had so much fun. I love this course here. In the last years, I was always a bit missing a little bit, and this year with the new Epic 9, it's crazy. I pushed in it downhill and it felt effortless. So really happy with the team, with the bike, and with my performance as well.
Well, we can definitely see that. And then what's next for you? What are we going to expect, not next week, the week after?
Yeah, now I'm enjoying this one to the fullest. I take nothing for granted because we all work so hard for these victories. And step by step, recovering, enjoying it with the family at home, but first with the team.
Well, go and enjoy.
Thank you very much.
Big result from Laura Steger.
Incroyable, bonjour.
First cross-country Olympic UCI World Cup.
Bonjour, comment ça va, est-ce que vous allez bien? qu'est-ce que vous foutez dedans à regarder la télé, quoi? Vous voulez profiter dehors, il fait beau. Je suis rentré... je suis rentré à la maison, c'était le deuxième tour, je pense, troisième tour. J'étais allé faire de la photo ce matin, je suis allé me balader, voilà. Donc je vous ai lancé le live à distance, j'espère que tout s'est bien passé, mais je crois que ça roule. Super course de l'Autrichienne. On a Every Chance qui s'est cassé la gueule, on n'a rien vu. On n'a pas de news, hein. J'espère qu'elle s'est pas fait mal. On a vu un vélo s'enlever de la piste, mais pas plus. J'espère que ça roule, quoi. Je vais aller voir sur les réseaux un coup, mais je crois qu'on n'aura pas de news encore pour l'instant. Est-ce qu'ils mettent quelque chose dans les...
Well, we can hear now from the winner of that sprint finish, Jenny Rissfids is down there at the finish.
Non. Ouais, je trouve pas de news pour l'instant. Il y a un truc.
Jenny Rissfids. That was amazing. That sprint finish, that was so crazy.
Yeah, that was really hard from start to finish. And I just figured out I was second. I thought I was third because Evie was in the front of me, but then yeah, apparently she crashed. And actually I saw something on the side of the course, like crawling, something blue. But I thought it was a lapped rider or something, but apparently it was Evie, and I hope she's okay.
Yeah, it was a bit of a roller coaster of a race. There was a lot going on. Everyone was kind of going from forward to back. There was a lot going on, so talk us through that.
No, it's as I said, it was hard from start to finish. I'm really impressed by Laura. Happy for her. She really deserved the win. No, it's just hard. You know, I always try to focus on myself, but it's obviously it's different when you have other riders around you. Riders are coming and going, and positions are changing. And yeah, today I really had to work hard, both physically and mentally.
Yeah, what was your tactic before the race?
Oh, I've been feeling really bad the whole week. I've been really tired, and this morning I was finally feeling really good, and I was feeling happy and excited to race. So that was a good first step. And then I just thought I go out there and I race my bike. I try to enjoy the trails. I really like it here. I think it's the first time in 3 years I actually made it to the finish line. I've always been having bad luck here, so I'm really happy to pull it off today.
Well, we're glad there was some good luck behind you, and we look forward to seeing you build through the season.
Thank you.
Jenny Rissfids.
On lui souhaite bonne douche aussi. Hein.
Good performance today, Ollie.
Yeah, it was interesting.
Putain, quel enfer la poussière.
It was a
ouais,
physical
Every Chance,
and
on
mental roller
espère que ça
coaster
va,
having to
parce
work
que...
the whole way through, and you could see that the way she was racing, having little good patches and bad patches, and
On n'a aucune caméra qui a filmé, rien du tout, ils veulent pas montrer. Hein.
For that hour and a half.
Yeah, and as we said before, points mean prizes. Still chasing
Dégueulasse.
that big cross-country Olympic
Belle
UCI
moustache,
World Cup win in 2026.
Ah, mais arrêtez!
Rissfids, but
they're coming.
C'est
they're
dégueulasse.
coming. And if she's a second half to this season like she did last season, Steger fastest
quoi,
there
11
on lap
minutes 30,
5 and lap
11.
6. That's where the damage was done. She broke
11,
away on
11
the
le plus
third
rapide.
one. Fry fastest on 2
On va
and 7.
suivre avec les hommes
Keller,
après.
fastest on the third
Je vous
one.
relaisserai
Blum,
le live tranquille
Ronja
parce que je
Blurtlinger,
suis
that
crevé là.
really fast opening lap, but the lap splits.
Mais pour moi
What
c'est
you'd
vraiment une
expect
des
to
plus
see, given
belles.
that they were together for so long.
But it's the
plus belles
consistency
pistes.
of Laura Steger's laps, all within kind of 15-20 seconds. That's what you're after.
Well,
Des
let's
coupes du
hear from
monde,
Sina
Nové
Fry.
Město, ça
She's
reste
down there now.
la piste mythique. Il y a tout dedans.
Sina Fry, another podium. That was so amazing.
Yeah, it was incredible. I mean, Laura won, I'm third. It's like a super nice team effort, and yeah, one more time. I had a great bike. The Epic 9 was just so fast in the downhills. I could recover so well, and yeah, the stuff and everything did so great. And in the end, it was a highlight to race here with this atmosphere, with this crowd. It was just so cool.
Yeah, we've heard a lot about like the technology in this course. There's a lot of adjustments going on. Was there some key things that you think that you were able to do that was different to previous?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the new bike gives me so much time to recover in the downhills because it was so smooth, and on the uphills so stiff and light that yeah, I could save some energies and position myself good in the group. And then in the end, it was also a little bit of team tactics. I mean, if Laura is in the front, for sure, I will not close the gap. There are others who have to do that.
Yeah, which is amazing to see. Amazing to see that teamwork from you guys. And obviously the girls specialised out there. We've got Chris and Victor off, not able to be here because of injury. So yeah, really great to see you girls out there.
Yeah, for sure. I think even if sadly not all of our team can be here, we proved yesterday. I mean, the riders who were at the start line did all a top front, first row front start line. Yeah, that just shows how strong our team is, even if not everybody can be here.
And definitely through your results, what are we going to see for you for the rest of the season?
Yeah, I hope we can still be consistent, and now it's 2 weeks at home where I can debrief a little bit and work, and then it's a big block with hopefully most of the team back on the start line, and I can't wait. It's just always so fun with the whole crew at the World Cup races, so I'm enjoying it a lot.
Well, we can't wait to see it. All the best.
Thank you so much.
Trop chou celui-là. Mais la pub pour le vélo, hein. Le pic 9 est incroyable, j'ai pu me reposer pendant toutes les descentes, je sens rien du tout, je vole sur ce vélo. Non mais en vrai il a l'air bien, hein. Mais ça en fait de la pub, hein. Les lunettes sont cool aussi, je trouve. Toujours pas de news de Heavy.
Still leads the overall points. It's tight at the top though. Steger 43 points behind her now. Jenny Risco's down to third, 55 points behind her. Kohler 209 adrift. So that's where the battle is really starting to form up at the front of this one, Ollie, between the three of them.
Yeah, 100%. We saw those riders really strong in the opening. They came out of the season really good, and I say it's good to see Sina Fry and Laura Steger Specialized both firing at the same time. They can use that to their advantage.
Yeah. Well, 8th today for Puck Petersen from Alpecin Premier Tech. Let's hear from the Flying Dutchwoman. She's down there now.
Puck, that was quite the welcome back to mountain bikes. How was that from your perspective?
Oh. Yeah, it was really hard. We started fast, and that was actually okay for me, but I felt like, I think this is one of the hardest courses for me. If you don't have like the routine skills, it's twice as hard. So yeah, uphill routes are difficult, but then in the downhills, like compared to Laura and Ronja, they're so fast in the downhill, and it's not a shame to get dropped by them, but then I had to make up on the climbs the first few laps, and then after 30 minutes, it was a bit busy on the expert climb, and I had to get off the bike, and then the elastic broke.
Was it fun to be back, even though it was so hard out there?
I tried to enjoy it, and it was super cool hearing my name all around the track. So yeah, for sure I enjoyed, and I think it's still a good start for me to be back racing World Cups. So yeah, cannot complain.
Awesome to have you back, thanks.
Thank you.
Cool to hear, isn't it? What a pro.
Yeah, and exactly putting credit where it's due as well, saying that Laura Steger and Ronja Brockett were just too fast on the descents and had to close the gaps, and we'll see that it's so hard to come back to these races and the level's so high, but we will see Puck in the next few races. She's going to be on the circuit for a load of the more races before she goes back to the road again, and we'll see her improve on this performance for sure.
Yeah, and I feel like I've said it a few times now about Puck Petersen, but
ouais, ça a été dur pour Petersen.
You just get that sense of she just loves racing her bike, doesn't she? It's not an act, it's not a
pronostic pour les hommes, parce que j'ai pas pu faire depuis la voiture.
Yeah, she absolutely.
Depuis le téléphone, donc
désolé.
On a pas pu faire notre petit concours entre nous. Je vous le prépare avec la start list.
From 7th today, Live Factory Racing's Ronja Blurtlinger is down there at the finish arena. Let's hear from Ronja.
Ronja, huge performance today, so strong at the beginning and a fantastic finish.
Yeah, I'm super happy. I enjoy this track so much. It's so flowy and I had a lot of fun in the downhills.
How did that feel on the front of the bunch, controlling the pace? Were you pretty stoked or comfortable or hurting?
I was really comfortable because I trained with my little teammate the last 2 weeks and she's super strong in the downhill, so she pushed me and I think I could show today that we are fast in the downhill.
Well done, fantastic result.
Thank you so much.
Ouais, belle perf de Blöchinger.
Yeah, it's a matter of when and not if for Blurtlinger, isn't it?
Yes, you could tell she was enjoying it. Again, really, really fast. The downhill bangs out another top 10 position, and it's for a rider, a younger rider. It's building and building, and that team at Live Factory are absolutely firing at the moment.
And getting those doubles done in traffic. Nothing to sneeze at all. Ronja Blurtlinger, superb stuff from her.
Yeah, pas de news de Heavy. J'aime pas ça.
As we wait to get the podium celebrations underway. For the elite women. Sina Fry will keep that #1 red plate on her back.
Il n'y a rien sur les réseaux là pour l'instant. Enfin, je trouve pas en tout cas.
Really strong start to the year for a rider we're used to seeing warm into a season. Ominous stuff from Fry.
Yeah, and it's interesting. Obviously, had massive injury in the winter, and whether that focus is. I mean, it's amazing to come back. Not just come back good at the start of the season, but come back the best we've ever seen, or the best version of herself. That's amazing stuff.
Jenny Risfids. Second place today for Canyon Collective, the UCI World Champion. And this really is the top three today that we're starting to see the overall battle. 200 points is the gap back to 4th, so it's early days in the overall title race, but this is looking like the fight, Ollie.
And like I said, we've got 2 weeks now. Break from the World Cup. It does give the riders a chance to go back home. There is an opportunity to have a proper block of training, and then we go into a run of 4 races in 5 weeks. So once you go into that block, it's very difficult to change. There's not a lot of training to be done.
Lyra Steger, victorious today for Specialized Racing. What a result. Specialized first win, Mont-Saint-Anne 1991 in the elite women's ranks. Do you know the name?
No.
Sarah Ballantyne. Steger today gets their first if in Nové Město Na Moravě.
Comme hier, si vous voulez soutenir un peu le stream, restez après le podium des hommes, comme ça, moi je balance un peu de pub, et puis si vous laissez l'écran allumé pendant que vous allez aux toilettes, c'est bénéfique pour tout le monde. Sachez que pour ceux qui ne le savent pas, peut-être, le fait que vous regardiez le stream toute l'année, que j'ai des spectateurs toute l'année, ça paye l'abonnement pour regarder les courses de vélo. Donc en fait, tout le monde regarde gratos. Voilà. Petite info sympathique. Et puis les gens qui ont sub l'année passée, j'ai pu payer le micro. Voilà. C'est pas mal. La botte vélo, puis le micro. Franchement, c'est grâce à vous.
It's a lot of
que le
very
stream est de plus en plus quali.
To survive this week.
Alors j'ai pas encore un fond, j'ai pas encore un vrai décor de streamer par contre, hein. Pas le bonhomme Michel, Mais
Fry,
peut-être un jour.
Hein. And Steger.
Ouais. On se reverra un jour, peut-être qu'on se fera ban aussi. Hein. Vraiment, c'est interdit de faire ça.
Top of the point sheets as well.
Et le meilleur truc pour soutenir le stream, c'est de partager à d'autres gens qui voudraient regarder aussi.
Steger, Risford, Fry, Kohler, Keller, Blanc, Blurtlinger, Petersen, Graf, and Gibson. A lot of big performances in that top 10. Jen Jackson just outside it. Then it was Berta, Forcini, Boe, Pedersen, Terpstra, Kaluri, Monroe, Lille. All inside the top 20. Zena Fry. Confirmation that she'll keep her #1 plate. As we head to the third round. Well deserved as well.
Yeah, 100%. You know, we had 4 races, 2 short track, 2 cross countries, 3 from 4 and a 3rd place. It's
not a bad way to kick things off, is it? 43 points of difference then between Fry and Steger. Specialized teammates at the top of the standings. Risford's in third, 55 points. Kohler, as I say, 209 points back off the lead. But her, Berta, Jackson all very close together. Nina Graf riding high, newly signed to Trek Unbroken in 11th. Yolanda Neff in 12th.
Je cherche des news de vie, mais j'ai pas. Hein.
Neff was 23rd today. Keller, 24th, having missed the opening round. Expect to see her move forwards as the season progresses. Puck Petersen gets rider of the round. Supported by Gobik. The fans have spoken. Ollie, you couldn't begrudge that one.
No, like I say, to come back first, to do your first XCO of the year at the Nové Město World Cup. You know, like she said before, she needs to do a bit of homework, she needs to get back on the mountain bike a bit more, but that's a great start.
Huge support for Puck everywhere she goes as well. A lot of fans.
Yeah, and it'd be great that she's going to be at the next chunk of races.
Yeah, just wasn't there today for Puck Petersen. An unbelievably successful road campaign so far this season, but more time on the mountain bike awaits. Next race, 3 o'clock Central European time then, cross-country Olympic elite men's race right here from Nové Město Na Moravě. That was a cracker. The next one will be fireworks. Don't go anywhere.
Okay, bon, j'ai écrit à la chaîne officielle de Nové Město pour avoir des news. On verra quoi. Ouais. Oui, all right reserved. Désolé. Oui, tout droit réservé à... Hey, ça suffit. Pas de soucis, avec plaisir, mec. Avec plaisir. Ça suffit, j'adore ce pseudo. Je sais qu'on pourrait avoir des news... On verra quoi. Je pense qu'ils partageront quelque chose quelque part. Peut-être qu'ils en parleront pendant qu'il y ait la course des mecs. Donc on verra. Donc comme avant, je vous laisserai le... On regardera ensemble le départ de la course des hommes, puis après je vous laisse regarder chill parce que moi, je suis crevé et puis commenter pendant pendant 1h30 là. Ça va être un peu moisi, mais... c'est quoi le plus rentable pour toi? Rentrée d'argent, un sub, un don? C'est une bonne question. C'est une bonne question. Ah, c'est la fin? Il continue pas sur ce stream? Qu'est-ce que ça dit que ceci? Attends, il y a une pause? Wait a minute. 14h45. Ah, c'est plus tard! Puis il y a une pause comme ça? Mais non. Il y a une pause de malade mental! Bon, on va discuter, je crois. Hein. Je vais pas partir tout de suite. Bon, on va pas couper le live comme ça. Super. Il y a plus. Il y a plus de vélo. Non, non, ça va reprendre, mais pas tout de suite, quoi. Donc, si vous voulez aller faire une pause et tout... Attendez, je vais mettre cette scène-là. Tac. Oh là là. Today, 14h45. Ah, mais j'ai cru que ça suivait. Comment ça se fait qu'il y a une pause de 50 minutes? Comme ça. Mince. Si, départ 15h. Même sur Insta, il n'y a pas de news. Ouais, je sais pas. Pause sieste. Histoire de participer. Oui, oui. Alors, qu'est-ce qui est le plus rentable? En fait, quand tu prends un abo, ça paye... Si tu peux mettre un Prime, je crois que c'est bénéf pour tout le monde, y compris pour toi, parce que je crois que le Prime, c'est gratos. Mais tu peux en mettre qu'un par mois, je crois. L'abonnement, ça donne des sous à Twitch et à moi. Et le don, c'est une bonne question. Huh. Comment ça marche? Parce que c'est vrai que j'avais mis un truc. Déjà, est-ce que ça marche? Attends, je vais regarder. Comme ça, je te renseigne juste. Ah, si tu fais un don via le truc Streamlabs, ça donne tout. Si je comprends bien. Donc tu donnes rien à Twitch. Ouais, ça donne... Tu donnes rien à Twitch ni à Streamlabs. Sous la fenêtre du live, t'as un panneau que j'ai fait don. Tu peux cliquer sur le panneau si tu le souhaites. Hein. C'est pas une obligation du tout. Mais comme ça répond à ta question. Et ensuite, il y a un truc qui est géré par Streamlabs, et puis moi, ça m'envoie sur le PayPal. Tac. Voilà, j'espère que ça répond à ta question. Oh bah c'est trop gentil. Mais ruinez-vous pas, hein, vraiment. On va se mettre un peu de musique, là. Look at the time, man! Antovi! Merci pour le follow. Merci beaucoup, merci beaucoup. On va pas mettre un truc... il faut qu'on mette quelque chose qui bouge un peu quand même. Sinon on va s'endormir là. Là, ça va non? Pas trop fort je crois. Là comme ça, salut! Alors bah on attend là, on est en pause de 50 minutes si jamais Antovli. Merde, j'ai mal lu. Parce que je croyais que la course des mecs ça allait s'enchaîner tout de suite, mais en fait non. Ok. Est-ce qu'on a des news des Richards quelque part déjà ou pas? Toujours pas, je crois. Hein. Est-ce qu'on peut aller revoir peut-être? Je regarde un peu sur les réseaux, mais là je vois rien. Je vois rien. Ah, qu'est-ce que c'est ça? Non, ça c'est Jenny. Non, il n'y a pas de Richards pour l'instant. On peut aller voir. Je vais voir si on peut revoir le live direct là, comme ça. Tac, 100. Ça, est-ce que je peux revoir depuis le.
Gives us an idea of what we're working.
The riders just managing that body temperature, keeping that heat under control. The top has seen a
C'était où?
Nicely done. Yeah, just rolls the gear.
See now that gap appeared. Oh, Cena Fry going super deep.
Getting a bit
Est-ce qu'on peut voir quand c'était?
under a minute.
The gap just coming back.
Elle est où?
1:0.
Parce qu'on a vite vu un vélo hors champ là.
And it's a crucial.
The riders just managing that body
Elle est plus là déjà, je crois.
really split.
Elle est là. Qu'est-ce qu'elle a fait? Accélérer un peu, hein. Ouais, je vais revoir les images. Est-ce qu'on voit quelque chose? Richards, elle est 2 là. Ah putain, là.
That's why we love this all-out attacking style of Alessandra Keller.
But good section by Keller, managing to get back
yellow
onto the
flag
wheel.
There's a crash down
Salut,
there.
Gaucho.
Evie Richards, by the look of it, is off to the right-hand side of the track.
Qu'est-ce qui s'est
Oh
passé?
no, Evie.
Whoa. Managing to get
See
back
the yellow
onto the wheel.
flag There's a crash down
Ah,
there.
elle est-
from
on la
Evie.
voit, on la voit.
That's why
Look.
we love this all-out attacking style of Alessandra Keller.
Regardez là.
But good section by
On
Keller.
la voit, elle est
managing
par
to get
terre,
back
elle
onto
va
the wheel.
passer
There's a
sous
crash
la...
down there.
Ok.
Evie Richards, by the look of it, is
Bon, elle a
off to the
réussi à
right-hand
passer de
side of
l'autre
the
côté
track.
apparemment.
Oh
Mais
no, Evie.
ça a l'air violent parce que on la
Evie
voit pas se
Richards
relever.
in trouble at
Ici,
the
là, tout à
bottom of
droite.
this route section. The bike is over the side of the borders.
So as
Ah, elle
you
a
drop
juste couché,
down
on la
there,
voit.
it's a really steep drop.
Aïe,
Let's have a
aïe,
look.
aïe, aïe,
We're
aïe,
going to need
aïe.
to replay this. Richards down off the side, look with the side of the board, to the
J'espère
right
que
hand
ça
side
va,
of the
hein.
track.
Attendez, on va se
Style
la
of
refaire un
Alessandra
coup.
Keller.
But good section by Keller, managing to get
See
back
the yellow
onto the wheel.
flag There's a crash down there. It's Evie Richards, by the look of it, is off to the
Ah,
right hand side of
merde.
the track. Oh no, Evie.
Whoa.
Evie Richards in trouble at the bottom of this route section. The bike is
J'espère que
over
ça
the
va,
side
hein.
of the borders.
So as you drop down there,
Elle
it's
est
a
couchée, hein,
really
ça enlève
steep
pas.
drop.
Let's
Bon,
have a look.
elle est
We're
vivante.
going to
Moi.
need to replay this. Richards
Ce que je veux dire, c'est
down
qu'elle
off
s'est
the side of
dégagée
the
pour
course.
aller en dehors de la course parce que ça va pas, quoi. Merde. Chiant, ça. Chiant. Bon, on espère que ça va, hein. On espère que ça va aller. Ouais, ça suffit qui donne 5 euros.
Merci à toi.
Merci beaucoup, merci, ouais. On se la remet. Merci mec, ça fait trop plaisir. Tu participes directement désormais à l'achat de l'abonnement pour regarder les vélos. Bravo à toi. C'est mieux, donner l'argent à moi au lieu de Warner Bros. Et puis Max TV et toutes ces conneries de Netflix là. Non, je rigole. non. non, mais merci beaucoup, ça fait super plaisir. Sachez qu'il suffit juste de partager le stream. Et puis effectivement, si vous voulez un peu participer directement à l'achat de l'abonnement, vous pouvez faire un don comme ça suffit, mais ce n'est pas obligé, vraiment pas. Mais moi je fais ça avec plaisir depuis... Ça fait la 3e année que je fais ça. La première année, j'ai pas pu le faire toutes les fois. La 2e année, je l'ai presque fait toutes les fois. Il y a eu une ou 2 courses que j'ai dû faire un peu comme aujourd'hui, je l'ai lancé le stream à distance et tout. J'avais fait un live en direct à Lens Day. Ça, c'était rigolo, ça. Attendez, il faut que je vous montre. On a le temps de parler, de toute façon, on a 40 minutes encore là. Sur YouTube, là. Vous inquiétez pas, j'utilise pas Bing, hein, c'est juste que sur Chrome, j'ai tous mes trucs privés, donc j'évite de montrer des bêtises. Là. Les shorts. Il est où? Ah, Lenzo Ride. Ça, c'était trop marrant, ça. Voilà. J'étais allé à Lenzo Ride chez moi, en Suisse. Hop, c'est où le début? Ah, voilà. En live, j'avais paramétré pour envoyer le flux vidéo de mon téléphone à la maison sur l'ordinateur pour faire le live. Comme ça, il y avait une connexion un peu stable. Bon, c'est un peu compliqué à expliquer techniquement, mais c'était plutôt bien foutu. Et il me semble que la qualité, ça allait encore. Bon, 720, on est d'accord qu'aujourd'hui, on est plus habitué à avoir un peu de Full HD et de 4K. Mais c'était pas dégueu. J'avais mon meilleur pote déguisé en vache, avec une super cloche. Puis là, on est allé voir le vélo de descente. Bah, en fait, on a vu toutes les compétitions, mais cette vidéo-là, c'est le vélo de descente. C'est assez chouette. Je sais qu'on peut voir un vélo passer, là, un coup. Ah, je suis là. C'est nous. Mon pote, il prenait des photos. Moi, je bois de l'eau. Et puis là, je suis perdu dans la forêt. Bon, on sait qu'il y a un vélo. Ah, puis quand le live allait commencer, là, à distance, je switchais entre le live sur l'ordinateur. Comme ça, j'arrêtais le live IRL pour que vous ayez un bon son, etc. Parce que c'est vrai que IRL, c'est rigolo 2 secondes, mais... Bah, voilà, ça bug, non? Le son, oui. C'est vite l'enfer, quoi. S'il y a un petit vélo qui passe... Ah ouais, le son, c'était horrible. Ouais, my bad, hein. On teste des trucs ici, on teste, hein. On n'est pas des streamers professionnels. Oh, le bide. Ah, puis de réparer la technique, on est tout seul à distance avec 2 téléphones, là, au secours. Ah voilà, j'avais fait comme ça, là. J'avais coupé mon son, du coup. Et puis j'avais mis le live ici. Pendant que je me baladais dans la forêt, là. Ah mais attendez, vous voyez rien. Vous me dites rien, là. Voilà, comme ça c'est mieux, là. Oh, je parle depuis 2 heures avec le petit aperçu, super. Bon, je vais enlever le son. Mais c'était chouette. Ça, c'était trop bien. C'est... Après, je sais pas si... Ouais, le son, c'était de la merde. Après, je sais pas si c'était bien de mettre IRL comme ça ou pas. Camille Balanche. Voilà, puis après, j'ai mis en full stream parce que... ça devenait un peu casse-gueule la descente à pied aussi, donc j'ai changé. Qu'est-ce qu'on avait encore? Il y a les épreuves de VTT aussi, non, je crois. Ah là j'étais à un événement. Du coup, j'ai streamé la course au jet depuis un Airbnb où il y avait un super taureau là. Il était allé où? Voilà. Il y a un super taureau. J'ai commenté la course avec ma copine. Ça me tue. Ah voilà. C'était catastrophique le setup. Catastrophique. Mais bon. Ah, puis la piste, elle était dégueulasse. Je sais pas, vous vous souvenez des jets là? Tout le monde tombait, c'était infâme. Ils étaient tous dégueulasses. Ça creusait des tranchées là avec les vélos. C'était assez honteux. On s'est bien marré en tout cas. Il y a 2 ans. Ah là, il y a du cross-country là. Ah là, Alan Zaride là. Oula, le vomito. Oh merde. C'est toujours 720 max? Ah ouais. Bon bah sorry hein. Ah, tellement mal rasé en plus. Quel enfer. Mais là je crois que c'était mieux là. En fait j'ai pas de micro non plus. Faudrait que j'achète ça. Bah voilà, les 5 € peut-être vont servir à acheter un micro. On est ici à Los Angeles. Non, on est en Suisse, on est en Suisse. Mais par contre, la course va commencer dans 39 minutes. Allez, on y est bientôt, on y est bientôt. On a déjà eu les femmes. Mais ils font une pause entre les femmes et les hommes. On sait pas pourquoi, de 50 minutes, mais c'est pas grave. Et du coup, je raconte ma vie. Tu games un peu classique ce soir? Et puis après... Qu'est-ce qui s'est passé? Ah oui, je me souviens, c'était honteux. Nous, on devait partir pour éviter les embouteillages. Et puis... Ah, je suis en train de parler, il n'y avait pas le son? Incroyable, je ne savais pas. Oui. Attends, c'est où? Il y avait pas un truc qui s'est passé et le stream s'est arrêté comme ça? C'était où? Il me semble que c'est... Ils ont coupé le live. Ah voilà, c'est ça. Ouais, ils ont coupé le live, ces bâtards. Ils ont coupé le live avant la fin. J'accélère là. Et puis, je suis allé voir sur RT Sport pour voir s'il y avait quelque chose. Ah, bien sûr qu'il n'y a rien. Et puis voilà, c'est fini. Du coup, j'ai fait au revoir. C'était honteux. C'était honteux cette fin de live. Franchement, mon live est mieux. Hein. Enfin bref. Encore 37 minutes. Sinon, vous, ça va? Bon, est-ce qu'on a des news de Richards? La pauvre qui s'est cassé la figure. Je vais regarder si je vois quelque chose. Non. Non, j'ai rien. Hein. J'ai rien du tout, j'ai rien du tout, j'ai rien du tout. Bon, qu'est-ce que j'ai... Et je sais que c'est quoi le temps... Bon, parce que j'ai préparé les pronostics, mais... Ah, c'est le live qui va commencer dans 30 minutes, mais... À 15h... C'est à 15h, il a dit. Cher Chachufi, je crois. Ah non, c'est Jordan qui a dit ça. Ok. Bon, bah écoutez, profitez d'aller aux toilettes, d'aller chercher à boire. Hydratez-vous, il fait chaud. Qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire encore? Prochaine étape, c'est Loudanviel, je crois. Hein. Comme ça, les Rider, c'est n'importe quoi. Ah non, mais c'est que du XCC, ok. Si je vais là. Loudanviel. Le 31 mai à 13h. Ça va être une dinguerie. On espère qu'il fasse beau. Prochaine étape, hein, c'est le 31 mai. Si jamais. Vélo de descente. On est toujours beaucoup à regarder le vélo de descente. C'est toujours une ambiance sympa dans le chat. On a beaucoup de personnes d'Amérique du Sud qui viennent regarder. Qu'est-ce qu'on a encore? On a genre Mexique, Chili, Brésil. Qu'est-ce qu'il y avait eu encore? Je sais plus, mais c'est fou. Ah bah peut-être je peux vous montrer ça. Je trouve ça fou que les gens viennent regarder. Attendez, comment je peux le faire pour pas trop pas montrer de bêtises, mais c'est où? Ah là, c'est ça. Comment je peux montrer d'où viennent les gens? Ah, comme ça là. Est-ce que j'ai un truc qui monte l'écran ou pas? Non, j'ai pas. Oh non, je dois bidouiller. Excusez-moi, hein, c'est pas un stream professionnel ici. Si je fais ça... nouveau. Capture d'écran. Là. Voilà, comme ça vous voyez un peu... Merde, moi qui disais que je voulais pas montrer mes trucs perso, bah, je le fais. Là, voilà. Voilà, on a Chili, Espagne, Suisse, Canada, Colombie, Pérou, États-Unis, Argentine, Guatemala. Bon, on a des 4,3-2%, c'est pas énorme. Mais ça faisait Papouasie, Nouvelle-Guinée, incroyable. La Réunion. Ah oui, la Réunion, trop marrant. Il y a J'étais allé il y a 2 ans, je crois, à la Réunion. Et on a parlé avec un gars du chat de la Réunion. Je sais plus qui c'est maintenant. Mais il connaissait le guide de VTT avec qui j'ai fait du vélo là-bas. Trop marrant. Équateur, Australie, une personne de l'Australie. Incroyable. Trop marrant. C'est fou comme on peut voir depuis où viennent les gens. C'est Twitch qui fait tout ça. Hein. Moi, je... Voilà. Hein. C'est fou. Ça, c'était la course du 2 mai. La première course de vélo de descente en Corée. C'était fou. Eh, vous étiez une chier, là. 158. Faut venir quand il y a du vélo de descente. C'est toujours le fun. Et voilà, quoi. Voilà, voilà. Ça fait... Ouais. Voilà, voilà. Hein. C'est pour ça que je vais vous laisser regarder la course de vélo tout seul après parce que je suis éclaté. J'ai pris des photos. Ah, est-ce qu'on peut regarder? Ah, peut-être que je peux vous montrer. J'ai fait des photos. On est allé... au bord d'un lac où il y a une espèce de petit étang, des roseaux, etc. Parce que c'est le moment des grenouilles. Les grenouilles sont en chaleur. Super. S'il me faut un câble, comment je peux vous montrer si j'ai pas de câble? Il est au salon. J'arrive. J'ai pas vu, j'ai mon chat mort derrière. Il est couché contre sa tête, que c'est. Incroyable. Alors, les photos. Oui. Shit happen every day, but it's alright. Ok. On espère que c'est ça pour Heavy. Ah, c'est vrai que la Discord a... Avec Discord, ils savent pas ce qui se passe. Voilà. Ils ont écrit les gens sur Discord? Non, c'est bon. Les photos. Aïe. On est combien aujourd'hui? On est le 24. Alors on va aller sur le 24. Est-ce que je peux regarder les roses sur... Pouet. Ça c'est des vidéos, mais d'accord. Ah, je suis obligé de les copier et tout. Bon, ok, on va faire ça. J'arrive, hein. Je suis en train de copier-coller les photos. Ça, je peux vous les montrer. Happens every day. It happens every day. Ah, je suis en train de le faire là. Ok. 15 minutes? Oh, c'est long! Ah non, ça va être plus rapide, ça va être plus rapide. Ne vous inquiétez pas, chat. Ouais, du coup, on est allé faire un tour au bord du lac de Neuchâtel, si les gens connaissent. Et puis, le but c'était d'aller voir les grenouilles, de tester mon nouvel appareil photo avec mon super objectif. Je me suis acheté un super... Parce que en fait, j'ai un nouvel appareil photo et je me suis acheté un objectif qui zoome sa race. Là. Ça, c'est du bon bébé. Bon, je l'ai acheté d'occasion, hein. Je suis pas riche. Mais, voilà. Hop. Petit téléobjectif là pour aller filmer. Le but, c'est que je fasse un peu de... plus de la vidéo. Faire de la photo, ça mange pas de pain. Je suis un peu allé tester le matos aujourd'hui. En nature, avec les copains. J'aimerais me faire un setup un peu vidéo. Et en plus, j'ai vu qu'avec cet appareil, je peux live avec. On pourra se faire peut-être une fois un live un peu nature et tout. Ça pourrait être sympa, non? Je sais pas ce que vous en pensez, vous, mais... Un petit live nature où on filme des canards pendant 6 heures. En espérant les avoir au bon moment et tout. Alors, ça en dit où le... 8 minutes. Ah, c'était vraiment 15 minutes? Quel enfer. Sinon, c'est quoi vos passions, là, vous tous, là? C'est tous que du vélo. Vous faites que du VTT, du vélo de descente, de l'enduro. Vous avez quoi comme vélo? Racontez-moi. Et vous faites quoi dans vos vies, là? Ah ouais, j'ai une bonne idée. Vous vous dites, j'ai ça comme vélo et je fais ça comme métier. Ça me donnera une bonne idée de la personne. Par exemple, moi, j'ai un Scott Ransom 2016, 15, 16, je sais plus. Non, pas 2015, pas possible. Je sais plus. La première version du Ransom là qui est sortie. Et je suis médiaticien, c'est-à-dire informaticien et graphiste, en gros. Voilà, je fais un peu tout et n'importe quoi, mais surtout n'importe quoi. C'est une bonne définition, non? À vous. Dites-moi, dites-moi. Est-ce que j'ai pas une photo de mon bike quelque part aussi? Comme ça, je vous montre. Chaumont, Chaumont. Ah, Chaumont Super D. Incroyable, on peut regarder la course d'enduro que j'ai fait. Putain, je suis mort. J'espère que je dis pas de dinguerie par contre. Alors, ça se lance ou pas? Voilà. OMG. Ah bah comme ça vous verrez le vélo. Là. C'est moi là. Oh là là. Je garantis pas la qualité. Hein. Ah, ça départ. J'ai testé une course d'enduro une fois. Scott Spark RC Team 2022. C'est que le VTT niveau national. J'ai un peu de route à côté. Waouh! Pas mal! Trop bien. Bon, c'était une petite compète d'enduro en mode chill. Hein. Voilà, je sais pas du tout. Ça fait longtemps que j'ai plus vu la vidéo. Hein. Voilà, vieille GoPro. Hein. Voilà, bonne gerbe. Hein. Ah, je me suis déjà trompé! Mais c'est honteux! Mais c'est honteux. Je me souviens plus. Attendez, mais c'est quoi celle-là? C'est celle-là? Ah, mais c'est peut-être la découverte des... Ici, Viola Pierre XC avec fourche avant, charge... Ok. Mais je fais plus de trail que de VTT. Il y a une entreprise de drone. Mais non! C'est une dinguerie. Une entreprise de drone? Mais genre... C'est-à-dire, tu construis des drones? Ou tu vends des drones DJI et des trucs déjà faits? Je me demande si c'est pas... Ah, ça monte, ça monte. Je me demande si c'est pas la première run, celle-là, là. Alors, je suis juste une merde. Il me semblait qu'elle était mieux, la run. C'est pas impressionnant comme ça, hein. C'est pas très impressionnant. Non, mais je pense que c'est la première run. J'espère. Oh putain, il y avait une giga montée, là, un trou. Putain, j'en fais du bruit. Putain, ça fait longtemps que j'avais pas regardé, c'est honteux. Je suis mort. Ah bah voilà, comme ça on a un truc à regarder là. Là ça fait... ça va vite, hein. J'espère que vous êtes pas trop submergé par l'émotion de mon niveau. C'est toujours bizarre quand tu regardes des vidéos. T'as l'impression que tu vas à 1000 à l'heure et en fait non. Je fais du nettoyage, des prises de vue, un peu de tout. Ah cool. Trop bien. J'hésite à faire... parce que là en fait je fais un truc... je fais mon service civil, c'est-à-dire au lieu de faire l'armée je fais ça. Et j'ai des jours à faire. Et puis... bah j'hésitais après à... Parce qu'après je suis au chômage. J'hésitais à faire une formation pour piloter des gros drones. Genre pour l'agriculture ou pour les géomaticiens ou pour d'autres trucs quoi. Pour la géothermie, des trucs comme ça. Non, ouais, non pas géothermie. Des trucs pour les panneaux solaires. Géothermique ou un truc comme ça. Je sais plus le nom maintenant. Enfin je m'intéressais un peu à ça quoi. On verra. Bon, je vais mettre la deuxième vidéo là. Il me semble que c'était mieux l'autre. Attendez, ça c'est quoi? Ah, il y avait des parcours, il y avait des petits défis. Il fallait rouler sur les planches et tout. Tu gagnais des points. Ah bah voilà, lui il est sorti. C'est assez sympa.
Juste le cul qui est...
Qu'est-ce qu'il y avait encore? Ça, on est où là? Ah, fallait qu'on rejoigne l'autre piste.
Sympathique là. Tu veux une caravasse ou bien? Non, je rigole.
Je sais pas ce que je dis comme connerie. Je vais baisser le son, hein, ça. C'est gênant. Il a failli se planter là. Il a failli se planter, mon pote. Je suis mort. Bon, on va arrêter de regarder ces conneries. Moi, à la base, je voulais montrer des grenouilles. Ah oui, petit truc trop marrant. On recevait la plaque, puis un œuf, l'œuf, fallait le garder quelque part sur toi toute la course. Et puis si tu le pétais pas, t'avais des points en plus. Voilà. C'était sympa. Hein. Ah ouais, mais il y a des super photos là. Il y a des super photos. C'est mouillé. Regardez, c'est mouillé. Bon, ça c'est mon pote. Mais ça c'est moi. Oh, il est bien orange. Hein. Il a un peu boosté les couleurs, le gars. Ah, puis le slalom, là, on a fait du dual slalom. Oh, ce que j'étais nul. Nul à chier. J'étais nul à chier, vraiment. Je forme aussi, n'hésite pas à demander si besoin de conseils. Je viens de m'inscrire sur Discord. Ah, cool, ok. Ça marche, bah je garde. Bien classe les photos. Ouais, elles sont cool, hein. Elles sont assez cool. Il y en a une que j'aime bien, c'est celle-là, là. Celle-là, je l'ai mis sur mes réseaux. Elle est cool, hein. J'aime bien, j'aime bien. La course dans 18 minutes. On a le temps de meubler encore un peu. Je vais vous montrer maintenant des images incroyables de grenouilles. Alors, est-ce que je peux les afficher en... Je crois que oui. Ah waouh, regardez ça là. Voilà, ça change un peu le thème. Théma la grenouille. Ah ouais. Elles sont pas traitées encore. Hein. Paniquez pas pour les couleurs. Et puis le fait que certaines soient floues. J'ai pas trié. Je viens de les mettre sur l'ordi. Donc ne jugez pas. Voilà, des grenouilles qui kennent. Très impressionnant. Hein. Oula. Vous voyez, il y en a une qui se noie et l'autre qui profite. Magnifique la nature. Les belles grenouilles. Bon, j'ai pris des rafales là, on a compris. Ah, pouette pouette. Pouette pouette la grenouille. Voilà, ça change du vélo comme ça, on fait une petite pause nature. Ça c'est honteux ce stream. Mais c'était assez cool. Ah, ça c'est pas mon pote, c'est ma copine. Hop là. Ah, celle-là elle est pas mal. Celle-là elle est bien même. Nice. Donc c'est avec le téléobjectif que j'ai montré juste avant là. Et j'aimerais bien faire un peu de photos de sport aussi, de vélo, d'escalade. Enfin, je vais m'y mettre quoi. Je suis pas... On s'y met, hein. Hop. Un grenouille qui saute, mais c'est mal pris. Bon, c'est pas grave. C'était le jour des tests. Ah mais elle se saute dessus. Il y a sa copine là, ou son copain, je sais pas. C'était un peu la... Excusez-moi du terme, mais c'était un peu la partouze à grenouille où on est allé. Hein. Ah, là j'ai essayé de choper... Elle se courait après là. Ou elle se nageait après, comme on dit. Je sais pas. Là il y a un signe qui est passé. J'ai testé la rafale avec le suivi. Ça n'a pas l'air terrible. T'es cramé, hein. Bon, c'est pas grave. Mon pote, je vous dirai pas ce qu'il est en train de faire là, mais vous pouvez peut-être deviner. Une grèbe UP. Bel oiseau, ça. Bel oiseau. Ouf. Et comme je vous ai dit, c'est pas traité encore. Un cormoran en l'air. Les images sont un peu cramées, mais c'est pas grave. Putain, je suis mort. Ah, tester de choper des hirondelles, c'est compliqué. Hein. Ça va à une vitesse, ces machins. Bref, j'ai tenté, mais il y a tout qui est flou, il me semble que j'ai regardé. Ah, c'est fini? Ok. Ah oui, j'ai pas vu les films du coup. Bah, j'ai filmé. Attendez. Hop là. Ah, oh, elle est pas mal la Kali. Hop là, plouf. Je testais un peu la HD, etc. Donc franchement, on va être bien. Hein. J'essaierai de vous faire des... On verra si... Ah, barrière. La barrière dans le stream. Dans la caméra, je veux dire. J'essaierai de faire un live avec l'appareil pour voir comment ça donne. Après, c'est vrai que ça dépend du... Ah. Ouais, enfin, il faut que je réfléchisse techniquement, quoi. Les grenouilles, elles sont où? J'avais filmé les grenouilles ici. Est-ce que c'est ça? C'est quick quick. Incroyable. Attendez, mais je crois qu'il y en a où j'en ai plusieurs. Ah. Ah, la netteté, au secours. Ah, voilà. Quick, quick. Oh, je saute dessus. Super. Boulot, boulot, hein. Ah là, mais là, c'est pas mal. Là. Tout à coup, elles vont s'exciter, elles vont toutes partir. Hop là, c'est le bordel. Trop bien. Bon, je suis content alors, c'est pas mal. Ça donne bien. Bon, voilà ce que j'ai fait ce matin et puis pourquoi j'étais un peu en retard sur le stream. Mais ça, c'est mes. Et là, j'ai des premières photos là. Attendez, faut que je fasse gaffe à ce que je montre aussi. Non, c'est le week-end passé. Non. Oui, le week-end passé. Quelque part en Suisse. Pas mal, hein. Qu'est-ce que je peux montrer encore? Là. Il avait neigé tout d'un coup de fou. Puis on passait le printemps et on c'est l'hiver. C'est une dinguerie. C'est ma copine. Hop là. Sympa, hein. Non mais l'appareil est bien. Ah oui, puis j'ai fait des photos d'insectes aussi. Bon, vous en foutez peut-être, mais... Bon, on est d'accord, c'est flou. L'abeille est floue, mais les bulbes, là, les machins bizarres, les petites fleurs, c'est ok. Ah là, par contre, elle est belle. Celle-là, elle est bien. Elle est pas mal, hein. Bientôt des photos de sport, je vous jure. Coccinelle, chenille, enfin bref. Bon, on en est où là? 12 minutes. 12 minutes. Mesdames et messieurs, 12 minutes. Ce qu'on fait, c'est que je lance une pause, comme ça je fais pipi aussi. Puis on se mate le début de la course ensemble, ça vous va? On se fait une pause de 10 minutes. Profitez, pisser, etc. Faites votre vie. Et puis on se donne rendez-vous tout de suite, dans quelques minutes. Ça marche? Ok. Alors, je vous mets la pause, et puis à tout de suite. fuck? Allô? On m'entendait pas, MDR? Je disais, je suis de retour, bravo! Ça commence dans quelques secondes. Et thank you, family, for the follow. Yes, it is Nové Město with me, free, and with happy people in the chat. Bah voilà, ça va commencer. Alors, qu'est-ce qu'on a? Paf, watch live. Ok, Discord, j'arrive. Ah, merci pour m'avoir donné à boire au chat. Ok, Discord, c'est bon normalement. C'est reparti. On est reparti, les gens, on est reparti. Hype. Toin. Ah, je vous laisse l'intro.
They are off and racing in Nové Město Na Moravě. Huge numbers here in the Czech Republic. Oh, a massive crash. Absolutely lined with fans. But it's Pat Peterson who just rolls on a gear. Peterson, Nové Město Na Moravě. Right away from Tchéquie, Nové Město Na Moravě. Hello and welcome to one of the biggest days in cross-country mountain bike racing. It's Nové Město Day here at the Whoop UCI Mountain Bike World Series, the UCI Cross Country Olympic World Cup. The second round of 2026.
Yes, bienvenue sur la course la plus incroyable, l'une des plus incroyables de l'année parce que c'est Nové Město en Tchéquie. Un parcours incroyable, mythique, avec des montées et des descentes très techniques, des moments de sprint, des moments calmes, des moments single un peu sympas. Il y a tout dans cette course, voilà, on se fait plaisir, il y a des spectateurs, il fait beau. Il y a Pitcock, mais c'est pas grave. Ici, on est du côté des haters. Non, je rigole. Non. Alors, on va se contenir. Des memories du carnage de Corée. Merci, Jordan. J'essaye en tout cas. Je suis le Robin des Bois du VTT.
So we are in Slovakia with Luca and Charlie doing a media shooting and some training in preparation for South Korea World Cup.
Today my legs felt. Like yesterday I was a bit whereas today I was just like kind of
feel a bit more normal. Yeah. Good. I like the helmet, Nick.
This one's sick.
Yeah, I like that. I really enjoy people, and I think getting the best out of some individual each day is kind of seeing what tools they need to get through the day, or I think it's really important that everyone feels supported and listened to on the team. And this way you get happy individuals, and then the team environment is a different one to if you feel unsupported or not listened to. It's not a nice place to be. So you've been with the team now 15 months. How do you think you've changed your approach to what you do, or as a person, how's the team helped you?
I think I'm completely different on the bike and on the normal life too. I'm more professional. I do my job on the bike and I enjoy maybe more my life. Some good restaurants, good moments, and I can feel more strong to
I
can recover faster, I can ride faster, and when you want to recover, you can recover, and that's mega. I think the coolest thing about the team is how many different nationalities we have on the team. You know, each rider is from a different country, and then all the staff from different countries, so you have so many different personalities and characters, and it's nice to come and ride together and compare notes. And
I think we try and operate as a team on training rides, and the whole team rides together. Anna, Yolanda on the trails, everyone.
Yeah, you don't see that very often with the girls riding with the boys. It doesn't happen all the time because we ride a bit faster sometimes, but it's incredible how fast those girls go on the descents. Like, it's unreal. You don't have to wait ever. The vibe's great, and we all get along really well, and I think that's really important for the year because you spend so much time together, and the team almost becomes your family.
My way is kind of balancing having a performing athlete. You have the athlete and you have the person, and I think it's really important that the person's looked after and they're speaking with the families and the friends, and kind of that's developing alongside trying to each day be a better version of yourself in terms of performance.
Just like that, Cannondale Factory Racing. Getting ready to go.
Ok, petit moment sympathique avec le team Cannondale.
Charlie Aldridge, Ice Fest
qui, pour résumer, qui donnait une approche de comment se passe le travail tous ensemble, de passer quelques mois ensemble, comment ça change les personnes, et comment ça fait du bien aussi mentalement d'être dans une team et tout, parce que on se marre parce que nous on aime bien faire du vélo, mais de tryhard le vélo à ce point-là, ça peut être dangereux mentalement aussi. Il y a des gens qui font des burn-out au sport, ça se fait. Et du coup, il faut toujours avoir un environnement sain, etc. Voilà, et là on voit la piste.
Our first climb into the woods is riddled with roots from side to side.
Si vous aimez les racines, sachez que vous serez servi. Parce que il n'y a que ça. Et les rochers aussi.
This is the first gnarly section of this course. It is littered with lines. There's a defined right line, a pretty wiggly left line you can cut through the middle. There's so many embedded and sharp rocks here. Now this section won't necessarily win you the race, but can easily lose you the race with a flat tire. You have to look after your bike, your wheels and your body.
Attention de ne pas crever sur cette partie-là. Les gens qui aiment bien lâcher les freins là-dedans, le problème c'est que ça pince après.
Keep the air in your tires and get through that section to survive for the remainder of the lap.
Petite descente ensuite et après ça remonte.
Compose yourself because this next climb may be one of the most iconic sections of trail in the world.
Ah ouais, après le pont, c'est la montée mythique.
And the noise of the crowd. This is one of the most famous sections in cross-country racing. There is thousands of people here. It is the most technical part, the widest part, and the most physical. Once you deal with that energy, you've got the rest of the climb to get stuck into. Momentum is your friend in maintaining your speed and power in the most technical climb of the course.
Il souffle là, Josh.
Now these steps are simple, but they're blind, they're full of rocks, and they can easily rip your tire to pieces.
On a vu, hein, Mesto c'est réputé pour les crashs, les crevaisons. C'est vraiment un parcours très technique.
But after this punch, we're set up to bring it all the way home. Now it's not over yet. This last little rock garden is deceivingly technical. There's a lot of blind little rocks that can ruin the end of your race in a heartbeat. Well, as we come back onto the start straight, all of our favourite sections at Nové Město are in fine form. We cannot wait for the racing. In the meantime, I'm going to go and play with my brand new GoPro and we'll see you trackside.
Ah, wow. La petite pub pour la nouvelle GoPro. Est-ce que c'est un produit pour tuer la marque ou pas?
In the Ice Fest, back on a mountain bike, back in Nové Město. Jordan Sarou.
Pitcock, il est en blanc. Attention, en blanc, il y a le cash move beat. Est-ce que vous avez vu? Je crois que certains étaient là déjà hier. On a parlé du maillot là. On en parlera plus tard.
Yeah, it feels nice. I think I could have done a bit better yesterday, but I'm also super happy to be here and yeah, looking forward to today actually.
Who do you think some of your biggest competition are out there today?
I mean, the heavy favorite is Tom, for sure. He's the best mountain biker in the world, and pretty much every time he comes, he wins. But yeah, I think everyone wants to try to follow him.
Well, we wish you all the luck.
Thank you.
T'as le seul français qui se donne la peine pour parler anglais. Let's go. Qu'est-ce qu'on disait? Oui, on en a parlé l'autre jour. Il a une espèce de cache bit noir là. Ça lui fait un monstrueux string, on dirait. Pour cacher les boulasses apparemment. Voilà. On avait noté 3 sur 10 je crois le design. Mais il a pas l'air de l'avoir là. Eh c'est nous, incroyable. Et les gens qui seront présents au jet et puis à l'eau d'Anviel, je veux vous voir, hein. Je veux vous voir dire coucou là, à la caméra. Il y a quelqu'un qui devait faire une pancarte d'ailleurs. Je sais plus qui c'était. Ride or Die ou un truc comme ça. Y a-t-il Van Der Poel? C'est une bonne question. Je crois pas. Je vais regarder tout de suite. Je vais le chercher. Startlist. Cross-country olympique. Là. Van. Je ne le vois pas sur la liste de départ. Je ne le vois pas. Van, c'est bien V-A-N, on est d'accord, hein? Je ne le vois pas. Je vois Van der Steen, je vois Van du Chris, mais je vois pas de Van der Poel. Poel. Je dis Poel parce que c'est rigolo, mais on est d'accord. Hein. Non, il n'y a pas un. There is no Van der Poel on the race. Ah, la prédiction, les gens, il faut prédire. C'est parti pour 10 minutes. J'ai mis les 10 premiers de la start list normalement, d'après MTB Data. C'est parti. Pour 10 minutes, misez vos points. Faut que je le fasse aussi. Mon téléphone. Ah, merci pour le chat. Bravo le chat. Le chat a soif.
This afternoon, another thrilling installment of Martin versus Pidcock again today as well. Charlie Aldridge.
Aldridge, un type très rigolo qui a les épaules carrées de fou. Il a l'air de mesurer 3 mètres.
Aldridge. British champion, really coming of age at the minute. Knows Pidcock well.
Ah, il y a des fans là dans le chat, j'ai vu.
Martin Vedare.
Vamos Martin. Martin. Vamos Martin. Los. On voit Johnny les fans. Pronostic on the chat.
And here he is. The man who wrote all the headlines.
Ah, ça a mis des points pour Vidoré là, je vois.
Dario
ouais, la Suisse.
rode almost the perfect cross-country race. Lilo, can he become the 4th elite man to win opening rounds back-to-back?
Moi, vous savez quoi, je vais mettre mes points sur Lilo, moi. Allez. Paf.
But listen to this noise. Tom Pidcock. Q365. Pinarello. Back on a mountain bike. Loves this
My
place.
favorite.
Going for his 5th elite level cross-country Olympic win around here today. Neil Schurter has 6.
For me, it's Lilo, the new generation of Swiss people. So, because I'm Swiss, so I support Swiss people. But I like them all. Maybe Aldridge is my second favorite.
Lines up alongside him today and lining up alongside me in the commentary booth. I'm very happy to say Ollie Beckinsale. Ollie, this is a special one.
Like,
it's as big as it gets, Nové Město. It's got the history, and I think
what's his name?
Tom Pidcock going for his 5th race, but he's on the front row, which is going to help. But he's got at least
Colombo,
10, maybe 15
Colombo.
guys that could win this bike race as well.
From Scott's Ram Racing Team.
Huge sprint down to the first corner here. Really long.
He's one of my favorites.
As well,
but
so
he's not a good start this year.
Sprint before it bottlenecks again at the end of that. No start loop today as well.
It's going to be really intense, and it's going to go on
but Lilo is
super fast. They've got to get into the single track in a good position.
Here we go.
Allez, les Hispaniques dans le chat. Pidcock après Lilo a surveillé sur le sec. Effectivement, comme hier, quoi. C'est parti, je vous laisse le début.
UCI Cross Country Olympic World Cup for the elite men. The lights go red. And they are go in Nové Město Na Moravě 2026, and it's a sprint for this right-hand corner to begin with. Martin alongside Vidari. Vidari gets there first, and they're all through it cleanly.
A poorer start for Tom Pidcock, just about got shuffled back a little bit. We see Adrian Boissy moving through. Tom Pidcock in the white kit, but the European Championships top in this one.
And look at Jordan Saru around the outside of Dario Lilo, and he's brought Matisse Zara with them. It's going to bottleneck again here.
Voilà, tout le monde veut être premier, tout le monde veut être premier. Pidcock est là, Pidcock en blanc, hein, à surveiller l'alien de la compétition.
But this is a pinch point now.
Azaro's bike just bobbling around underneath him.
Attention, les embûches, embuscades.
It's Dario Lilo who leads them into this new rhythm section.
Yeah, Lilo from Saru.
Oh là là là, c'est parti vite. Hein. C'est parti vite.
Vidari as well coming through, but a good start for all the favourites.
Boissy skipping his way through those doubles, and you can see how this just bunches up now whenever the course narrows here, but the pace really high up this climb, Ollie.
So similar to the short track, straight up the tarmac though on this section. Then we dart
premier
into
tour
the
un
first
peu
one.
cafouillage parce qu'on est tout collé, tout serré.
Earlier than previous years.
Mais
these riders at the front will need to
want
to be in that top 10 before it heads into the single track, because it goes to double file in just around the corner.
No start loop today, which means that they're going to have to do the thinning out by themselves. Oh, Vidari just having to anchor up and get back on the right side of the course to make that turn was messy, but he got it done.
Now we go into the first part of the course, into the single track. It's double file, single file.
On a Lilo devant, ensuite Azaro, Aldridge.
And then we're into the big rock Shimano
Aldridge qui a dû poser le pied, qu'est-ce qui s'est passé? Allô?
Unless you're in that front 5 or 6, you're going to have to probably get off and run, and the gaps then start to appear.
Martin.
Then you hit the rocks really soon in the lap.
Merci,
I feel compelled to mention Dario Lilo
Inrozo
got
11.
to the first corner
Thanks
first,
for the
got
follow.
to the first section first in Monuyong Pyong and kept on going. He's out front at the minute.
Going to be a different race and career, I'm pretty sure of that.
Yeah, what a result from Lilo that was, though. Huge.
Yeah.
And Azaro as well, backing things up in the short track.
Ok, on est tous collés serrés encore pour l'instant. Il y a toujours Pidcock qui a surveillé en cette 8e position, un truc comme ça là.
Really physical, really technical. And I'm sure 6-7 riders will get through before riders are going to be running.
Pidcock just cuts across the front of Bjorn Riley there.
Ok, puis on a la montée mythique de Nové Město là. Ça monte, ça monte. Oh, c'est pas maintenant. Peut-être je me suis... Non, c'est pas maintenant. Je me suis emballé, C'est pas tout de suite. Non, c'est après la descente.
He was gridded right at the back of things.
Yeah, so the finishing position in the short track race decides your gridding for the XCO race. As we see Dario, first time down into the rocks.
Lilo qui nous avait montré une parfaite maîtrise de la boue en Corée.
brutal through
spécialiste
here.
du cyclocross.
Section that's eaten so many wheels and tires
Courir,
over the years. We're hearing
courir, pédaler, courir, pédaler, courir, pédaler.
wheel inserts,
Va-t-il faire un exploit sur le
inserts, the
sec?
sort of pool noodles that go inside him, and this is the reason why.
MC Bjorn Riley trying to overtake on the way through that one. Riley Amos coming through in the US
Technique et en plus qu'on est beaucoup, il faut surtout
Joshua
pas que
Not the best of starts, but a rider in good form and good
celui
history
qui nous
here at Nové
précède
Město.
se plante parce qu'on lui rentre dans le cul là.
Tom Pidcock a couple of years ago in Nové Město Na Moravě.
So we've dropped off the rock garden. A little bit of a transition section now, and then we're into the hardest climb of the race. Up the Wuppenberg, all the way up to the top, really steep, really rooty.
Yeah, the Whoop super climb on its way, and this is really one of the most famous climbs on the UCI Cross Country World Cup.
Voilà,
and there you see
ça
why
bloqué même à la descente parce qu'il y a trop de monde.
These
C'est le
riders
bordel.
behind
Il y a quelqu'un
him
qui
running
court.
now, actually
MDR.
running down the descent and just losing
Je
so
vais tous les
much
fumer à
time.
pied.
102 riders on the start here. It's absolute carnage back in the
Incroyable.
mid-pack.
Big field and absolute
dangereux,
misery running down there in carbon fiber sole shoes.
Ah,
But
voilà,
here they
la
are, they're on the
montée
Whoop
mythique.
Super climb now for the first time, and it's Dario Lillo who's looking like he's going to make it to the
ça-
top first with the number one red board on Matisse
No
Cesaro.
problem,
On the outside of him to your
LRNZ
right.
Yeah, Charlie Aldridge on the move as
0-11.
well. And the British
Saludos de
champ
España.
just on the left of our picture.
Viva España.
Pidcock still in with the front group. Washi
Un,
still in with the front group as well.
parla
He made a good point
espagnol
just
un
before he
poquito
came on there.
bonito,
Washi, now officially an elite level mountain bike
Ah,
winner.
pas du tout.
Yeah, first race, he won a big
Parle pas
race
du
in
tout
Heuberg in
espagnol.
Germany.
Là, on
his
a,
first
on
race
a le VIP là.
Mixes
Il y a un
his
VIP
mountain bike
classe
campaign
qui parle un peu là. Au
with
cas où,
Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe on the
au
road.
cas où il
So
pourra me traduire.
a busy boy, but yeah, he won last week, so a man in form. As we see Max Brandl coming through
Le
in the black
VIP.
kit. Good short track from him, but there's almost this high-powered front group as Tom Pidcock just shuffles
N'oubliez
up
pas,
the
vous pouvez
outside. He's
pronostiquer votre gagnant dans le chat. Alors, je peux pas en mettre plus que 10, si jamais.
Into third now, Filippo Colombo in second.
Pronostic in the
Good
chat.
second part of this lap for
Below the
Filippo
chat.
Colombo, the Swiss champ.
Can choose your
Azaro
winners.
now.
Just a competition between me, the chat and you.
Yeah, we've got riders
Total
have to
free.
watch out on this section.
Ah, si vous voulez jouer,
Well, this QR
ou
code
votez
follow.
le
And you
best
can vote for the
XC
best
rider
cross-country rider of the ride,
du
powered by
round
They'll get
de
that
la
award at
partie.
the end of the race. Make
Voilà.
your
Scanné.
opinions felt.
Alimenté
heard,
par
whatever you
Gobic.
want to do with them.
So this second part of the lap, we have this really rooty single track
Karcher.
descent dropping down.
Bjorn
Karcher
Riley up
aussi.
in 10th at the minute. We're starting to see some consistency
C'est
from
poussiéreux. On a
Bjorn
vu
Riley now.
des femmes se transformer en femmes moustaches
First year in elite last
tellement
year
il y avait de
himself
poussière sur la gueule.
and his compatriot Riley Amos. Both just faltered a
Je pense
little
que
bit,
les
which
imberbes
is kind
seront
of
contents
expected,
là.
but they got overshadowed by guys like
On se
Luca
retrouve avec des
Martin
moustaches de
coming
poussière.
straight through into the front of elite, but they've come good in the last two
Putain, ça
races,
va
and it's
vite,
great
hein.
to see them back at the sharp end.
Mais attends, mais
Here they are heading up into the
je rêve
second
ou le deuxième c'est
tech
Colombo?
feed zone of the lap.
C'est
They
Colombo!
will make cross the start
Incroyable,
finish line as well.
l'inspecteur
They are
Colombo!
ready to take on water and feed in
Nice!
this tech feed.
Avec Lilo
For
qui
this
suit
race
de pas
due
très
to
loin.
the heat. It's looking congested
C'est bien,
in
c'est
there,
beau.
actually.
And after this section, really key positioning. They drop down through here, another switchback.
Putain, mais il est
instead
sorti
of
nulle part, ouais.
transition
Il était
section,
classé
and
quoi?
then we're into a really long single
Colombo,
track
il
with a
était
descent, a climb and a
13e
descent.
sur la piste
Pidcock gonna
de
get the right
départ.
pass.
Elbow Martin
Incroyable.
up that climb allows Lilo Pidcock now attacking round the right hand side.
Ah, Pidcock qui
all
lance.
the riders want to be in a good place to drop into the single track just at the top of this picture.
Attention à ce type, attention.
Yeah,
And
it's
it's
Pidcock.
Pidcock
Vous le
gonna
laissez
lead them
partir,
in.
c'est foutu.
So good awareness from the
Laisse la
British rider.
cabra.
We have a really fast section, big
Ça,
jumps,
j'ai
then
compris.
a super steep technical climb.
T'as bilingue. Ah voilà, ils l'ont laissé
Oh, you
partir.
see Martin
Et
just
si vous le laissez
stalls
partir, c'est de
there.
votre faute.
On
Hein.
the inside line as well, just trying to move through.
Franchement, mettez-lui des bâtons dans les roues, je sais pas, un coup de genou, un coup de coude. Il est parti, regardez, il y a déjà 5 mètres.
Martin Vidare.
Ah, je l'ai sauvé son dimanche, incroyable. Nice, bah écoute, merci à toi d'avoir traduit. Et puis de rien, c'est avec grand plaisir.
Luca Martin for company. The two of them went bar to bar in Palar Sal Andorra last time out.
Après, on pourrait lui dire de venir voir les femmes aussi, mais enfin, c'est une autre histoire.
Good start there, and Fabio Puntadas. Slightly slower start, but One of the riders that comes through
non,
in
mais
the
c'est long, je suis d'accord, c'est long.
really quick.
D'habitude, je commande pas trop là. Là, je suis bien. Je suis réveillé. Mais c'est difficile de suivre toute la compétition toute une après-midi. La preuve, j'étais pas là tout de suite.
Evie Richards is at the medical centre. She's conscious and is off to hospital for further evaluation, but hopefully positive news after a big crash just off camera in the elite women's race. So all our thoughts going out to Evie. Hopefully see her back on the bike soon as possible. But what are your makings, Ollie, of the opening exchanges here in the elite men's race?
So this first lap is getting round safe, getting round.
Ça parlait de Evie Richards, mais on n'a pas eu de nouvelles précises. Hein. Et ils espèrent juste qu'elle aille bien et tout, mais en tout cas, j'ai pas compris.
So far of how these numbers have been thinned out at the front and difficult to navigate sections like this in amongst the traffic. All this
so important for these riders, and that's why we had that big scrap on that early section. It's a small mistake from Mazzaro dropping in there, going really wide. But the further you are back, the harder it is to pick your line, the more likely you are to smack into a rock and get a flat tire or a crash.
On disait, hein, il faut rouler intelligemment sur tout le parcours parce que racine caillou, ça peut crever n'importe quel moment. Wow, Pitcock qui bombarde. Hein. Il va les tuer, il va juste les tuer. Ok, on a notre top. Qu'est-ce qu'il y a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 3, 6, 7, 8, on a top 8. Oh, attention le virage, pas de bêtises les enfants. Et ensuite on fait attention aux bûches, l'embuscade. C'est un peu plus tard, juste après le prochain tournant je crois.
So yeah, front group. You can see the big gap starting to form already. So this one has been thinned out a lot. We saw it in some of the races earlier on today, Ollie, that the first lap pace just blew the pack apart.
Yeah, super fast first lap, and it's all about getting that positioning. They're now in a good place. I think we might just see a little bit of
oh là là, la première casse, il a explosé sa jante. Oi, 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 oi. Ah bah c'est finito pipo là. Hein. Mais il arrive bientôt à la tech zone, le pauvre. Parce que si tu pètes ton vélo, et ben tu marches jusqu'à la tech zone. Et il n'y en a que 2 pendant tout le parcours. Mais là... Là, faut lui changer la roue, mais t'espères qu'il a rien niqué d'autre, hein, parce que... Il a explosé sa roue. C'est le deuxième tour. Mais même pas, c'est le premier pour lui.
So we now got 10 riders in this front group,
and it looks like they're really driving the pace on here to me.
Pitcock, il fait tomber la chemise. Il a ouvert là. Ça m'intéresserait de voir les BPM déjà là. On a vu les femmes, elles étaient à 180 au milieu de parcours, hein, c'est quand même pas mal. Tenir à 180, 180 pendant encore 40 minutes, c'est chaud. Hein. Bon, elle récupère beaucoup plus vite que nous les vieux, mais quand même. On verra Martin. Mathis, putain, je dis Martin, mais c'est Mathis. Ah non, attends, c'est qui lui? Non, c'est Martin, ouais, c'est ça. Il y a Mathis et Martin, putain, je confonds toujours. Proxaki YouTube, mais avec plaisir, mec.
Got a flat and had to give best, and Pidcock told him afterwards that he was descending too fast, and just having spent a little bit of time with Luca, I think that would be in there, rattling around all week.
Yeah, I mean, Luca Martin coming out from the U23 ranks straight into elite. Le routeux.
Oui, il est là, Pidcock, il est là, Pidcock avec sa tenue blanche et son cache-boule beat. Magnifique. Il est là et il est dangereux. Voilà, on le voit juste derrière en 3e position avec son casque Red Bull et son boule beat noir. Enfin, le cache. Apparemment, d'après une info de chat, ça serait vraiment pour cacher le paquet au cas où il pleut. Voilà.
Aldridge and Martin last year, working together really well in short track races, just make it harder for the other teams.
J'essaie, j'ai noté toutes les dates et je me suis réservé tous les week-ends où il y a des courses. Dessus, VTT rapide et DH, VTT long. J'essaie. Aujourd'hui, j'ai lancé le live à distance, puis après je suis arrivé parce que je fais des trucs dans ma vie quand même. Mais j'essaye, oui. Il y a un Discord où je peux donner des news aussi. Il y a une chaîne YouTube où je mets les rediffs quelques jours après. Et puis le live sur Twitch, quoi. Pas de soucis, mec, avec plaisir. On espère de faire ça jusqu'à ce que je me fasse ban. On résistera toujours à l'envahisseur. Et on est reparti dans la montée impossible. Montée séquence technique. Ça s'est resserré. Avant on était 8, on est 8 passés sur la ligne d'arrivée. Et là il y a du monde qui est revenu un peu. Zone 3, putain ça bombarde la montée là. Hein. Ça bombarde. On essaye de s'échapper pour Martin. Mais Pitcock est un fin tacticien, je pense que ça ne lui fait pas peur. Oh, et Colombo là qui fait tomber la chemise aussi. Bah oui, c'est clair, mais t'inquiète. Je partage aussi, le Discord est en live là, sans moi. Mais c'est un backup si jamais. Et puis au pire, on s'arrangera quoi.
He's a cool cat. He handles the pressure pretty good.
And he's pretty good at reading the bike races. It looks like he's just distancing Azaro now yet again.
Yeah, you see up that top of that climb over the transition, Tom Pidcock accelerated, and now he's pulling clear. Azaro's good and be able to go with it.
Washi currently in 6th. So let's watch this.
Non mais en vrai il est impressionnant. Pitcock c'est vraiment un alien. C'est vraiment un alien du vélo. On le voit aussi en vélo de route dans les descentes. Putain il n'a pas peur. Hein. Moi franchement je me chie dessus quand je roule sur la route. À cause des voitures, à cause que tu sais pas si... Enfin faut faire gaffe de pas déraper. Il a explosé son pneu aussi lui. Aïe, dommage.
Yeah, just an instant blowout on one of those sharper rocks.
Oh, look at
voilà, c'est parti. Coup de pression, Pitcock.
Absolutely monsters as well.
Il faut le suivre là. Allez Martin. Martin, faut pas le lâcher. Hein. Martin, faut pas le lâcher. Martin Azaro là, vous ne le lâchez pas ce type. Oh putain, mais c'est pas possible. Oh le bidon diff. Il a pas pris le bidon Pitcock du coup. Oh il a checké un coup en derrière et ça va relancer je pense. Il veut juste les tuer. Voilà. C'est un sniper Pitcock en fait. Oh quel enfer pour lui. C'est le deuxième qu'on voit qui a explosé sans sa jante.
That is a long run from there, Ollie, as well, to that tech feed
zone.
Yeah, the tire blew and then you're riding on that rim on its own and that's cracked.
Allez, bonne chance pour la montée. Hein.
Similar to Avandetto before, but look at
heureusement qu'ils sont légers maintenant.
Absolutely flying now, and he's extending.
Had a good go at losing the front end there. Sentos shooting back across the commentary booth.
Yeah, and Azaro all over the place getting ragged.
Azaro
oh là là, il bombarde. Il a vu l'échapper possible. Et il est en train possiblement de le faire. 5 secondes devant.
Good awareness, they know they need to shut it down. But Pidcock really absolutely.
Il arrête pas. Hein. Il fait son sprint de fin maintenant.
I thought we were going to get a bit of a lull on lap 2 and 3 and then it kick off, but Tom Pidcock's going early, lap 2.
Pour ceux qui n'étaient pas là hier, il est resté 4 tours dernier. Juste pour flex. Après, il a fini deuxième. Voilà.
Single track section.
But you see, Martin and Azaro are completely on their limit.
Yep.
Bon, après, il n'est pas à l'abri de faire une erreur aussi. Hein. Tout d'un coup, il crève. On l'a déjà vu crever d'ailleurs. On l'a déjà vu crever sur ce parcours. Et quand même finir premier. J'ai envie de crever. Mais
Martin.
Be careful, Pitcock. Mistake is for everybody.
The gap is still saying 4 seconds, 5 seconds on our clocks in the booth.
Oh là là.
I say Tom Pitcock going really early in this race. 18 minutes in, he's already pushed the pace and he's looking to crack Martin and Azaro.
Well, we did theorise over our lunch, didn't we, that this might be the tactics today from Tom Pitcock. Get to the front of the race, put a big attack in, get it down to 3 or 4 riders, and then just start picking people off. And as you can see, perfectly comfortable through the jump section.
Yeah, and this is the amazing thing about Tom Pitcock. Said he doesn't ride his mountain bike that much. Of course, he's so busy, full road program. It's in the odd mountain bike race, but it's how he can get up to speed.
Yeah,
so quickly
and be comfortable.
Yeah.
These two now need to hit the afterburners on the asphalt and try and roll through a wee bit. Behind them, Aldridge, Boishy, Colombo, Vidari, Lilo in 8th, currently 19 seconds off the front of the race.
Lilo, il a lâché un peu, mais c'est un type qui préfère la pluie, on va dire. Là, c'est très sec.
Yeah, Bjorn Riley's rolling in the top 10 after 2 laps. And great short track.
Pitcock qui passe pas par la tech zone parce que ce type n'a juste pas besoin de boire parce que c'est un chameau. Il ne s'arrête jamais.
So not saying this is a done deal yet, but the interesting thing is at some point, if Luca Martin and Matazaro overcommit, they then go into the red and they risk being taken out by the guys behind.
Colombo 5.
They need to do something about this man on your screen
now.
now.
6, 8, Lilo.
Pitcock leads in Nové Město Na Moravě.
Attention les bûches.
And there is a technical problem for Charlie Aldridge.
Aïe, aïe, aïe.
They're working out there. The bar's slipping in the stem. Yeah. Yeah, the handlebars must be rotating in the actual stem that connects them to the fork, and that's a disaster for Charlie Aldridge. That's an unusual one,
really
as
rare
well.
one. Yeah, if you have a crash, the bars would twist, but it's actually rotating in the bar by the looks of it.
That could be the amount of power being wrung into them by the big Scotsman. But look at the places he's losing here. Aldridge in free fall now.
Aïe, 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 ça c'est
what a
dur ça.
disaster after such a strong start by Charlie Aldridge. 24th.
Ça prend tellement de temps à suivant ce que tu as comme problème, et puis il faut surtout pas hint le... Il faut surtout garder le mental, ne pas aider le mécano, le laisser faire son job. On l'a vu pour... comment il s'appelle?
They're probably feeling it a bit now, where Adrian Boishy wasn't in a position, and
Azaro looks to be in a world of hurt.
Il est pas là.
Bjorn Riley's moving through. He's dropped Dario Lilo and then got across to Colombo.
On l'a vu encore avec...
This is going to sound counterintuitive, but there's a lot of bike riding here in Nové Město Na Moravě, and that will suit Bjorn Riley.
Il y avait un Suisse qui a pété un câble, là, il a jeté son bidon, tu sais, un peu comme les tennisman qui pètent leur raquette, là, il a jeté son bidon et tout parce qu'il a des problèmes techniques. Ça, c'est pas fou, hein, c'est pas fou du tout. Les mécanos, ils y peuvent rien. Faut surtout pas overreact à côté des mécanos, il faut rester chill. C'est déjà que c'est hyper stressant pour eux. Bref, mental, hein.
I think Boishy will almost be in his favour that he wasn't on the wheel and able to follow Pitcock. He was stuck a bit further back, but that means he's probably paced his effort on this lap a little bit better.
Here we go. Watch Charlie Aldridge on the slow-mo.
Yeah, he's moving back through now after the mechanical. This is him chasing back up.
Oh, look at the speed of him. I thought we were about to see the bars twist on him, but we're not. We're seeing him absolutely run past about 20 riders in one go. Meanwhile, his teammate is continuing to chase down the leader. 12 seconds is the gap between Luca Martin and Tom Pitcock at the minute. Sorry, 9 seconds now. That's just updated.
Yeah, we just saw in the background as well, Vidari moving past Azaro. It looked like Azaro made a mistake on that technical section.
Yeah, we saw this in South Korea, didn't we? Azaro had an unbelievable short
track
and then just in the wars and had a race full of drama in the cross-country Olympic as they head into the Rock and Ruby Rock section. Look at the speed of Martin through there.
Yeah, Bois's no slouch, but Martin just taking a couple of lengths out of him.
Those two know each other well from under 23 racing. Of course, this is your race leader. On lap 3 out of 8 at the second round of the UCI Cross Country Olympic World Cup in Nové Město Na Moravě, in the Czech Republic.
Yeah, and Tom Pidcock just on these transition sections. The power that he's putting down, carrying great speed.
C'est rien, 10 secondes. Il va peut-être nous faire la minute.
Heads on to the Whoop super climb. Pidcock in a happy place at the minute at one of his favourite venues, but look at Luca Martin storming through there.
Martin
really
qui revient sur Pidcock.
But Martin's on a move. He initially couldn't follow. I thought he'd gone deep into the red, but he's recovered super quick. It's back to 6 seconds now.
So, I mean, it's almost tempting to second guess the genius of Tom Pidcock at times, but
he's coming back.
Do you think that was a concentrated effort? Now he sort of rolled up a bit, let them chase back on, and then hit them again?
Pablo Alfonso, merci beaucoup. Thank you. Gracias.
No, Martin's pulling this one back. Actually, you see these riders, I tell you, he's coming through quick as well. Bjorn Riley up to 6 now.
Josh Carlson reporting in from the rock garden that he's pretty sure
faut aller chercher Pidcock là. Il faut lui montrer que vous êtes tout autant balèze.
And you see Mattis Azaro drifting
Colombo,
back through,
là, ça fait plaisir. Avec Lilo juste derrière là.
In the Origin Racing Division, you can see
Punteler pas très loin non plus.
Right-hand shoulder, and he was running at the front of the race. Here's the crash.
Un membre de
We're going to
l'équipe
see Ollie.
Scott Schramm.
Oh yeah, right on the way into that. That is a hard one. There's nowhere soft to land right there, and then just got walloped by Dario Lilo on the way through as well.
Wow, he got up quick.
He got up quick, but that was a big initial impact.
He was up so quick, I didn't know he'd even crashed.
Bit of a Amaury Piron moment, but we know as well, we see this a lot in cross country, don't we, where the adrenaline after a crash will carry a rider so far, and then all of a sudden...
Alors oui, il disait que... Il vient de dire que l'adrénaline peut te faire relever super vite et puis partir, te donner un coup de boost. Mais ça peut faire l'inverse aussi, hein. Ça peut complètement te hint le mental, ça peut te faire mal, ça peut te donner moins d'assurance. Ça peut te refaire tomber après, hein, donc on va voir, on espère qu'il n'a rien cassé et que tout va bien se passer le reste de la course pour lui, mais attention.
He does it a lot, doesn't he? He's up and down quite a lot on the bike. Azaro, 16 seconds he's lost in the climb sector to Tom Pidcock. Pidcock heads into the tech feed zone, the top of the course. Martin ploughing on behind him. What is the gap going to be when he gets there? 5 seconds. He's found another second on him.
But really impressed by Martin. I thought the risk was that he's gone deep into the red trying to follow Pidcock and he might crack, but he recovered really quick and he's getting back on terms now.
Yeah, he saw Martin just sticking an ice pack down the back of his jersey as well. Riders having to do everything to keep themselves cool out there. Temperatures continuing to rise here in Nové Město Na Moravě.
So this is the
apparemment il fait assez chaud.
We drop into the single track and it's now a descent, a climb and a descent all the way back to the tarmac. And Luca Martin is really, I mean, Pidcock's riding good. That's that difficult section where he almost hung the front wheel up last lap.
It's one. So Josh reporting in from the course that the line to the other side of Pidcock here noticeably faster because it gives you a better run into this corner. Pidcock made that work pretty well from where we were sitting.
Oh là 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 là, pire lance direct.
Oh là 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 là. Sprinting again, and it's so difficult.
Back up to 13 seconds like this. Is an attack from Pidcock. This is attack number 2, trying to break Luca Martin.
Ok, voyons voir Martin, et ça arrive vite aussi. Mais la fin de la montée est un peu plus lente, je pense. Et Pidcock s'est mis debout, il a vraiment poussé jusqu'en haut, quoi.
Relatively speaking, Vidari has Colombo and Riley for company.
It's good that Scott Schramm tandem now, 4th and 5th from Colombo and Riley. They can work well together.
So in total, if we're including under 23 and elite level, Tom Pidcock scored 13 podiums from 14 starts. The only time he didn't podium here was a mountain bike in a DNF in Léger in 2021.
His hit rate and win rate for the minimum amount of mountain bikes he's done is unbelievable.
Yeah, it's huge, isn't it? There is Lilo. Lilo currently in 8th position.
Place 8 pour Lilo.
Look at how rough and brutal and just savage this place is, Ollie. Talk us through these things.
I've got a lot of respect for Nové Město myself. And it took me out when I raced here, and it's the rocks and it's the speed today. It's a dry course today, so the riders are going to hit things a lot faster. They're going to get more punches. We've already seen a couple of cracked rims. I mean, it's treacherous in the wet, but the dry today, it's got different challenges.
There's poor Chris Dawson. Raced just about everything. Chris Dawson over the years used to race downhill. He's had a turn at enduro as well, and has now landed in cross country and doing big things of Irish cycling. Pidcock, cool, calm and collected. 15 seconds to the good now. They're second place. Look at the speed of Martin through here, though.
But Pidcock looking, he's smooth and efficient, recovering on the bike, getting ready for the next pedalling section.
And it's just that thing, it's just that magic trick of being able to roll through a gear higher.
Donc, je vais vous laisser le stream en marche là sans moi. Moi, je vais me mettre devant la télé Pépouze, puis on se retrouve pour les derniers tours. Ça vous va? Comme ça, tout le monde kiffe tranquillement. Et puis, je peux vous coucher sur le canapé. Alors, à tout de suite. On se retrouve au dernier tour. À l'avant-dernier tour, peut-être. À tout de suite.
Yeah, and it was interesting to see that there's 2 pit zones where they can take water and tech support. Tom Pidcock using the lower one at the end of the lap, and Martin and Azara were using the top. So yeah, Pidcock attacking through there forced those guys to make a choice whether they were going to take water or try and jump
bien
on
sûr,
the wheel.
je reste dispo dans le chat. Je vous lis le chat. Je suis là.
Tech feed zone, you can only tech. Sorry, it's only just a tech zone, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because of the weather today, that's been opened up to allow them. There's Fabio Puntner rejoining that group as well.
Yeah, good lap by Puntner there, coming through strong, making 3 Scott SRAM riders in that group.
In that top tech zone, you can now take a drink and feed, and that has changed the complexion of this race slightly for some of the riders. Big names all over the show here after an incredibly aggressive opening 3 laps. Tom Pidcock leads the way, 14 seconds now ahead of Luca Martin. There is second place on your screen now, the French national champs jersey. Behind them, Vidare, leader of this group, is in 3rd. Colombo 4th, his teammate Riley.
Yeah, Fabio Puntner, obviously he's moved back to this group, but on that lap, Tom Pidcock was the fastest, but shortly followed behind by Fabio Puntner, so he's on a charge. Here we go, 48 for Pidcock, 51 for Puntner. Puntner's on the way through.
Yeah, and we have seen Puntner. He has got the horsepower to do this, hasn't he? He did it in Arisha, start of last season, where it was just all of a sudden fastest lap. He's like having a good chat with Bjorn Riley. Big smile from the American. Great moment. These two. Riley giving him a pat on the shoulder there by the look of it. Just letting them know, yeah, you take the inside. But that's cool to see for Thomas Frischneck's side as well, isn't it, in the post-Nino era?
Yeah, and I mean, there's some great riders on that team, but they're really the biggest shoes to fill. And I mean, to get 3 guys in this front group at the moment. For Scott SRAM, really big step up.
There's the whoop live of Luca Martin. 169 beats per minute, 171 beats per minute, 13.6 on the strain gauge. That goes up to 21, so has got a good bit to go yet, Luca Martin.
Yeah, Martin doing a good job. That gap's going out a little bit, 17 seconds now to Pidcock.
Martin up to the top of this really awkward little climb.
And it's that section in these latter laps, that's when the risk of problems, because it's so physical and technical on that climb.
And there's the progression. Luca Martin, 6th, second, on his way towards the front here in Nové Město Na Moravě, excuse me. Dario Lilo currently in 8th for Giant Factory off-road team.
Yeah, it was always going to be a big question for Dario Lillo, winning that first race and winning it with some style, and how he was going to be able to back that one up. And a top 10 will be a really big ride for him.
If you're going to come and watch mountain bike racing anywhere on earth, that grandstand at the rock section in Nové Město Na Moravě, with a beer in your hand, not a bad place to do it. There's Tom Pidcock though, at the bottom of the Whoop super climb.
And it's his second group now. Still Filippo Colombo. The big engine on the front, just grinding away, but he's got his teammates Fabio Puntner just behind.
As the Scott Schramm team hit the bottom of the Whoop super climb, the race leader, Tom Pidcock, makes his way to the top of it. Luca Martin giving chase.
But this climb is deceptive. It's dead straight, really steep, super long. But it does give you that bit of hope. And you see Luca Martin, you can see Tom Pidcock in front, and then it instantly gives him that motivation. 12 seconds now, but you see Filippo Colombo really putting the power down with his teammate Fabio Puntner behind. He's now closing the gap a bit as well.
That's a powerful lead pairing at the front of this train. 3 Scott Schramm MTB riders, and then 2 Specialized stars. Vidari, Boashi looking like he's toiling slightly.
Yeah, for Filippo Colombo, best we've seen, right? A huge crash last year in Lenzerheide. Took him out at the end of last season, and yeah, 3rd position at the moment for the Swiss champ.
Czech fans roaring them on here. They love their racing in this part of the world. Colombo driving the bus at the front of it. Vidari, puff of the cheeks. Phil Dixon off the side of the track, keeping eyes on his Candale Factory Racing squad. Tell you, Charlie Aldridge up to 13th position now, having lost a load of time in the tech feed zones, with 10 positions back for him.
Real shame.
Yeah, it was looking
mechanical,
so strong.
He was looking super comfortable sat in that group.
Oh, Colombo wheels down right into that compression on that prototype new Scott bike.
Look at Bjorn Riley, so fast in that berm.
It does feel like we're amidst a golden age, a bit of an arms race with the cross-country bikes all at the minute. The type of tech that's on there, and they're getting so aggressive and so efficient. And they're not just made of fishing rods anymore.
See on this long climb now, that gap.
There's your race leader, Tom Pidcock, 14 seconds the gap, back to 2nd place over his right-hand shoulder.
What's interesting to see is Tom Pidcock initially got that gap, it was 15 seconds, came back a bit, then went out again. You see on the splits there.
Look at the time they're losing to him on that one climb alone, though. Martin's lost 5 seconds to him. Azaro has lost 18 seconds in total to him up that one section of track, and Pidcock pushing on along the top of this one, but then drops back down into the trees once more.
But it initially went out, and then it's kind of stabilised. It hasn't continued to go out.
It's 18 seconds at the minute, so... Oh, little bobble there. That will have cost him a bit of momentum. It's awkward looking, that little stump.
But the section where, like I say, just showed, the stats showed, on that forest track section and the drag going up through the feed, that's where Tom Pidcock is the fastest rider out there, and then it kind of evens out on the other parts of the circuit.
Well, he admitted after the short track yesterday that he made a slight tactical error. He left it 1 lap too late to head to the front. Not to, you know, give you your flowers, but you did say that after the race. But I just wonder, like, when is Tom Pidcock ever going to blink in Nové Město Na Moravě? He's virtually faultless around here for years and years now.
Yeah, I mean, whether it's racing and taking apart Nino Schurter, and look at Bjorn Riley.
Bjorn Riley loving it.
He's gone straight through this group. Loves this second more technical section of the course. Really suits Riley.
But then, I say, you know that big battle he had with Dubois that year, and he just doesn't seem to get things wrong around here.
No. It's so good. It's a really technical, physical, intense circuit.
Look at the time, man!
And I think for someone like Tom Pidcock, who's Oh, he's just amazing. On any circuit, you know, he's a lighter rider, he's got a sprint, he's got the technical skills, he's got the complete package of a mountain biker. And
well, that's why he's two-time Olympic champion.
Two-time Olympic champion. But what's amazing is not necessarily his palmares, but it's just how he does that off very few starts. His hit rate is unbelievable.
Yeah, podium rate's through the roof, isn't it? So it's a trio of Scotch Ram riders in Puntener, Riley, Colombo at the back just in your shot now, and just ahead of Colombo, the Chilean national champion from Specialized Factory Racing, Martin Vidare. 18 seconds is the distance between second and first, and there's a good gap between second and this train.
What's interesting though is Fabio Puntener. Keep an eye on him. He's obviously come to the front of this group. He's got a couple of teammates in there as well.
And you saw
every time he races, he finishes so strong.
Just the two of them chatting together again at the front, and Colombo looking like he's slightly blown a wee bit. Watch Riley through here, rider in second place at the minute, just so smooth. I mean, Vidare's not exactly bad either. You can see Colombo, though, the last rider, just sitting down a bit, taking the pressure off his legs.
I think it's great for these riders.
Look at the gear. Look at the gear Tom Pidcock is pushing across the line.
They're just at that halfway point now. But Luca Martin's not done yet. Yeah, 17 seconds.
Yeah, so there is a visual on the gap. I mean, it's chunky.
I mean, you see Fabio Puntener, he's not shy of some hard work, just driving at the front of that group.
He's a big guy, and he's got a massive engine on him, and he might just be the perfect rider to be at the front of this train. Has a little look over his shoulder, sees Bjorn Riley still there. Roaring on Bjorn Riley. Fabio Puntener, that would get me moving.
But Puntener had a slightly slower first lap, was still caught in a bit of traffic. That doesn't necessarily do you any harm. It just makes your lap times more consistent.
That little come on from me, from Puntener, tells me that these two are going to operate together and try and drive themselves back onto Martin, if not the front of the race. So, get your phone out, QR code on your screen now. Vote for the best cross-country rider of the round, powered by Gobic. The rider with the most votes at the end of this will be presented on the podium. Make your views heard. Let us know who you think deserves that accolade. And oh, it's a disaster for Joshua Debow. Into the pits for a rear wheel change. A man who goes so well around here as well. That's disappointing, Ollie.
Yeah, I mean, we were going to see loads of flats today. The speed these guys are hitting the rocks. You've only got to get slightly out of line, and it won't take any prisoners here at Nové Město. And unfortunately, say, Joshua Debow is the victim.
Debow disappointed after a really, really strong cross-country Olympic round one in Mona Yongpyong, excuse me.
Pidcock, that gap, 25 seconds. So the gap from Pidcock to Puntener's group is the same, and it's Luca Martin just drifting back a little bit.
Yeah, Debow fifth in that season opener. And it's still Puntener. Vidare is now in second wheel, so Bjorn Riley's turn lasted for the first sector of the lap. And they're just rolling through now.
Yeah, Aldridge up to 13th position now on the back wheel of Matis Azaro. No, he's gone past Azaro now, sorry.
Azaro had a crash early in the race on one of the Ruti descents. Kept going for a while, but then was in free fall quite quickly after the winner of the short track from yesterday. And that is more problems in the KMC nuke-proof pit.
say a lot of flat tires. Tom Schellekens,
yeah, getting roared out.
Another rider stepping up from U23s into Elite this year, and
highly rated Schellekens. Puntener, he's so big on the bike, isn't he? Reminds you a bit of Charlie Aldridge. Gets that back almost horizontal.
Yeah, most improved rider from last season. Big step up.
These four pushing on, trying to get back in touch with Luca Martin, who's in second at the minute. Lap 5 out of 8 here at the second round of the UCI Cross Country Olympic World Cup in Nové Město Na Moravě. It's being led by Tom Pidcock, who's 18 seconds up the road from Luca Martin, who's just found 4 seconds on the first part of that lap. There they are, the two leaders. 36 seconds off the lead is Fabio Puntener. You can see him in the background there. That shot is slightly deceiving. 167, 168 beats per minute on the Whoop Live of Luca Martin. 14.1 the strain gauge, so he's 2/3 of the way deep. Goes up to 21.
Look in the background, the powerful figure of Fabio Puntener.
Fabio Puntener.
This group. He hasn't come off the front in a while, and happy just to grind this one out. 34 seconds now, and Tom Pidcock is not pulling any time out of this group at the moment.
You can see just how rooty and horrible.
It's so hard this climb. The traction with the dust now and the roots is really low. So all these riders have got to stay seated, and everything about you want to get out the seat and just use your body weight a bit, but you've got to stay seated.
I was going to say it's a tricky one because there's a sort of level of dry and dusty here where the dirt coats the roots and makes it easier, but then once it gets churned up and blown out, it's almost as difficult as it is when it's wet.
Really difficult to pick your line.
Fabio Puntener is going to get a bit of help at the front here from Bjorn Riley. Bjorn Riley, only his second year of elite racing after 6 podiums in under-23 cross-country Olympic. Best so far is 11th at the last round in South Korea. Right. So Riley on the front now.
Hold on to your hats. As soon as Bjorn Riley hits the front on these tech sections.
Yeah.
So quick.
If you're new to this sport, Bjorn Riley rides a bike the way the rest of us ride a bike in our heads. And he's at the front of this group now.
It's got a good tandem actually with Fabio Puntener. Bjorn Riley will drive it on the tech and push everybody in, and Fabio Puntener will drive it on the flat sections.
There's Charlie Aldridge, 178 beats per minute, 15.9 on the Whoop Live. So 15.9 on the strain scale. Aldridge was looking really, really good at the front, and then suffered an unfortunate mechanical handlebars rolled in the stem, which I'm struggling to remember the last time I saw that in a cross-country race.
But it's interesting, we saw when Aldridge was coming back through,
that's Jenny
Simon Andreasen jumped onto the wheel of Aldridge, and he's just stayed there, and he's got a really good toe up through the bunch.
Jenny Risvid's roaring on her husband. Simon Andreasen from the side of the track, there she goes. Yeah, unbelievable, she's got the energy to run around the side of a cross-country racetrack after her race earlier on today.
Yeah, we just saw Matas Azaro going through as well, so he's drifted back 16th position now for Azaro. And just looking at this group, Tom Pidcock, 20 seconds over Luca Martin, just stretching it a little bit. And then this big group of 4 containing 3 Scott SRAM riders, now 40 seconds back.
Yeah, working together, but they have work ahead of them. They're 19 seconds off Luca Martin.
And it was that really, really hot second lap of Tom Pidcock when he launched it on the climb preceding this one, and a 9:33 lap, and he's settling now into kind of 9:50, 10-minute lap. But look at Bjorn Riley going
so deep off that last one. And I've ridden and walked down there before, and I know that hole he just landed in. Your eyes tell you it's on, but it's such a reach to get there.
Riding that pre-production, that new Scott Spark bike. Yeah, Matas Azaro first position, tried to give chase with Luca Martin when Pidcock launched it and had a crash, probably responded off that big surge of adrenaline, and then reality's kicked in.
Aldridge just ahead of Andreasen, 13th and 14th. And they've got Lucas Shatti of Bixis with them.
Yeah, Nazaro responding. He knows that Aldridge is a good wheel to follow. And this is when you're talking about overall titles, and Nazaro is in that mix. Just got to get some points.
There is Tom Pidcock, though, swooping his way down through this section. And you take your hat off to Martin. He hasn't given up on this.
It's 20 seconds, then it's 14. It keeps flicking around in the teens. And I thought when Tom Pidcock went, it looked like it was done.
He was
just going to rip it and ride away, but it hasn't been the case. And Martin has been keeping him within his sights.
It's been a fascinating race, and as ever, mountain biking, it can change in milliseconds. The punctures, technical problems. So this one far from done yet as Pidcock rolls through the tech feed zone.
Yeah, and at the end of that start-finish straight, if he looks behind, he's going to be aware that Martin's still chasing. And I think this is good for Martin's morale, that he can tell he's got Pidcock checked there.
12 seconds. No, yeah, Martin. I told you, he'll still be thinking of that defeat in Palar and Sala Andorra. Look at that, it's doable. Meanwhile, Puntener, the engine driver, stays on the front.
We've still got a lot of racing left to go
as they head onto the end of that lap. Start of a new. What is this one going to hold for us?
Well, I think if you're going to look for who's going to win the team award of the day, I think Scott Schramm have got that dialed. Unbelievably, 3 riders in this group.
Yeah, huge effort from them, and we've seen a lot of communication, if you're just joining us, back and forth between Bjorn Riley and Fabio Puntener, and they're going for the 1-2 punch, it seems, of Puntener. Leads them up the climbs, and look at Luca Martin now.
Pulling another 2 seconds back, 12 seconds now.
Yeah, that Scott Schramm team, it seems to be the 1-2 punch of Puntener putting the hurt in on the flat and on the climbs. Then Bjorn Riley takes over for the technical descending and skips his way down through the routes and shows them the line to follow. Luca Martin, though, I tell you, Ollie, we've seen him dig deep before. This is impressive stuff.
Yeah, pulling back another second. Luca Martin now through what I think is probably the better section for Tom historically. And when it's just the pure pedaling, you're going to struggle to match Tom Pidcock. And Luca Martin pulling a second out in that section. And you know, you think if he was going to pull time, I would have thought it'd be through the more physical sections.
And Vidari takes a turn at the front. Still the conversation between the Scott Schramm riders. Luca Martin, he's won 1 cross-country Olympic distance race before. That was in Ligier last year. He's had a couple of short track wins to his name.
I think between those Scott Schramm guys, it would be obviously a huge deal for them to take a podium in this race.
It's another second gone, you know. Martin, now 11 seconds.
Yeah, this is a big lap now for Tom Pidcock.
You just get a feeling this is turning into whoever blinks next.
But it's interesting because Martin's got this really busy style and rolls on the bike. He looks like he's almost about to blow, but the whole race...
Keller-esque.
Keller-esque, exactly.
It does feel that one mistake from either of these 2 riders could be the story of this race. It's perfectly poised at the minute.
Yeah, it's interesting to see Vidare hitting the front as well. I thought he would have just settled into the bunch, and it's obviously feeling good.
Yeah, Vidare, I mean, 44 seconds back off the lead. Martin 9 seconds now, Ollie. The magnets are on.
Yeah, I did not expect for that gap to be coming back so soon, and
I mean, I think we are learning a lot today about the reserves of energy and mental toughness of Luca Martin.
Yeah, he's the fastest on track at the moment. You look at the gap going back from Tom Pidcock to these guys.
Oh, Vidari gets bobbled off to one side of the track. Manages to hold on, gets put on the back wheel.
Fair play for holding that one up.
Oh, that is... What a save, but that is agony. Watch this, Ollie, talk us through it.
Just coming in. Oh, he drifts off wide, hits one big rock. Hopefully he's still got air in time because he had some big, big impacts then.
I tell you what else, he hit more than one big rock, but look at this at the front.
Wow, wow, wow.
The Whoop super climb responding to this effort from Luca Martin, and this is the last thing on earth that Tom Pidcock will want to see behind him.
Did not expect that one.
5 seconds now, the difference. Luca Martin, ding dong, remember me? Andorra last year.
Yeah, Martin, so fast through that section, and previous lap, it was Tom Pidcock was 9:59. Martin was the fastest on that last lap, so had the momentum, and he's taken that into the lap as well.
Now, we know that Tom Pidcock has got prodigious reserves of energy. It's looking like he's going to need every drop of it today if he wants to beat Luca Martin, who clearly is up for this one.
Yeah, Martin, the fastest rider on the course at the moment, and he's used that to good effect. 5 seconds now.
5 seconds. I still think that we are in a place where whichever one of these front two riders makes a mistake next, that will be the story of the race. Pidcock, metronomic around this place, and look at the climb sector.
Just shows it. Luca Martin losing time and then pulling it back now these last two climbs.
But it only totals 1.1 seconds. 4 seconds he lost early on, and then he just came back and has absolutely ridden the wheels of that Cannondale scalpel. Pidcock attacks up this climb now, stands up out of the saddle.
This is a section where Pidcock has been the strongest so far. It's more road-esque. He can get out the saddle and use his power, and it goes on for a long time. It drags and drags through the feed at the top.
Yeah, it's a deceptively important part of the track, this. It looks just like a wide bit of fire road, but it gives those with reserves of energy left a chance to deploy it, and Luca Martin just looking down at the back slightly. Again, he stands up, though. Again, he comes off the ropes and swings.
But I say, it jumps up in steps, really steep, but then it drags. And the key is it's just in these transition section where you need to change down a gear and attack.
And I tell you, team allegiances aside, there will be a lot of mountain bike mechanics in that tech feed zone roaring this man on.
But you see 5 seconds in that section.
Yeah.
Pidcock has responded.
He looked over his shoulder at the top of the Whoop super climb, saw Martin and thought that is too close for comfort.
And the Neff teammate, Cannondale teammate of Luca Martin, cheering in the background.
Yeah, just completed her 80th career UCI Cross Country World Cup this afternoon. But Pidcock flying into shot, switches up.
But it's definitely, that's a good section for Pidcock, and then Luca Martin, a bit faster on the section before. They're yo-yoing.
Watch this, though. Watch this for pace from Martin coming into that same section. Why are they going back and forth so much like this, Ollie? I've never seen this. I've never seen a race as elastic as this.
The more technical section is that first part before the rock garden. Then we've got the more pedaling, more road type section, and then we go into the section now. So you see Pidcock pulling clear on the pure pedaling sections, and then Martin can pull it back on the more pure mountain bike areas.
I can tell you behind them, Filippo Colombo is currently 50 seconds off the lead of Tom Pidcock. He's by himself as well. So has Colombo broken away from that group consisting of 2 of his teammates?
Obviously we saw Vidare have that issue, and it just held Fabio Puntener up a little bit as well.
Yeah, I wonder if they've got tangled up together maybe after Vidare rejoined, but no, it's Filippo Colombo all of a sudden looking extremely aggressive up this climb. 50 seconds back now for the man from Scotch Ram MTB. There is the chasing group, consisting of Bjorn Riley, Martin Vidari and Fabio Puntener. 1 minute 4 back off the lead. 15 seconds is the gap at the front. There's your leader.
Yeah, really good response from Tom Pidcock. You saw him look behind as he crested that climb. Saw that Luca Marti was just behind.
I mean, we've seen how he can descend on a road bike before, Ollie, but he's not exactly bad in a mountain bike either. Let's have a little look up there. I mean, that's almost a mirror image of what we saw in the last lap, that one camera shot, isn't it?
Yeah, and there'll be some psychological warfare going on a bit now as well, to get almost back on terms and then lose a bit of time again.
Look at the descent sector. Luca Martin's taken 6.4 seconds in total across the race distance out of Tom Pidcock. But then look, two-time Olympic champ gets low over the bike, finds that big gear, moves his hands towards the stem.
There we go, 2 to go, and
Two to go.
Full aero through that section.
2 to go in Nové Město Na Moravě. That man on your screen now, Luca Martin, fought back to within 5 seconds once of Tom Pidcock. He's gonna have to dig so deep if he wants to do it again. The gap is back out to, what's it gonna say, 19 seconds for the Cannondale factory racing star.
Interest, we saw Tom Pidcock opting to not take a bottle through that lap.
Do you know what I'm going to say as well, Ollie? If you take the mercurial presence of Tom Pidcock out of this bike race, what kind of form is Luca Martin in 2026?
On an absolute fly. I mean, he was not a surprise. He was U23 world champion, but most riders, when they step up from U23 to elite, they need a couple of years to just kind of find their feet, get the strength. But Luca Martin, to win a World Cup your first season, and this is, I think, where we have some racecraft coming in with the Scott riders. They're just going to sit on Martin Vidari. They need to get that Colombo on the podium, and I think they're just going to sit on the back wheel of Vidari and make him chase.
Martin Vidari may as well be by himself there. He's not going to get any help from these two.
Yeah, that podium position is a big, big deal, obviously, and for Scott Schramm, if they finish 4th, 5th and 6th, that would be a not disaster by any means.
It would be a busy night on Frisch's credit card this evening, I'll tell you that for free. Here we look at the rider who is currently leading this race.
But let's just remember as well that we're admiring the skills of Tom Pidcock, but this is his first mountain bike race of the season. Just dropped straight into Nové Město.
But as well,
a few practice laps and he's good to go.
That last shot in one movement squashes a jump and then lands in a tucked aero position, perfectly timed.
So last year, 2 mountain bike races, 1 World Cup, European champion, wins both. 2 out of 2.
On a Pinarello, of course. Also on RockShox flight attendant equipped suspension, which we know he used to run another brand, and he used to fiddle with the fork a lot, couldn't get it the way he wanted. And I mean, we see Luca Martin through the same section, just kicks the bike out slightly to give himself a better run into the next berm. I mean, not bad either, Ollie.
He's a boy, eh?
Yeah, he is a boy. Yeah, Pidcock looking completely at 1:23
now. He's responded.
He's responded, hasn't he, on that back half of the lap, and then onto the start-finish straight. Martin moving away from him again.
And I think where we saw how Pidcock responded was on that longer climb, just kept it going all the way for the top, straight through the feed. And then he's come through the start-finish. We saw the difference. Tom Pidcock was tucked down in the middle of his bars. Luca Martin sitting up, having a drink. And there's a few seconds gone straight away.
Filippo Colombo just keeping wheels on the ground there. You can see the grimace on his face.
52 seconds to Colombo. Yeah, big ride here from Filippo Colombo. It's been a while. So like I said, last year he was just looking like a podium. He got himself into a podium position, sorry, in Lenzerheide, and had a massive stack. Broken bones, concussion. Took him out of the second part of the season, but a class rider, but he's had some big injuries in his time.
Filippo Colombo, so aggressive on the bike. It's been a while since we've seen this level of aggression from him, so deep into a race as well.
Yeah.
Good to see.
I say decent gap now over that chase group led by Vidare. And then say Puntener and Riley probably just going to be happy to sit on the back of Vidare and not chase their teammate.
There's your leader. You can see the dust of the Whoop super climb being kicked up around Tom Pidcock. Fastest rider per lap, Pidcock, 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 Martin, Pidcock.
But that last lap compared to the lap before was a 9:59 and then banged out a 9:45 in his response to Martin coming back. So
it's not bad.
But see if that's how many matches that lap burnt. You know, has he gone a bit quick again? Is there another kick in the pair of them?
20 seconds, so again, he's taken some time out.
It's his first section of the lap with that rocky climb and the rocky descent. Suits Martin.
Martin throwing absolutely everything. Oh no, Bjorn Riley's off the bike. And he's just disappeared out of shot. What are we seeing here? Meanwhile, Pidcock's at the top of the climb, but it looks like trouble for Bjorn Riley from Scott Schramm behind him. Let's have a look. There it is. What's the rider? Last one in your shot. Yeah, let's go on him. Tyre's gone off the rim.
Oh, and it's a long, long way to the pits.
That is an age to the pits. Bjorn Riley. Oh no, he doesn't deserve this. You can see there's an insert as well. The blue thing wrapped around the brake rotor. It's a foam pool noodle that's inside the rim to help keep the tire on the rim, and that just proves our point, Ollie. These things can change in an instant. Pidcock's still going here.
But it's come back a bit again, 20 seconds. Like, just when you write off Luca Martin, just comes back at it again.
As I say, I think take Pidcock's unbelievable performance today out of it. Look at that, Martin has taken lap and lap again. It's actually stabilised, but it's been punchy from Martin. He's given everything, and you have to remember how far ahead he is of the Mountain Bike World Cup regulars.
You see this where Pidcock's so strong. This section through the feed just accelerates through it, and it's those transitions and the false flats on this second part of the course.
19 seconds. 19 seconds now. Luca Martin's continued pursuit of Tom Pidcock here in Nové Město Na Moravě at the second round of the UCI Cross Country Olympic World Cup. Phil Dixon roars him on from the side of the track. As we watch Pidcock drop into this descent. He's had a moment in there already in this race as Martin moves his hands in towards the stem and sprinting now up the top of this climb. Needs to get on the back, needs to get Pidcock in vision again, you just feel, Ollie.
Yeah, it's interesting, but this section is where Pidcock, and it's the transitions over the top. He's down through the gears, rolling a really big deer, sitting low on the bike as well. A little more aerodynamic, and you see Martin kind of a busier style, fighting the bike, but when that gap is stabilising.
Colombo now over 20 seconds ahead of Martin Vidare in fourth. The Swiss national champion. On that team run by legendary Thomas Frischnecht, once home of Nino Schurter.
Yeah, Colombo is last podium, third in Maripora back in 2024, so.
There is Vidare and Puntener, currently fourth and fifth, so that's the top five through. They keep on switching positions, these two, back and forth.
Yeah, and Bjorn Riley as well was with these guys, but
yeah,
a victim of the rock garden, and he'll be back though.
2:42 back, currently in 11th on our timing screens in the booth. Bjorn Riley after that. Rock Garden claimed the back wheel on him. Pidcock, 18 seconds now, soldiering on.
Yeah, Charlie Aldridge now up to 11th position. Yeah, looking at the overall, so the winner of the first round, Dario Lillo, doing a really solid ride, 7th position, just ahead of a charging Max Feudal. Pidcock smooth through here, super efficient carrying speed, trying to recover before we hit this next climb, and you can see straight out the saddle, getting the power down.
Stands up on the pedals yet again. I don't think in the history of the sport, Ollie, there's ever been a relationship between a rider and a racetrack like Tom Pidcock and Nové Město Na Moravě.
I say Nino is the most successful rider here, but definitely didn't win every time.
Over how many starts? That's the ridiculous thing, isn't it? Barbara Bukowska, junior cyclocross world champ, rings the bell. Will we music to this man's ears? Tom Pidcock, no check over the shoulder that time. Knows he just needs another clean lap of this place to take his 5th elite level UCI cross country World Cup win. 18 seconds is what Luca Martin needs to overturn, and this is it. If there's anything left in that body, it needs to get emptied into that Cannondale on this lap, and hope you feel for a bit of a problem somewhere for Tom Pidcock, which, although the history books would say it's extremely unlikely, it could still happen. This is Nové Město.
Hello, here we go again.
Martin, 1 second faster than Tom Pidcock on that lap, so nothing really to split them.
Bon. Il est toujours devant, hein. Par contre, il y en a eu de la casse pendant cette course, on est d'accord? On a eu 4-5 roues pétées là. Bref, on a toujours Pidcock devant, Martin, Colombo, Martin plutôt, on a Vidoré pas très loin avec Puntener.
And a good race for Martin Vidoré as well. He just finishes this one off, and he's... You do just when you get to a Liang or a Val de Soleil, some of the hillier circuits.
Thank you.
You do just wonder if Vidoré is maybe doing a bit of a Jenny Rissvik
la couleur des noms là qui apparaissent parce que ça se lit pas très bien, je crois.
Go bananas in the second half.
Je changerai.
Fastest rider
un truc un peu flashy.
Pidcock, Martin, Pidcock.
Enfin, merci à tous, hein. J'ai vu qu'il y avait 2-3 follows là. Pablo, Alvaro, Statulco. Merci pour les follows. Thank you. Gracias.
Martin's keeping him honest.
Yeah, 21 seconds on our clock in here at the minute now. The gap, so it's gone back out by 3 seconds.
And historically, this first part of the lap has been the part that suited Martin.
Dario Lillo, winner of round 1, takes the bell.
Lillo en...
crosses the line in 7th, just ahead of him in 6th with Adrien Boischi.
Belle course, hein, Lillo quand même.
I haven't seen much of Boischi in this race, but 6th currently for Specialized Factory Racing. His first UCI World Cup of the year. Tom Pidcock, 4 cross-country Olympic wins in Nové Město, 11 podiums and 12 XCO starts, 91.67% podium strike rate.
It's bonkers, isn't it?
That is just lunacy.
And most of those are wins.
Yeah. %91.67%.
So a big section coming up for Tom Pidcock. That rock garden is where we've seen most of the flats happening, so wants to tick that section off.
A word on this man, Charlie Aldridge, 11th place, taking the bell.
De chance là.
What could have been for the big Scot?
Souci technique.
Had to come into the tech feed zone as bars rolled on him, cost him a load of spots when he was looking really good at the front of the race. Pidcock, though, looking slightly stiff down through there now, but getting it done.
Yeah, stressful section, the back end of the race with the fatigues kicking in.
Easy to overthink.
To keep it direct, on track.
I guess easy to overthink and also easy to underthink.
Yeah, 100%.
The lack of oxygen moving around the body at that point. Colombo, though.
J'aime bien la nouvelle géométrie du Spark, là. Le prototype. J'aime bien,
Striding on, Luca Martin, 21 seconds back off Tom Pidcock. But as we saw in the rock section, a couple of laps to go for Bjorn Riley. When it goes wrong here, it tends to be terminal for the bike.
Yeah, the issue is we see it once you get a flat, the whole tyre goes.
Puff of the cheeks, Colombo sits up. 17 seconds, the gap between Pidcock and Martin. It's come down again, you know.
So this first half lap really suits Martin.
Je pense pas que Martin il arrivera à remonter.
But it's on this climb.
Yeah, it's from here on really
that
faire
le yo-yo le temps.
Switches back to Tom Pidcock, doesn't it?
Mais il est pas très loin, il est pas très loin.
Martin knows that.
Il faut vraiment s'arracher le cul là. Le problème c'est que tu t'arraches le cul pour le rattraper et après il y a le sprint final.
In the greatest of respect, he's an emotional rider, isn't it? He'll want that chase, he'll want that aggression.
Donc il y a de l'espoir.
Look at his progression throughout this race. Started position 6th and then 2nd the entire journey. So unbelievable performance from Martin.
Ça serre les dents.
Such a hard climb. Every one of those routes is trying to knock you backwards and slow you down.
It ramps as well, doesn't it, that climb?
Savage, absolutely savage.
There's Yolanda Neff hanging over the barrier, roaring them on. 14 seconds, he's found more time. You wait till he gets to Phil Dixon, he's going to chase him all the way back to the arena. Colombo still on the same minute. There's a chasing pair behind him. I'd say there could be fireworks between them before this one's out.
Yeah,
ridden a really mentally strong race, Colombo, hasn't he? Been alone a lot.
Yeah, solid race and really strong rider. Just sometimes doesn't have the best of lucks. And there's Adrian Boischi just at the background as well. He'll be happy with a top 10 if he can round this off. 6th position at the moment for the young Specialized rider.
Yeah, riding the mixed programme between Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe on the road and Specialized factory racing on the mountain bike. Puntener checks over the shoulder, gets a big eye full of Martin Vidari. Mike Posthumus, Specialized manager, roaring on his encouragement to Martin. Pidcock is still 18 seconds as he heads up into the tech feed zone.
Est-ce qu'il va réussir à dépasser Puntener? Mais en gros,
look at the speed, Pidcock.
Bien sûr, ça sert toujours pour les points. Troisième place, elle est loin.
Carries the speed, keeps the momentum.
He just has that road rider's ability to roll onto a big gear, doesn't he?
Yeah, it's in this long climb, switchbacks up through the feed.
18 quoi. Ça fait vraiment le yo-yo de fou.
One drag left to go, then Tom Pidcock will turn left, drop down into the single track, and he's got 2 main descents left to go, 1 techie climb. Again, that's another climb ticked off. This section here has been causing some trouble, so just dropping down.
Yeah. Just getting roared on.
Yeah, and instantly on that section, Pidcock has found a couple of seconds over Martin. 20 seconds now, the gap. Filippo Colombo still drifting there, just inside the minute.
Luca Martin running out of track here.
This is the last main climb for Tom Pidcock. Got to crest this ramp, drop back down. And then that long descent through the rock and rolls, one rock garden, and then into the arena. But Martin, the fight in him today has been impressive.
It's been absolutely...
I thought when he tried to follow and got gassed, I thought, that's it, he's going to get smashed, and has not given up for 1 second.
It has been... You want to take absolutely nothing away from Luca Martin today, because he has been head and shoulders the best rider out there other than Tom Pidcock, who is on pretty much any list of the greatest cyclists of any generation.
Je vais regarder un peu.
Yeah, 21 seconds now, the gap to Martin. Looking good for Tom Pidcock now.
Pidcock still breathing heavily, little check over the shoulder, puff the cheeks. Are we going to see the big whips of the finale of the last time he raced here? Just about. Just about got the back end back in again. Pidcock heading towards the main Vysočina arena then. Heading towards the asphalt for the last time. He's past the point that his great rival Mathieu van der Poel went down last year. Heads up the final climb.
Quel monstre, hein, quel monstre.
And that'll do it. Tom Pidcock, within sight of the finish line, begins to celebrate. It's been precision stuff. Unbelievable, unstoppable, undefeated. Tom Pidcock is the king of Nové Město Na Moravě. Never in doubt.
Quel
What
monstre,
a stellar ride.
Quel monstre. Un alien, ce type.
By one of two-wheel sport's biggest stars on one of its biggest days. Take nothing away from this man. Luca Martin, already a race winner. But if you had any questions
Il a tout donné lui pour
over
remonter.
his ability to run with the bulls
Il a
and
tout
run with
donné,
the
mérité
very best
aussi,
in the
franchement
business,
mérité.
today has answered those. Luca Martin, second place. A class act. And it hasn't been bad either from this man, Filippo Colombo. A long day in the office, worked hard with his teammates.
C'est un bon travail d'équipe de la part de Scott, j'ai l'impression, parce qu'ils l'ont tiré jusqu'en
Still
haut.
working back to his very best. He's got some big shoes to fill in that team, but this is a great start in starting to fill them properly. Filippo Colombo on the podium today for Scott Schramm MTB Racing.
Let's go, la Suisse.
The Swiss national champion takes the third step. Ollie Beckinsale lows free. Unbelievable.
Fantastic, Tom Pidcock. It's great to have him come back and race the mountain bike. It's great for the fans, it's great for us, it's great for the TV, it's great for the other racers to have to go head-to-head, and you see the respect that Luca Martin, Tom Pidcock got.
That's 3, let's go.
But Luca Martin did push him, he kept him honest. I think Tom Pidcock got that gap, did not expect Luca Martin to come back. It was 5 seconds at one point.
A word on Adrien Boischi as well, 6th today. Returning.
Moi, je crois qu'il y a quelqu'un qui a voté juste dans le chat.
Yeah, great ride by Martin.
Pidcock.
Great ride from this from Dario Lillo, showing that it wasn't just a mud race form, it's just form full stop.
Form is form. Heading towards 7th place for the winner of round 1, Dario Lillo. We'll need to get the abacus out and work out what that means for the overall points.
1200 points pour Jordan. Incroyable, bravo Jordan. Tu as bien pronostiqué.
From a young man, Dario Lillo. Great result. 7th for Giant Factory Off-Road.
Number 4, yeah.
Behind him, Max Feudal.
Number 4.
From KTM Factory. That'll do.
Incroyable, incroyable.
Ninth cross-country Olympic podium for Filippo Colombo.
Oh, le sprint, on a un sprint.
Yuri Zanotti, Mug Matiske within sight of the line for 9th place.
Yeah, for both those riders, top 10, and then it's Charlie Aldridge rolls in.
Charlie Aldridge, what could have been? Started the race so strongly. There's a big smile though.
Avec
Knew that
Flutier
was outside
derrière.
of his control today. Matthias Flückiger home in 11th as well. Great result.
Max Brandel.
Ah, on aime les sprints à Nové Město.
Lucas Schwarzbar getting the better of Simon Andreasen.
Schwarzbar qui fait pas un si bon début de saison, hein, il me semble.
Yeah, Carter Woods, good ride for him.
Après il est là, hein, top 20. Mais
Listen to this though, Andre Sink. Best result here, a 4th in 2021 for the Czech hero. Just one word. Great. Oh, what's happened to Azaro? Has he broken a chain within sight of the line? Is that Azaro? Sorry, excuse me. That's not Rome.
Ah, il a déraillé, merde.
Norwegian.
Ah, vraiment pas de bol pour Azaro. Il y a une grosse chute et puis du matos un peu défectueux.
Well, we can hear from Q365's Pinarello, the hero of Nové Město Na Moravě. Tom Pidcock.
Voilà. Incroyable, ça vous a plu? Did you enjoy, chat?
Let's hear from a Nové Město 5-time winner.
Ah, moi ça m'a plu. Hein. C'était un peu long, par contre.
Tom Pidcock, 5 race starts and 5 wins here in Nové Město. What is it about this track that builds success for you?
Well, I don't know, but I think that was the hardest one I've done. I didn't make it easy for myself. I had a really good start and I was probably a bit too keen in the first laps. Yeah, when I made a mistake and Luca went in front, I knew that, yeah, that was a point. Everyone was kind of showing themselves a little bit and I thought I will test the water and see what happens, but oh, it's a long way. Luca is pushing me all the way, he's coming close and I had to kick again and a few times and it's not easy. I was losing so much time on the descents. I was really, yeah, just a bit rusty, but also really wanting to make sure I didn't have any punctures or anything. But yeah, that was a tough one.
Yeah, how do you deal with Luca coming up behind you? You can obviously have a look back. You will see you're looking back at the screen as well.
Yeah, I mean, I needed to make sure I didn't go too in the red because then I was going to make mistakes on the descents and things. And yeah, that's the thing. My fitness is good, but yeah, when I haven't done any races, I need to be a bit more cautious than perhaps in another part of the season. So I think it's good, you know. I think it shows everyone is pushing, everyone's getting better and stronger. It's the sport every year is getting yeah, higher and higher level. It keeps me on my toes, and I think you know, I can't rest on my laurels. And yeah, these guys are working just as hard, you know. And like I say, I work hard, just not on my mountain bike, you know. So
yeah, how did that dial? You know, you spoke before about not feeling so dialed on the mountain bike, but you looked pretty dialed out there from what I saw.
Yeah, like I said, I needed to just stay within myself, not make any mistakes. So you know, losing a few seconds every descent, I think, but yeah, it's what it is. I have to use my strength today on the climbs to make the difference, and yeah, just ride my own race.
Well, we're very glad to have you back, and will we see you again on the mountain bike circuit?
Yeah, I think the plan is Worlds and maybe the race in Utah between the world champs in Canada and the World Tour races before. So yeah, not definite, but that's what I want to do anyway.
Well, we hope to see you there. Well done today, Tom.
Yeah, cool, thank you.
Merci pour le chat. Et il est fatigué. Il a dit que c'était dur. Regardez, est-ce que ça a l'air dur là?
Really nice interview there with Tom.
Il a l'air de souffrir.
Obviously doesn't spend
le mec était même pas essoufflé interview. Non, ok, un petit peu même. Yes, rendez-vous à l'Autriche le 31 mai à Loudanvielle en France pour le vélo de descente. Si vous ne connaissez pas, c'est vraiment génial. Et puis sinon,
yeah, clearly enjoys
next
it.
Léo Gang, hein.
Great to have him here.
Merci à tous d'être venus. Tous des bangers. On regarde le podium puis après on se quitte. Il va y avoir peut-être d'autres interviews, peut-être Martin, Colombo. Merci à tous d'être venus, c'était super chouette, ça m'a fait plaisir. Merci pour les différents follow, merci à Chachufi pour le don, merci beaucoup. Et l'interview de Martin.
What a battle out there. Talk us through it.
Yeah, it was a crazy race on the front today. At the beginning of the race, I have a small gap on the front and I'm like, okay, today I race for the win, I'm here for the win, and I don't care who it was on the front. I just want to smash the race, and I take a massive risk because at the middle of the race, I remember on the Garmin I have 40 minutes and I feel dead. And I'm like, allez, come on boy, we go, and yeah, try to stay, yeah, I have 10 to 15 minutes second gap.
Yeah, allez le bleu, right? And we saw you had kind of that cat and mouse. So we had someone to chase the whole time.
Yeah, and on the downhill, I think I'm more fast. The Cannondale with the lefty, it was crazy fast, and the tire, everything was working so well. Like every time it was a small downhill, you know, and it was so nice, honestly.
But I think that's the big thing. We just saw you having fun out there, right? You're having fun down those descents.
Yeah, it was quite fun. I try to enjoy it because I like to ride my bike.
And then how is it racing someone like Tom? You know, he's got so much prestige when it comes to a rider.
Yeah, and the vibe, it was just crazy around the track because with the hood, the people, it was crazy, and it's quite special. Nové Město for that, on the forest, the sound is crazy, and
you also had a big gap to the next
micro.
rider, so surely that gives you a lot of confidence leading into the next couple of rounds.
Honestly, I don't so look that. I ride on for the front, and
I don't so look that.
Just at the end of the race, I try to watch at the back because on every downhill, I try to don't smash my wheel, you know, because it was so much rock, and the dirt changed every lap. It was not the same track, like the hood was more deep, and I try to manage the tire on the bike.
Well, we love seeing you out there loving riding your bike.
Thank you.
No problem, Fermu.
Loving riding his bike and
ça les a usés cette course, hein. Ça les a usés, ils sont fatigués. Mais ouais, voilà, c'était une belle course. Hein. Moi j'adore Nové Město, c'est vraiment une de mes courses favorites. Je vous ai laissé un peu tout seul pendant le stream, mais je crois que c'est ok aussi. Hein. Les courses longues, en fait, c'est long. Je préfère être posé dans le canapé, et puis j'arrive pas, je suis pas un commentateur professionnel, du coup parler aussi longtemps, c'est difficile. Peut-être qu'un jour on y arrivera. C'est quoi le tour le plus rapide? 9:33.
Filippo Colombo from Scott Schramm, MTB Racing, is down there now.
Les femmes c'était 10-22, non? Je sais plus.
Colombo, that was an amazing race. Talk us through it.
Yeah, I mean it was nice. I felt good from the beginning, and yeah, we could work well as a team. And yeah, the first two were just a level above us, and yeah, I think we managed best as a team. I attacked through lap to go. I managed to go away, and yeah, it was super good. I have a super nice feeling, uphill, downhill, so it's nice.
How much communication do you have between your team members? We saw that there was 3 of you with Vidare there. Are you able to speak to each other to make a bit of a tactic?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. We knew our strengths. We know how fast Björn, for example, in the downhill is. So we let them pace the downhill, and we worked a little bit more on the flats. And yeah, I mean, we managed to get a gap from behind, and yeah, we did our race. Unluckily, Björn had a flat, but yeah, we still managed to be two of us in the podium, so it's a super nice day for Scott.
Yeah, and you spoke beforehand that you had a bit of bad luck in Nové Město previously, so it must feel nice to have to be here now on the podium.
Yeah, I love this place, I love this track. Somehow I could never perform so well in cross country here. I always had some bad luck, but yeah, today finally every piece came together, and yeah, super happy.
Well, we look forward to many great performances from you.
Yeah, thank you. Very, very nice. Thank you.
Vous trouvez pas qu'il a le sourire de ça? Il a le sourire du clown de ça.
Another rider, Ollie. We talked about Vidare.
Le film d'horreur là.
Maybe just gathering up the points and making a run for an overall title in the second half of the season. You'd have to include that man in that conversation now as well, wouldn't you?
Super consistent, and like I say, we've got a couple of weeks, and then we have 4 races in 5 weeks. Really heavy blocks and some good tracks.
Filippo Colombo.
Sorry, Valsolei's in Worlds this year, sorry, but Leger coming back at the end of the year. There's good tracks.
Il avait le sourire du clown un peu.
Still leads the way then, albeit by just 33 points from Luca Martin. Then it's that man we just heard from Colombo. Nearly 100 points back now, Colombo. Aldridge disappointing the crowd today, but did make it back through again. Lars Forster, Matthias Lukiger from Thomas Maxson together in 12th.
Donc ouais, les prochains rendez-vous, c'est noté dans le Discord sur le site, mon site, regardezvtt.com. Sur le calendrier de Twitch aussi normalement, juste en dessous de la fenêtre où vous regardez. Et puis puis voilà quoi. Donc le next c'est 31. Le 31 pour le DH en France.
There we have it.
Ça va
The
être bien,
beautiful
ça va
hills
être bien.
around Nové Město Na Moravě.
On attend le podium, on regarde le podium, puis juste après je couperai.
Well,
Et
we
puis
are
il
going to
y
be
aura
able to
les
hear
crédits.
now from somebody who's been in the wars, Matisse Zaro.
Matisse, not the exact way you wanted today to go. Talk us through what happened after that crash.
Yeah, I haven't been on track yesterday after short track was tricky, and yeah, I've been surprised by a route behind Tom in the first lap, and yeah, it stopped my breathing a bit for 2 laps, and I think I overpaced a bit. I did a mistake. I had a front flat, and yeah, I was like overpacing the first 4 laps, and I just could finish I think 25, but yeah, it's far from expectation, so yeah, I'm a bit sad.
We reset, we go again. Well done.
Thank you, thank you.
Oh, c'est vrai que le crash là, paf!
Reset and go again for Zaro. Here's the crash.
Oh là là, puis en plus je crois bien que qu'il y en a un qui lui a roulé dessus.
Responded when Tom Pidcock attacked the next lap, and I think, like I say, went deep into the red and.
Ah, le pauvre Zaro, vraiment pas de chance.
A day to forget, but
yeah, it looked like the adrenaline sort of dropped him as well a wee bit.
Bon, heureusement, le principal c'est qu'il s'est pas fait mal et qu'on le reverra. C'est le principal. Alors que Eddie Richards, on sait toujours pas. Hein. Je croise les doigts, on touche du bois, on prie, on fait tout ce qu'on veut. Mais on espère que ça aille bien. Ah, Boishi.
Adrian, that was quite the welcome back to mountain bikes. Well done. How was that?
Yeah, it was intense, to say the least. I mean, Nové Město is one of the hardest tracks with all the routes and everything for the full body. And yeah, I paid for it at the start. But then, yeah, the last 3 laps I could find back my pace, and then I was catching back on, well, on everybody except Tom, which is pretty normal. So yeah, I think it's a good race to start building from, and looking forward to the next ones.
Great to see you back. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, interesting to see what Boishi's going to have for us for the rest of the season.
Ouais, il est content.
We're yet to see the best of him in the leads, aren't we?
Il n'a pas pu rattraper Tom comme tous les autres. Ouais, le bonhomme Michelin.
It's a bit more classical like that, isn't it? Sort of a bit more Absalon.
We've got some Helia races coming up in Leogang.
Bon, le podium là.
J'ai
besoin de pisser.
On the Helia side.
Je meurs de pisse.
In particular and stuff. So, yeah, so I think we're going to see the best of Boishi, and he's coming back in. This is only his second mountain bike race of the season, and just takes a while to get up to speed. It's no different to Adrian Boishi as it is for Tom Pidcock. It just takes that time to build up the speed, and these guys are still fast, but they're not quite as fast as a Luca Martin.
Yep, taking a bit of time to get things rolling on the podium, but we will get it to you just as quickly as we can. Colombo just thinking back through what's just gone on.
Oh, le petit shaker, je sais pas quoi là. Le shaker, un petit mélange du sang de ses adversaires. Et voilà, il les a tous mangés. Nom, 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 nom.
He loves riding the mountain bike, loves Nové Město, obviously.
And in his mind as well, the fact that that was a tough one will be it all the sweeter.
Better, yeah.
Ouais, le public, ouais. Le chauve, ouais.
I mean, I said it during the race, but it's bang on, isn't it? There's never been a relationship between a rider and a race course like Tom Pidcock and Nové Město Na Moravě.
Et pour le rappel, on a déjà vu celui des femmes il y a plus d'une heure et demie, 2. Ouais, la Suisse, ouais.
It's not his local hill. He doesn't live around here. He doesn't. It just works for him.
And in the interview, great as well that he's looking to do world champs.
Bah, c'est cool de le voir sur un podium là, début de l'année en plus.
We see Tom Pidcock on the mountain bike, the better it is for everyone.
Well, Filippo Colombo taking his life in his hands there.
Il est content, il a reçu sa boule de pétanque. Azaro. Martin, putain.
Had to give second best again.
Je confonds toujours les deux.
But he threw absolutely everything at that race, taking nothing away from him.
Yeah, I thought when Tom went, Luca Martin was going to crack.
La boule de bowling.
But he did not give up, and I think it surprised Tom Pidcock as well. He kept coming back at him, and he had to kick again.
I think it's a strange one to say, isn't it? That You know, the rider in second place has won himself probably many more fans off the back of that result. But listen to this, Tom Pidcock, a huge star.
Et bravo pour la giga pépite d'or.
Like today that guarantee that. What a rider and what a ride. Pidcock, Martin, Colombo, your top three in Nové Město Na Moravě. Dario Lillo hangs on to control of the UCI World Cup overall points lead.
Ce qui me fait rappeler quand il y avait eu le Brésil aussi, ils étaient morts à la fin. Détruits, décédés. Le champ.
In terms of the hunt for the overall, those two up there with him will be happy with their day's work.
Et voilà. Oh, putain, yes, c'est l'heure de la binge. Je vous souhaite à tous et à toutes une bonne soirée ou une bonne journée, ça dépend d'où vous êtes sur la planète. On se retrouve le 31 mai pour le vélo de descente. Pas de bêtises. Et puis, merci à tous d'avoir été là, d'avoir follow, d'avoir donné, de juste kiffer le vélo en fait. Voilà. Moi je suis crevé, je commence à dire n'importe quoi. Allez, c'est l'heure d'enclencher la musique. Alors, là. C'est parti. Allez. Ça c'est fini. Tac. Tac. Merci à tous et à la prochaine.